conversation, but the House Democratic focus is always grounded on how do we help more people? How do we protect what we've passed in legislation? It's never perfect, but how do we protect that, and how do we help more people? So when that's your core ethos of, I just want to help more folks, it's a pretty easy conversation, to talk with each of them individually about what's ahead, about a piece of legislation, about a controversial amendment, because that's who we are. Our default is going to be, how do we help more people in our communities? And so those conversations aren't hard, but with leaders like this, it's going to make it easier because they have
Good morning, everyone, and welcome in on Live Now from Fox. It is 7 o'clock on the dot if you are joining us over on the East Coast, and just 4 o'clock on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's start with a live look at one of my favorite cameras here. I always mention it, but we have cameras all over the country and just about everywhere. This is from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, where you can see the sun is starting to rise, and that is the beautiful Christmas tree right outside of my favorite aquarium. Again, that is over in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I do want to start here with the headlines and the latest information on this looming rail strike that we have been talking about now for quite a while. Congress one step closer to heading off that huge rail strike, but the Senate now on the verge of blowing a White House deadline to finish that job. President Biden calling for quick action, but it may all hinge on a handful of votes on Capitol Hill. That's where Doug Luzader has more this morning.
One! Here we go! Yeah, okay!
President Biden helping switch on the national Christmas tree last night, just as we are days away now from the railroads hitting the off switch. A strike deadline is about a week away.
The president believes that a bill averting a rail strike needs to reach his desk by this weekend. He is very clear about that because we need to protect the American families from a potential devastating effects of a rail shutdown.
Yesterday, the House did what the president asked, and in a bipartisan vote, they passed the tentative agreement that the railroads and union leaders had agreed to back in September. But 4 of the 12 unions had ultimately rejected that deal, holding out for sick time. And while the House also passed a second measure to add 7 sick days to the deal, That will face resistance in the Senate, and it goes beyond what the president has pushed for. Today, the secretaries of Labor and Transportation will huddle with Senate Democrats, already offering some dire warnings if this doesn't get done.
So within a matter of days, you could see, for example, chlorine not reaching water treatment plants, and people in American cities being told they have to boil water or use bottled water.
And there is some bipartisan opposition here, from some conservatives who think Congress shouldn't get involved, and from some progressives who think this is a bad deal for workers.
That's just not right, and that's not what Congress should be imposing on anyone.
All right, well, our computer sometimes has a mind of its own, so you can see it went to a break for just a quick second, but 7:03 over on the East Coast and 4:03 on the West Coast. I do want to stick with talking about that possible rail strike here. Congress moving closer to forcing the terms of a labor deal on rail workers and on management. It comes about a week before workers are set to strike and ahead of that busy holiday season, but not all lawmakers are happy. They're stepping over the unions to push through that deal. Correspondent Lauren Blanchard takes the story from there. She is in Washington.
Many House Democrats had to make a rare vote Wednesday that overstepped the unions they usually side with, a vote not all were happy about.
I'm standing with the unions, my locals and my nationals.
Still, the House approved a bill that would force the terms of a September deal negotiated by the White House, railroad management, and labor unions that guaranteed pay raises, but was later rejected by 4 of the 12 unions.
The joint resolution is passed.
Labor leaders have been fighting to add paid sick time into the deal, citing grueling work schedules.
We are allegedly so vital to the economy and we're so important that they won't even allow us to go out on strike.
But with a strike deadline looming and the economy at risk, President Biden asked Congress to step in.
Joe Amtrak, Joe Lunchbox, whatever you want to call him, he has punted this to us to deal with his colossal mistake.
Senator Bernie Sanders announced a separate measure which would provide 7 sick days for rail workers. The House approved a similar bill on Wednesday.
If your child gets sick, if your spouse gets sick and you need to take time off of work, not only will you not get paid, you actually will get reprimanded and could get fired.
Next up, the Senate, where both bills will need 60 votes. President Biden wants them on his desk well before the December 9th deadline. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you. And our coverage here of that possible looming rail strike does continue. The deadline, of course, for this to all get done is going to be December 9th. And farmers are sounding the alarm, saying this could have a big impact on the nation's food supply. Fox Business's Madison Allworth picks up the story from there and explains that impact nationally.
A rail strike would impact 50% of fertilizer shipments, making yields of vegetables like this smaller. The strike is set for December 9th. But here's the thing, if something is not done soon, we could see stoppages of shipments as early as this weekend. This Sunday, fertilizer companies will stop shipping the critical product to farms across the U.S. via rail because of safety concerns. Fertilizer cannot be left stranded if a strike were to happen. The Fertilizer Institute says steps are being made to find alternatives, but it's near impossible because there is zero elasticity in the transportation market right now.
We ship about 50% of all fertilizer via rail, and if a strike occurs and we have to find alternative sources, there really are not great options for moving that much fertilizer right before spring planting season.
Fertilizer is already at a record high, and farmers like the ones here at Cassaday Farm say their fertilizer cost has increased by 100% this past year. A strike would likely increase it another 50%, putting them in a tough position.
The input costs that farmers are facing, especially vegetable farmers, labor-intensive farmers, we're under a crunch, and we're not going to be able to make it.
All of this ultimately coming down to the consumer. Higher input costs and less fertilizer available means that crops would cost more. Back to you.
Madison, thank you for that report. That is just one aspect that we are following when it comes to that possible rail strike. We will continue to follow all of the details and bring you more as we do get it. Taking a live view here at the U.S. Capitol, it's a new era for House Democrats who elected the next generation of leaders to replace Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her team. While Democrats faced no drama, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is having trouble rounding up enough votes to become the next speaker. Fox's Madeline Rivera with that story.
It's an honor to stand before you today.
In a historic move, New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries is set to replace House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as the leader of House Democrats next year. Jeffries will be the first black lawmaker to head a major political party in Congress.
We look forward to finding opportunities to partner with the other side of the aisle.
He'll serve alongside Massachusetts Congresswoman Catherine Clark, who will be Democratic whip, and California Congressman Pete Aguilar, who's set to become chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. Their elections signal a shift in the party's leadership as it seeks to usher in a wave of younger faces. Jeffries is 30 years younger than Pelosi, who's keeping her congressional seat and has been designated Speaker Emerita.
He's more in touch with the sort of progressive wing of the party, so we could see him try to bring members like those that are in the squad deeper into the fold.
House Democrats' unanimous vote for Jeffries represents a remarkable show of unity, even as they head into the minority next year. It stands in contrast with GOP leader Kevin McCarthy's bumpy bid to become the next speaker. Several Republicans who don't support him say he doesn't have the votes to win.
I would say right now he doesn't have 218.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy warns Republicans they can accomplish key agenda items like securing the border, energy independence, and government accountability if he doesn't secure the 218 votes needed to become House Speaker. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much. Taking a live look here at a festive White House there in Washington, D.C., where you see there are decorations up ahead of Christmas. The sun is up, and it's a beautiful start to the day there in D.C. So the first state dinner for the Biden administration is tonight, now that COVID precautions have been relaxed. But it won't be all friendly diplomatic ceremonies. The two leaders have real global issues that they need to discuss. Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard in Washington.
3, 2, 1, here we go! Yeah, okay!
Holiday festivities continue at the White House, but there are also diplomatic celebrations this week as President Biden and Vice President Harris welcome the French president for the first state visit of this administration.
This visit demonstrates the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and our cooperation.
Wednesday, French President Emmanuel Macron toured NASA headquarters with the Vice President. Thursday, the White House will roll out the red carpet for President Macron and First Lady Macron for a formal welcoming ceremony, a press conference, and a lavish state dinner. But it's not just tours and champagne. The visit also comes as the two presidents must discuss what to do about the war in Ukraine, now dragging into a second winter.
The United States is grateful for France's contributions to Ukraine's fight to defend itself.
And as relationships with China and Iran remain tense.
It says, I think, a lot about the close partnership, friendship between those two oldest allies. But it says also because the world has been changing a lot and not for the best since 2018 with the war in Ukraine. It means that we have also a lot of discussions to have.
The visit also shows France and the U.S. have mended their relationship after a diplomatic dust-up last year when the U.S. made a submarine deal with Australia that undercut a French deal. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
That's a pretty big deal, so we will have coverage of that going on tonight. Again, that is going to be the first state dinner for the Biden administration now that COVID restrictions have been eased a bit. Want to take a look at just some of the cameras that we do have across the country and across the world. There are quite a few of them. I know I keep showing this one, but it is my favorite. This is over in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, outside of the best aquarium in the country. You can see the Christmas tree is up. It is decorated, and now, believe it or not, it is December 1st, and yeah, we're just a few weeks away from Christmas and from 2023. Time now is 7:12 on the East Coast. It is 4:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:15 on the East Coast, and it is 4:15 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into the headlines right now, and it's been more than 2 months since Hurricane Ian caused extensive damage across Florida. Today, the Small Business Administration opening a mobile site in Volusia County that is over in the central part of the state to help business owners apply for loans. Fox 35 Orlando's Randy Hildreth is live in Daytona Beach for us. And Randy, the deadline for SBA assistance was recently extended, it seems. Thanks for being here.
Hey, good morning to you. So yes, people who have been damaged by not just Hurricane Ian, but also Hurricane Nicole have a little bit more time to get their applications in. Initially, that deadline was at the end of November. Now they have until early January to get all of that information in. But as you mentioned, the SBA is in town and has representatives available to help people navigate that application process. I'm at Allen Chapel AME here in Daytona Beach, and this location will open as a mobile disaster relief center at 1 o'clock today, and will be open until 5 o'clock today, and then reopen on Saturday from 10 to 4. And this allows people, again, the opportunity to come in and talk with someone about how to fill out that application, and if they've already completed the application, to get an update on the status of their application and find out, well, if it's not completely processed, what else they need to do to work through that process of getting help. And I just want to remind viewers of what people are dealing with right now. Take a look at your screen. This is some video from the Rosselli restaurant. They lost lights, they lost part of their sign, and they lost customers because of Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Nicole. The owners say that they are doing new advertising and trying to offer specials to get people in, but business has been painfully slow.
We will help them input the applications, take documents, upload documents, explain the process, or answer questions. And so if you can't come to us, we're going to try to come to you.
And that was actually just a little bit of what you heard from SBA officials about getting that application process done. But business owners say, again, it has been a slow recovery process. And so SBA officials are asking people to come to the Mobile Disaster Relief Center so that you can talk one-on-one with someone to try to get some help. Live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
And I think a lot of people don't realize, because you did have Hurricane Ian and then you had Hurricane Nicole, and they did kind of, in a sense, cross paths in some area, causing that extensive damage. So I'm sure around where you are, there's still a lot of damage left behind even months later.
Exactly right. Right before our 7 o'clock broadcast, I had a woman drive up to us in the parking lot asking about the mobile center that was opening today, and saying that not only did she have damage to her business, she also had damage to her home. So some of the people who live in this community really got a double whammy with both Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Nicole, and then also got damage to where they work and where they live. And so, excuse me, so this opening, it was a welcome sight. She had some questions for me about her application, and I told her, ma'am, the best bet is to come here to the Mobile Disaster Center so that you can talk one-on-one with someone who can pull up your application and walk you through that.
All right, Randy Hildreth with our Fox 35 Orlando station. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I want to get back into the headlines here and talk more about some other weather that we have been tracking. Take a look at your screen here. This is just some of the damage that was left behind after we did see some powerful storms, essentially a tornado outbreak over in the southern part of the U.S. just several days ago here. We did learn of at least 2 deaths that happened over in Alabama and several serious injuries in Louisiana. Fox Weather's Max Gordon takes us to that scene.
A powerful tornado tearing through Montgomery County, Alabama overnight, killing multiple people.
This is a sad day for Montgomery County as a whole.
The twister was one of dozens that reportedly touched down in the southeast overnight. They left behind a trail of debris, forcing trees onto buildings and roads. Montgomery County officials say other people in the area were injured. Crews will continue checking on homes throughout the region.
With them doing door-to-door, just walking, checking, I mean, the search and rescue is going to continue. But we're going to continue to do that until we make sure that everybody's accounted for.
Across Alabama and here in Mississippi, severe thunderstorms dropped several inches of rain. Damaging winds snapped power lines, leaving thousands without electricity. Officials say nighttime storms like these are more dangerous because people may not have enough time to seek shelter.
I think the nighttime portion, that is what worries us the most, is because, you know, some people may be asleep, some people may be traveling.
Throughout the southeast, power restoration and cleanup efforts are already underway. Multiple families have been displaced after these storms tore roofs off of homes and apartment buildings.
You can hear there's saws operating already this morning. The cleanup will be relatively quick. This is a rural area, so that's a good thing for us.
Officials here remind people to have an emergency plan in place for future storms. In Bassfield, Mississippi, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. You can go to your App Store, Google Play Store, type in Fox Weather. It has a radar. It has all of your weather-related news. So a great app to have, especially when you're talking about a storm outbreak like this one. Fox News also sending crews out to the scene where, as you can see, extensive damage here. Fox's Chris Foster with more.
People across the southeast waking up to widespread storm damage Wednesday morning. Since Tuesday, more than 24 tornadoes tore through the region, threatening more than 25 million people. The twisters left behind damage to numerous homes, destroyed a fire station, and tore the roof off an apartment complex. In Hale County, Alabama, emergency management officials say more than a third of the residents live in vulnerable mobile homes.
You know, I've seen some really nice mobile homes tied down, whatever, and they just don't stand a chance in a larger tornado.
While in Mississippi, gusty winds down power lines, leaving 13,000 people without electricity. Forecasters say flooding also remains a hazard after some places saw more than 5 inches of rain within a few hours. Overnight, the rushing water wiped out this bridge in Monroe County.
The cleanup will be secondary to trying to get the power back on. There has been a lot of power restored already. We did have a main transmission line that was affected.
And the Southeast, not the only region battling severe weather. Across the Midwest, people are digging out after a major snowstorm. Snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour impacted travel across Iowa and Minnesota.
It's just terrible. It might look like the roads are clean and clear, but you hit that black ice, you're out of there.
Back in Mississippi, residents will be battling cold temperatures as they survey the damage from these tornadoes. Chris Foster, Fox News.
All right, so yeah, you can see that there are at least 2 deaths that happened over there in Alabama. 4 people seriously injured in Louisiana as a result of that tornado outbreak. There were more than 30 tornadoes reported in the southern part of the U.S. Want to get back into the headlines? Another story that we have been tracking very closely. Hawaii's Mauna Loa continues to spew lava and debris, drawing crowds who want to get a look at the volcano that's been inactive for almost 40 years. But as Mother Nature puts on this spectacular show, some islanders are very concerned, keeping a close eye on this situation. Fox News national correspondent William Lajeunesse has more from L.A.
A stunning show of spewing lava drawing spectators to Volcanoes National Park just to get a glimpse of Mauna Loa erupting, sending fountains of lava as high as 150 feet.
We got to drive a little closer and see it up close and personal, and it's amazing.
After lying dormant for 38 years, the world's largest active volcano is gushing lava and painting the sky red for the 3rd straight day.
It's an ideal eruption at this point because it's fascinating, it's beautiful, and no property, no people, no risk of life yet.
But not everyone is in awe. Some residents in the shadow of the volcano fear a river of molten rock will reach their neighborhood.
For me, first thing was everybody pack clothes. Let's start packing up some rations and getting everything secured, try to pull all necessities that we really need.
Evacuation orders have yet to be issued as the lava creeps down Mauna Loa's steep slopes at less than a mile an hour. The biggest concern right now is if the flow reaches a key roadway which connects the east and west sides of the island and forested areas where trees can ignite. Officials saying there is no major cause for alarm at this time. Still, they're urging folks to remain vigilant.
We're still early in the eruption when things are unstable. We'll just watch it very, very carefully. We're thinking very, very much about, advances and what would have to happen if it did approach.
Scientists are also keeping an eye on potential health hazards, monitoring volcanic gases in the air, which can be problematic for some residents. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
It's a story we're watching very closely. We've been keeping an eye on that active volcano for several days, and the USGS has been holding constant news conferences to update that situation. They held another one overnight. I do want to play that for you. It's fairly brief, but they took questions from the media. Let's listen in raw and unfiltered.
I think we're all aware and very aware now that Mauna Loa, the world's biggest active volcano, is erupting. And so tonight we're going to have a chance to go up and take a look at some of the erupted features at the toe of the lava flow. This eruption started late Sunday night, 11:30, after a period of about an hour of seismicity, and then continued through the early morning hours of Monday. And then finally, lava flows erupted out from fissures on the upper part of the northeast rift zone and finally settled down on Monday afternoon at Fissure 3, which is a fissure that we can see in the distance out there. This one lava flow, it's actually kind of an anastomosing set of several flows that have come together down at the toe of the flow. And this flow right now is about 3.5 miles or so from the highway. It has slowed down appreciably today. Last night it was making over 100 yards an hour, and it slowed down to about 30 yards an hour later this afternoon. So we don't expect it to get to the highway very soon. If it would have kept going at 130 yards an hour, it would have made it in 2 days. But it's going to slow down crossing this flat area And what we'll see is the front of the lava flow, instead of being narrow channelized flow, has spread out to a very broad front. And so a lot of the lava is just accumulating on this flat plain, and it actually flattens out even more towards the highway from there. So we expect this flow to keep going. Most Mauna Loa flows like this last for 2 to 3 weeks. They can go longer and they can go shorter, but just on average, we're looking at something that we're in the very early stages of right now. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have.
Yeah, is the biggest concern right now still the highway as far, and what's the status of that potentially getting hit?
The highway is our immediate concern right now, and as you've heard both the mayor and the governor and Talmadge Magno, the civil defense director, talk about, this has become the main east-west thoroughfare on the island, and so it's responsible for a lot of people getting back and forth to work, and a lot of the goods and stuff are traversed on here, as well as bus service, so we depend on this highway, as well as access to Mauna Kea, which is, just right behind us. So this is a very important thoroughfare, and it will change the dynamics of the island pretty greatly if it does get covered. We're not totally sure. The lava flow is coming right down the divide between where it could either go this way over to Hilo or this way over to the Kona side. And we do those divide based on kind of flowing water down a topographic surface, right? We'll see tonight this is no longer water, okay? It's a big, solid, creeping mass of rock, and so as it spreads out, it can actually provide barriers to itself. So it could either bounce itself either more to the Hilo side or more to the Kona side. So there's a lot we don't know. If it does go to the Kona side, there's a good chance it won't get to the highway, because there's some topography in the way. The highway curves away and up the slopes of Mauna Kea a little bit. So there's a lot of uncertainty, just like we've been saying for the last couple of months. I can tell you certain things, I can't tell you other things, And so right now we can tell you some kind of things, like the fastest it can possibly get to the highway right now is 2 days. Will it get to the highway? I can't tell you that. Will it turn, go to Hilo? Can't tell you that. Will it turn and go the other way? Can't tell you that. Do it. So we're watching this thing pretty much 24 hours a day, and we're keeping the civil defense and the county informed so that plans can be made, so that everybody can adapt to life with this lava flow.
Do you have an estimate on the infusion rate and how that compares to previous lava flows?
Our estimates right now are about 50 to 100. We do it in cubic meters, but cubic yards is good enough, per second. So this is like 10 of the biggest dump trucks you can get every second dumping lava out, right? This is a little bit less than the 2018 flows, which were around 150 cubic meters per second, or 150 cubic yards per second. But it's still a very, very large amount of lava out here. And, when we get up here, this is a very big mountain. If you haven't been on it, it's huge. And you can see this makes a pretty big show on the side of this really very, very large mountain. So that's a lot of material moving down the sides of the mountain.
The area that we're heading to, how would you describe the topography of that spot?
Well, where we're headed to, we're at the base of the slope of Mauna Loa. So we're right in the area. The saddle area is where Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea come together, two of the world's biggest mountains, right? Collectively from the seafloor, they rise about 30,000 to 32,000 feet above the surrounding seafloor. So these are big features, and they've grown together, and lava flows from both of them interfinger, and they've made a flat area or a plateau that kind of sits in between them. So where we're going to go drive to, it's right where the slope breaks coming down Mauna Loa, right at the edge of Mauna Loa, where it flattens out into this flat area between them.
Would you say the terrain has been the biggest contributing factor to the slowdown? What's it called?
Yeah, the terrain is what's slowing it down. There's no doubt about it. It's also getting more distant from the vent, so it cools. And so we're starting to see crystals develop. And what happens is when crystals develop in the molten part, we get these little blocks, and they start providing resistance. They start hitting each other. So the more crystals, the more resistance, the more friction. So it tends to slow the lava down.
It's hard to tell how wide they are from the sky, but I know it's different angles. but about if it crosses the road, about how wide do you think it might be?
I think my guess is that this, from looking at things, I haven't been up to where it crossed the road up above, but we're probably talking for the two places where it broke the Mauna Loa Observatory Road, probably 100 to 200 meters across, and then we're looking at things that, you know, the width of the snout is on the order of 300 to 400 meters, 300 to 400 yards across, maybe 500 yards. It's big.
What's the snout?
That's where the channels come down and it spreads. So the way flows work, and this is a typical channelized flow, it has a channel of lava coming down. That channel, what happens is when you get to the front of the lava flow, it's looking for the steepest descent line. So it spreads out, and whichever lobe finds the steepest descent lives on. And if it's going straight down, it makes two lobes over here. It goes through that, and those end up being the walls of the channel as it passes it by. So it's constructing its own channel. It's like a river that's creating its own levees as it moves down the hillside like that.
And that was the latest news conference held overnight by the USGS. They actually let reporters go over to Mauna Loa, get a little bit closer and see those images. And those were the images that you were watching during that news conference, a very close-up look at Mauna Loa, which is still erupting there. We're expecting to speak live, raw, and unfiltered with the USGS tomorrow morning here on Live Now from Fox, so make sure to join us for that. It is now 7:33 if you are joining us on the East Coast and 4:33 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break and then we'll get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back into the headlines. Another story that we've been tracking very closely here on Live Now from Fox. This involves the 4 University of Idaho students who were murdered inside their rooms. It has now been more than 2 weeks, and at this point, police have not said if they do have any suspects in mind, and we do know that no arrests have been made. Our Fox affiliate over in that area did attend a vigil that was held last night. As you can see, a lot of people showing up to celebrate the lives of those who were killed. I want to play their report for you, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
The murders of 21-year-old Kaylee Gonzalez, 21-year-old Madison Mogan, 20-year-old Xana Kernodle, and 20-year-old Ethan Chapin have created lasting impacts on the students of the University of Idaho.
It definitely feels really eerie. I mean, right now, even there's barely anybody on campus.
Students like Haley Christopher tell me Wednesday's vigil at the Kibbe Dome on campus is exactly what this community needs right now.
I think it's good that our community is so strong and willing to come together to support everyone else in their grieving.
During the service, the parents of the victims spoke to the crowd of thousands, sharing heartbreaking memories.
You start seeing the beauty of what they have and what makes them special.
Such a happy, such a great kid, such a perfect little baby.
As well as sharing priceless reminders for other families.
To make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people, because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
Toward the end of the evening, the dome went dark, but only briefly, as members of the community illuminated the dome using their phones, a reminder that even in the darkness, there's a path forward.
You have to put your energy back into achieving your goals.
That's a story that we will continue to follow here. No news conferences have been held in about a week, and it's not clear if any others will be held anytime soon. If we do learn of one, we will pass it along right here on Live Now from Fox, and of course bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. I want to stick with a current situation going on in Philadelphia. That is where an investigation is underway after a parking attendant was shot. This is an active investigation here. Our Fox Philadelphia with that story.
And police say a 37-year-old man was shot twice and he's in critical condition. Police got the call for a shooting around 4 p.m. It happened on the 4500 block of Frankfurt Avenue. When police arrived, they found the victim and rushed him to the hospital. He was shot once in the ear and once in the shoulder. Police say the victim is an active duty PPA enforcement officer and was working the 10 to 6 p.m. shift. Witnesses told police they saw a vehicle pull up to the victim with possibly 2 people in it who shot the man and drove off. The busy street was shut down for several hours while police investigated. They're looking to see if any surveillance videos in the area caught the shooting. Police didn't recover a weapon at the scene, and they say they are actively investigating to figure out who did this. At police headquarters tonight, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
Thank you to our Fox Philadelphia team, and they are following another crazy investigation right now, and I do want to warn you, the details here are incredibly graphic. A woman decapitated, and that investigation underway. Our Fox Philadelphia team with that story.
Tonight, 34-year-old Ahmad Sharif is in police custody facing several charges, including murder, possession of an instrument of crime, and abuse of corpse.
I'm not surprised. Their house is terrible. It's a house of horrors.
Neighbors not surprised, but deeply saddened to hear that a 41-year-old woman who police say lived at this home on the 300 block of McGee Avenue was gruesomely murdered, decapitated. Her body found lying on the kitchen floor around 12:45 this afternoon.
The adults in their house are completely unhinged, and the man who did the decapitation, he is, I would say, the most unhinged of them all.
Philadelphia police say 34-year-old Ahmad Sharif was taken into custody about 5 or 6 blocks away from the scene. Investigators are calling this a domestic homicide. Neighbors say the man is known for his lewd, bizarre, and at times threatening behavior.
I get home and he's just standing there, like, doing circles, talking to himself.
He exposed his genitals to my sister and her family.
Nija Richardson says the woman killed has always been treated poorly.
I've never seen her with shoes on her feet. I've never seen her with a coat on. She's taking out the trash. She's raking up the leaves.
The older I got, like, the more I could see something was wrong in that house. Like, there are young girls in that house, and I don't know what they've had to endure their whole lives.
Police say there weren't any children around at the time of the murder, but there was a witness who helped police identify the suspect and make an arrest quickly. Neighbors say the situation is devastating.
They have beautiful daughters. They have a beautiful family. It's just a shame that this would have happened to them.
The district attorney's office is reminding people that there is help out there for anyone experiencing an abusive relationship. We have posted some of those resources on our website, fox29.com. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Jennifer Joyce, Fox 29 News.
And we are going coast to coast with our affiliates here on Live Now from Fox. We are, of course, a culmination of all of those affiliates. We can bring you their reports in one centralized location. An unsuspecting man in California left gravely injured after a homeless man attacked him with a machete. Fox's Rowena Shaddix with our California station there provides more.
60-year-old Timothy Farrell was riding his electric bicycle along Zinfandel Avenue last night, not far from his home, when sheriff's investigators say he became the victim of an unprovoked attack by this man, James Hall, a 42-year-old homeless man and longtime resident of Rancho Cordova.
The victim does not see this and hits him in the head with a machete, causing catastrophic damage to his skull and to his facial area.
Timothy was taken to the hospital where he remains in the trauma unit.
But my understanding is from the physicians that he is in grave condition and that he has injuries that are not survivable. We are very sorry for the grief that this victim's family is experiencing at this time over this catastrophic incident and the tough decisions that they're going to have to make in the very near future.
After the attack, the suspect dropped the machete, which detectives recovered, but he is still out there.
We're concerned, being outstanding, the randomness and the brutality of this attack, we are concerned for just the general public.
Investigators say at some point Hall went to Cordova Lane Center School about a half block away. That school was placed on lockdown as they searched each classroom and recovered more undisclosed evidence on campus. Fox 40 went to Timothy's home where we spoke with his brother. He didn't want to go on camera, but described his sibling as hardworking and said that Timothy recently retired from Caltrans and was looking forward to enjoying that retirement. An unhoused man in the area tells Fox 40 that detectives were out, showing Hall's picture around and asking if anyone knew where he was. Lieutenant Grassman says it's just a matter of time until Hall is captured.
We are tracking you and we will get you. We will arrest you and bring you to justice.
All right, thank you so much to our Philadelphia station there for that report. Do want to get back into the headlines here and continue our coast-to-coast check of our different affiliates. An ex-Florida tax collector could face at least 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to a number of charges, including child sex trafficking and wire fraud. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie live outside the federal courthouse in Orlando. And Amanda, the prosecution asking for at least a decade here behind bars.
That's right. And in less than a couple of hours, we will hear from the judge about what he thinks of that. But just yesterday, during the pre-hearing sentencing, it seemed that the judge insinuated that the proposed sentencing guidelines were not enough. Now, in this case, Greenberg pled guilty to charges including child sex trafficking, identity theft, wire fraud, producing a fake ID, conspiracy to bribe a public official, and stalking. David Arbert is the attorney for Brian Butte, the man that Greenberg stalked and made false accusations against as he ran against him for the Seminole County tax collector position.
If Joel Greenberg were to be found guilty for everything he did, his prison sentence would be for the vast majority of the remainder of his life.
Agreed to pay back $1.3 million in restitution to Seminole County. He also has to pay back $430,000 to the SBA. Much of it was already paid off from the sale of his home. Now, there is going to be a news conference this morning before sentencing with that attorney that was representing David Butte. So we'll be sure to keep you posted on that. Sentencing is scheduled for 9:30 this morning. Reporting live in downtown Orlando, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
All right, Amanda, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. 746 over on the East Coast and 446 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 749 on the East Coast, and it is 449 on the West Coast. I do want to call your attention to that sidebar off to the left side of your screen. Those are just some of the top stories that we are covering. The U.S. House passing that measure in an attempt to avoid a rail strike. We're going to have more on that later this morning, but the bill now heads to the Senate, where it could face some opposition ahead of that deadline, December 9th. If that deadline is not met there will be a strike, and that could lead to some major issues for the economy. Again, we will have much more on that later on this morning. We also learned yesterday that the Democrats voted to replace Nancy Pelosi with Hakeem Jeffries in that House leadership role. And tonight will be the first state dinner of the president's administration, and the French president and his wife will be in attendance. Back to the headlines here. House Republicans going after the social media site TikTok. They say the company is lying about its connections to China and how it uses its tracking software. Fox News correspondent Jillian Turner with the details.
House Republicans are accusing TikTok of lying about its surveillance of Americans. In a letter to the company's CEO, lawmakers are renewing their request for information about the social media platform's privacy practices relating to China. In a September briefing, bipartisan lawmakers were told, 1, TikTok does not track users' internet data while not using the application, and 2, China-based employees do not have access to U.S. users' location-specific data. Based on news reports, lawmakers say both claims appear to be misleading at best and, at worst, false. The accusations are prompting renewed national security concerns.
TikTok is owned by ByteDance. ByteDance is effectively controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. That means not only can they track your location, collect your keystrokes, but they could also censor your news.
In the Senate, there's bipartisan agreement.
TikTok is one of the most massive surveillance programs ever, especially on America's young people.
All of that data that your child is inputting and receiving is being stored somewhere in Beijing.
Now South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is banning state employees from using TikTok while using government devices. Former President Trump enacted a similar ban for all federal employees back in 2020. President Biden reversed that ban last year and is now considering whether to allow TikTok to remain operational in the U.S. at all. Earlier this month, the head of the FBI reinforced the risk of using Chinese-owned social media apps.
Chinese companies are required to essentially basically do whatever the Chinese government wants them to in terms of sharing information or serving as a tool of the Chinese government.
Lawmakers are now holding the social media giant to a December 6th deadline to respond to a request for more company documents. In Washington, Jillian Turner, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. Taking a live look here, you can see, of course, that is the White House and everything getting ready for the first state dinner of Biden's administration here now that the COVID restrictions are eased a little bit. We do know that the French president and his wife will be there. Again, tonight will be the first state dinner of President Biden's administration. And his administration is vowing to keep a close eye on Twitter because of concerns about the spread of misinformation. That's raising eyebrows among many, both in and outside of government. Elon Musk frames his fight for Twitter's independence as a battle for the future of civilization with references to free speech and tyranny. Fox News White House correspondent Peter Doocy explains.
Twitter's in the news a lot.
Now, because Twitter's former head of trust and safety admits wrongdoing when censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story.
So it was a mistake.
In my opinion, yes.
This comes as Elon Musk says Twitter has interfered in elections.
The fact that a laptop was discovered in the weeks before the election, that emails were revealed, and that social media platforms, including Twitter, actually suppressed access to a New York Post story is deeply offensive to me.
Musk is promising things will soon be different, which led to the White House saying they are keeping a close eye on Twitter.
That is offensive to me. Government's going to go after someone that wants to have free speech? What do they have to look at Twitter about?
Democrats see dual threats, domestic.
I don't believe that we should be subsidizing or encouraging disinformation and distortion. I haven't seen anything from Musk so far that gives me confidence that he understands that difference.
And foreign.
Mr. Musk is entirely dependent for the success of Tesla, his biggest enterprise, on the Communist Party in China. That's where he gets his electric batteries.
Progressives want new government regulations for Twitter, laughing off the billionaire owner's concerns.
Elon Musk is doing just fine.
And despite problems with the platform at the White House, no plans to delete the app.
You're saying that you're keeping an eye on Twitter because it might not be a suitable platform, so why use it?
Look, I want to be very clear here. The president has always said, and he has been very clear in his belief that it is important of social media platforms to continue to take steps to reduce hate speech and misinformation. And will continue to say that.
This White House knows Twitter does flag misinformation because it happened to them. Earlier this month, at White House posted that big increases in Social Security checks are because of President Biden. Twitter flagged that, pointing out those big increases are tied to a law signed by President Nixon. And nobody around here blamed Elon Musk. Instead, they deleted the tweet and then reposted it with new context. At the White House, Peter Doocy, Fox News.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. Another story that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. President Joe Biden's rented Secret Service vehicles burst into flames in a parking lot earlier this week, just one day after he left his Nantucket vacation. Biden spent Thanksgiving on the ritzy Massachusetts island with his family last week. The Secret Service rented 5 vehicles from Hertz to carry the president and his family, and all 5 of them caught fire in the parking lot. That is according to footage that was first obtained by the Nantucket Current. This photo here from the Nantucket airport. Footage shows firefighters spraying down the smoldering remains of one of those vehicles' engine blocks. The 5 vehicles did include a Chevy Suburban and Ford Explorer. The vehicles were parked at the Nantucket airport, and the blaze reportedly spread to just 40 feet away from the facility's jet fuel tanks. It is currently unknown what caused that fire, and our partners over at Fox News have reached out to the White House to get some more information about this situation here. If we do get any sort of update, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Back into the headlines right now, critics calling out the Biden administration for their handling of protests in China, but the White House says it is simply protecting an important international relationship. Fox News correspondent Jackie Heinrich from the White House.
Another day of violent protests on the streets of China. We're still seeing big crowds in major cities across the country. The demonstrators initially came out to protest China's COVID lockdowns, but now they're asking for democratic reforms like free speech. The Chinese Communist Party is vowing a big crackdown, saying it will root out, quote, sabotage activities by hostile forces. And it's already started. A massive show of force Wednesday saw hundreds detained, but some observers say it won't work.
This massive surveillance state is not popular in China. People want more freedom, and I think we'll see more protests of this kind.
The protests also spreading overseas, including several in the U.S. Critics here in Washington say the White House should be doing more to support what has become a new pro-democracy movement. The administration has expressed support for the Chinese protesters, but stopped short of echoing their calls for regime change.
We're on the side of individuals being able to freely assemble and to express their views, whatever those views are. We're not taking a side in terms of what these protesters are about.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken clarifying the administration's stance, saying the U.S. will voice its disagreements with China while avoiding direct confrontation.
We do not seek conflict with China. On the contrary, we want to avoid it. We don't want a new Cold War.
The U.S. ambassador says protests and lockdowns are making it impossible for U.S. diplomats to meet with Americans being held in China. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, Jackie, thank you for that report. It is now 7:58 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 4:58 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. As we approach that 8 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, I do want to get you back to your headlines here and give you a live look at just some of the images that we do have on our camera systems. This one, whew, it is cold out there. I am not sure where this is, but it is definitely in an area where it is cold. Oh, this is actually from Vermont. I would not have guessed that, but our producer just telling me that is where this live image is coming from. I do love that we have cameras all over the country and all over the world, so we can show you just about anything, anywhere. We'll take a live look at many of the other cameras we have coming up throughout the morning. For now, though, I do want to get right into the headlines here on Live Now as we are following several different stories. This is a live view of the White House there in Washington, D.C., and also of the U.S. Capitol. Congress one step closer to heading off a huge railroad strike, but the Senate now on the verge of blowing a White House deadline to finish the job. President Biden is calling for quick action, but it may all hinge on a handful of votes on Capitol Hill. That is where Doug Luzader has more for us this morning.
One! Here we go! Okay!
President Biden helping switch on the national Christmas tree last night, just as we are days away now from the railroads hitting the off switch. A strike deadline is about a week away.
The president believes that a bill averting a rail strike needs to reach his desk by this weekend. He is very clear about that because we need to protect the American families from a potential devastating effects of a rail shutdown.
Yesterday, the House did what the president asked, and in a bipartisan vote, they passed the tentative agreement that the railroads and union leaders had agreed to back in September. But 4 of the 12 unions had ultimately rejected that deal, holding out for sick time. And while the House also passed a second measure to add 7 sick days to the deal, that will face resistance in the Senate, and it goes beyond what the president has pushed for. Today, the Secretaries of Labor and Transportation will huddle with Senate Democrats, already offering some dire warnings if this doesn't get done.
So within a matter of days, you could see, for example, chlorine not reaching water treatment plants and people in American cities being told they have to boil water or use bottled water.
And there is some bipartisan opposition here, from some conservatives who think Congress shouldn't get involved, and from some progressives who think this is a bad deal for workers.
That's just not right, and that's not what Congress should be imposing on anyone.
This is a story that we are going to be following around the clock, as this could mean some big effects for people all across the country. This is how goods do get into the country and are transported. We are told by at least one expert that we should not expect necessarily an impact for the holidays, but possibly into next year if that rail strike does begin on December 9th. Fox News and us here at Live Now from Fox, we have crews all over the area that are covering this story from each and every angle. Correspondent Lauren Blanchard picking up the story from there.
Many House Democrats had to make a rare vote Wednesday that overstepped the unions they usually side with, a vote not all were happy about.
I'm standing with the unions, my locals and my nationals.
Still, the House approved a bill that would force the terms of a September deal negotiated by the White House, railroad management, and labor unions that guaranteed pay raises, but was later rejected by 4 of the 12 unions.
The joint resolution is passed.
Labor leaders have been fighting to add paid sick time into the deal, citing grueling work schedules.
We are allegedly so vital to the economy and we're so important that they won't even allow us to go out on strike.
But with a strike deadline looming and the economy at risk, President Biden asked Congress to step in.
Joe Amtrak, Joe Lunchbox, whatever you want to call him, he has punted this to us to deal with his colossal mistake.
Senator Bernie Sanders announced a separate measure which would provide 7 sick days for rail workers. The House approved a similar bill on Wednesday.
If your child gets sick, if your spouse gets sick and you need to take time off of work, not only will you not get paid, you actually will get reprimanded and could get fired.
Next up, the Senate, where both bills will need 60 votes. President Biden wants them on his desk well before the December 9th deadline. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
So at this point, farmers are sounding the alarm because the nation's food supply could be in issue here, as that rail strike could possibly start on December 9th. Madison Allworth with Fox Business provides more information on that.
A rail strike would impact 50% of fertilizer shipments, making yields of vegetables like this smaller. The strike is set for December 9th. But here's the thing. If something is not done soon, we could see stoppages of shipments as early as this weekend. This Sunday, fertilizer companies will stop shipping the critical product to farms across the U.S. via rail because of safety concerns. Fertilizer cannot be left stranded if a strike were to happen. The Fertilizer Institute says steps are being made to find alternatives, but it's near impossible because there is zero elasticity in the transportation market right now.
We ship about 50% of all fertilizer via rail, and if a strike occurs and we have to find alternative sources, there really are not great options for moving that much fertilizer right before spring planting season.
Fertilizer is already at a record high, and farmers like the ones here at Cassaday Farm say their fertilizer cost has increased by 100% this past year. A strike would likely increase it another 50%, putting them in a tough position.
The input costs that farmers are facing, especially vegetable farmers, labor-intensive farmers, we're under a crunch, and we're not going to be able to make it.
All of this ultimately coming down to the consumer. Higher input costs and less fertilizer available means that crops would cost more. Back to you.
All right, as I mentioned, this is an issue that so many people are talking about because the impacts could be very dramatic across the country. I do want to bring in live, raw, and unfiltered here, Andrew Robert Thomas at University of Akron. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Of course. So tell me about the impacts here, because we're talking about a situation that will impact people if it does happen across the country. This isn't just a localized situation.
Sure. I realize that the consumer, as you just mentioned here in the previous segment about the agricultural products, food, the prices there. Something else that we need to be concerned about would be energy. So much of our energy in the United States, particularly vital energy at this time of year, particularly with coal as well as ethanol, that has to move by rail. So this could have widespread implications for the economy, of course. The other issue that we always need to be careful of is unintended consequences, things we're not seeing. As we know, the supply chain is an incredibly complex entity, and there are so many inputs and so many variables. It's almost impossible to get our arms around all of those. And so when something like this, if it were to happen, the cascading effect, particularly with regards to things we didn't anticipate, could be really substantial. So let's hope that Congress finds some kind of a way to solve this problem in that American tradition of waiting till the last minute, it seems.
Yeah, we're about 9 days away from that possible strike. Should Americans be, I guess, preparing in any sort of way for this?
I would wait to see what happens through the weekend. The old Winston Churchill adage, America will always do the right thing after we've exhausted all of our options. I think that's probably true here as well. It seems like the Senate's going to try to extract some value from the president and their political colleagues with regards to getting more of whatever they want before we get this through. This is not a unique time with regards to this strike. This has been happening. Still, it's something we should be paying attention to. I think as we get closer into the weekend, though, if this thing's not resolved, I think that's when people should really start to think about what they might want to do next in terms of trying to make sure their tank's full and make sure they got their home heating oil and all those kinds of things necessary for a few days.
And this may be a weird question to ask, but is the economy at risk? Because it seems like it would be.
Well, again, the U.S. economy it's a $23 trillion economy. It's resilient, as we've seen. We put a lot of pressure on it over the years, and it seems to keep bouncing back. The issue, though, is again these unforeseen and unintended and unpredicted results. We like to think that we're in control of everything, and then we realize when things like this happen, we may not be. It would put particular industries, would put pressure on consumers, and it's just something that's not necessary, frankly, from an economic perspective. I realize the unions have their concerns. This is just something that really we don't need to add to the fuel, particularly with what's going on geopolitically with zero COVID in China, and the fact that the Ukraine war is now reaching its maybe final concluding stage with the massive Russian offensive underway. So there's all kinds of other issues that we're preparing for. Adding this to the mix would make a lot more complexity and complications where it really wouldn't be necessary.
Have we ever seen something like this happen before, going back, I guess, in history? Is this something that does happen from time to time?
Oh, many times, dozens of times, in fact, in American history. And the railway workers, in one sense, they were very much responsible for the birth of the modern labor movement and the rising of the working and middle class of the United States in the 20th century, because they have such power, and we're seeing the power that they possess. At the same time, government realized that very quickly, that if you let these unions do whatever they want, particularly the railway workers, that can hold the economy hostage. So government, whether it's been Congress or executive order at the president, government is always trying to check that power. So this is truly a give and take, and it's playing out before our eyes. Is something that's happened many times in our nation's history.
And one thing that we talk a lot about as this is going on is the nation's food supply, how that could be impacted. But it sounds like things like energy could be impacted as well.
Yeah, that's to me, it's always critical components that keep things like electrical generation and nuclear plants and spare parts, massive spare parts that move by rail, or that can only move by rail. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, energy. We're going into the winter season. Coal is vital for heating our homes and running our factories and our businesses. And if you even stunt that for a few days, or there's even the fear that you're going to stunt that, that can cascade, and that can have some significant implications. And as I mentioned before, we're coming up into next week where the true embargo on Russian energy is supposed to kick in. And Europe hopes they're prepared for that. The United States has been selling lots of energy. Energy is a global commodity, so any pressure that you put into the energy markets at this particular time, which is very delicate, the energy markets right now, it could be substantive in terms of the damage.
How soon would we feel the effects if this does happen?
Well, I think inventories in a lot of places are higher than they have been historically, because we've learned that the supply chain can't be counted upon in this just-in-time environment that we had built prior to the pandemic. I'm not sure where we are with inventories and stocks. I don't think anybody is. You have to ask particular companies and industries within those. There will be gaps, and there will be, again, and I hate to be repetitive here, there will be these things that we can't see today, and we'd only realize that it's going on after, in fact, it's happened. Those are the things we need to be careful of, particularly in this delicate environment geopolitically and especially with energy.
Don't worry about being repetitive. I am only repetitive. Dr. Andrew Thomas, thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Well, again, I have confidence, and it's a rational optimism. I think that we will get through this with a resolution by next week. Congress has a history of delaying these things up until the very end. That's again the historical notion of it. Politicians, they're looking to extract value any way they can from any crisis. They don't want to waste that opportunity. This might be another one of those circumstances. I do believe, though, like Churchill had said, we will do the right thing eventually, and that hopefully is before this gets unwieldy and out of control.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right, want to take a live look here at Qatar. We've been checking it out all throughout the week, and that is because, if you don't know, the World Cup is still underway here. The U.S. is going to take on the Netherlands on Saturday morning. That's going to be about 10 a.m. Eastern time, so we'll have more coverage of that, especially as we get into tomorrow and Saturday morning right here on Live Now from Fox. A beautiful day unfolding there in Qatar. 8:13 on the East Coast and 5:13 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and then we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I say it time and time again. I was talking about being repetitive a bit earlier, and that's pretty much what I do for a living. So I do want to take you out to just one of our many cameras. This is over in Erie, Pennsylvania, where they are dealing with snow. I am right here sitting in a warm studio, so I am not jealous of them in any way. But if you're watching us from Erie, hopefully you're bundled up, and we appreciate you taking the time to stick with us. I do want to get back into the headlines right now and talk about that major storm that we were following, this tornado outbreak that did cause at least 2 people to lose their lives over in Alabama. We also know, of course, that at least 4 people were seriously injured in Louisiana. Fox Weather's Max Gordon breaks down everything we know about that massive storm.
A powerful tornado tearing through Montgomery County, Alabama overnight, killing multiple people.
This is a sad day for Montgomery County as a whole.
The twister was one of dozens that reportedly touched down in the southeast overnight. They left behind a trail of debris, forcing trees onto buildings and roads. Montgomery County officials say other people in the area were injured. Crews will continue checking on homes throughout the region.
With them doing door-to-door, just walking, checking, I mean, the search and rescue is going to continue. But we're going to continue to do that until we make sure that everybody's accounted for.
Across Alabama and here in Mississippi, severe thunderstorms dropped several inches of rain. Damaging winds snapped power lines, leaving thousands without electricity. Officials say nighttime storms like these are more dangerous because people may not have enough time to seek shelter.
I think the nighttime portion, that is what worries us the most, is because, some people may be asleep, some people may be traveling.
Throughout the southeast, power restoration and cleanup efforts are already underway. Multiple families have been displaced after these storms tore roofs off of homes and apartment buildings.
You can hear there's saws operating already this morning. The cleanup will be relatively quick. This is a rural area, so that's a good thing for us.
Officials here remind people to have an emergency plan in place for future storms. In Bassfield, Mississippi, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Max, thank you. We do appreciate our teams over at Fox Weather. Don't forget, you can download their amazing app. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store. Type in Fox Weather. It has a nifty radar and all the weather news that you do need. I have it on my phone. It is definitely a lifesaver. You're taking a look at just some more of the video coming in from places like Alabama and Louisiana, where they are dealing with extensive cleanup. I can tell you that coming up in just about 30 minutes or so. We will go live to Montgomery County, Alabama, and speak with Christina Thornton. She is the EMA director there in Montgomery, where unfortunately 2 lives were lost. I do want to check in with our Fox affiliates here. Chris Foster provides more information about that deadly storm.
People across the southeast waking up to widespread storm damage Wednesday morning. Since Tuesday, more than 24 tornadoes tore through the region, threatening more than 25 million people. The twisters left behind damage to numerous homes, destroyed a fire station, and tore the roof off an apartment complex. In Hale County, Alabama, emergency management officials say more than a third of the residents live in vulnerable mobile homes.
I've seen some really nice mobile homes tied down, whatever, and they just don't stand a chance in a larger tornado.
While in Mississippi, gusty winds down power lines, leaving 13,000 people without electricity. Forecasters say flooding also remains a hazard after some places saw more than 5 inches of rain within a few hours. Overnight, the rushing water wiped out this bridge in Monroe County.
The cleanup will be secondary to trying to get the power back on. There has been a lot of power restored already. We did have a main transmission line that was affected.
And the southeast, not the only region battling severe weather. Across the Midwest, people are digging out after a major snowstorm. Snowfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour impacted travel across Iowa and Minnesota.
It's just terrible. It might look like the roads are clean and clear, but you hit that black ice, you're out of there.
Back in Mississippi, residents will be battling cold temperatures as they survey the damage from these tornadoes. Chris Foster, Fox News.
We'll bring you the latest information as we do get it on that deadly storm. Once again, here in about 30 minutes, we will speak with the EMA director in Montgomery County, Alabama, where those 2 lives were lost. Hawaii's Mauna Loa continues to spew lava and debris. Take a look at that video here. It's drawing crowds who want to get a look at the volcano that's been inactive for almost 4 decades. But as Mother Nature puts on this spectacular show, some islanders are fairly concerned. Fox News national correspondent William LaJeunesse has more from L.A.
A stunning show of spewing lava drawing spectators to Volcanoes National Park just to get a glimpse of Mauna Loa erupting, sending fountains of lava as high as 150 feet.
We got to drive a little closer and see it up close and personal, and it's amazing.
After lying dormant for 38 years, the world's largest active volcano is gushing lava and painting the sky red for the 3rd straight day.
It's an ideal eruption at this point because it's fascinating, it's beautiful, and no property, no people, no risk of life yet.
But not everyone is in awe. Some residents in the shadow of the volcano fear a river of molten rock will reach their neighborhood.
For me, first thing was everybody pack clothes. Let's start packing up some rations and getting everything secured, try to pull all necessities that we really need.
Evacuation orders have yet to be issued as the lava creeps down Mauna Loa's steep slopes at less than a mile an hour. The biggest concern right now is if the flow reaches a key roadway which connects the east and west sides of the island and forested areas where trees can ignite. Officials saying there is no major cause for alarm at this time. Still, they're urging folks to remain vigilant.
We're still early in the eruption when things are unstable. We'll just watch it very, very carefully. We're thinking very, very much about, advances and what would have to happen if it did approach.
Scientists are also keeping an eye on potential health hazards, monitoring volcanic gases in the air, which can be problematic for some residents. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
William, thank you, and we will keep an eye on that volcano and let you know what happens with it. If there's more spectacular video out of there, we will bring it to you. We know, of course, that there have been updates that have been held really every few hours there by the USGS, and tomorrow morning they will join us live, raw, and unfiltered to bring us the latest. In other news here, you might remember this video from the Coast Guard just last week. It shows the rescue of a cruise passenger who fell off of the ship and was in the water somewhere between 15 to 20 hours. I had a chance to speak with Richard Heffley. He is a U.S. Coast Guard aviation survival technician. He was there to rescue that man and said he was at the end of his life before they were able to help him. I do want to play that for you, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox. Richard Heffley, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. So walk me through how all of this played out. This is a situation that has now made national headlines, as it just seems almost unbelievable for somebody to be in the water for that long. Tell me how it all played out.
We received a call from District 8 in Sector New Orleans at about 3:30 p.m. They said we had a possible PIW person in the water that had fallen off the cruise ship. We launched immediately. District 8 and Sector New Orleans did a fantastic job of taking in whatever information they could and developing a search pattern for a fixed-wing aircraft out of Mobile, a helicopter out of Coast Guard Air Station New Orleans, and a 45-foot vessel out of Venice. Just to kind of paint the picture with the tidal flow, the lack of information, we were searching an area that was about the size of Rhode Island.
I mean, that's a large area, and you're talking about a guy who at this point had been missing for so many hours. I mean, what was going through your mind at that point? Did you think we might be doing a recovery effort rather than a rescue effort?
We hear possible PIW. We hear how long he's been in the water for. It doesn't matter to us. We go out there knowing that we are looking for a survivor. We treat it as an active survivor in the water. Every case we go out.
Tell me what you saw when you pulled up on this and you did see him in the water. Tell me how that played out with the rescue itself.
A good SAM vessel, a large tanker boat, ended up hailing us on 16 and saying, "We see somebody in the water." And they were close to our location. We diverted over to that boat. And within about 5 minutes of searching the area, our flight mechanic on night vision goggles had spotted the survivor. We were able to get some video of him, and when we saw his condition in the water, we could see that time was of the essence. He was going underwater periodically. He was waving frantically, and he looked exhausted. So not but seconds later was I being deployed from the aircraft.
Tell me what condition he was in when you were able to pull him from the water.
The survivor, he was throwing his last Hail Mary, so when I got to him, he didn't have anything left. That was about to be the end of his fight. And as I shoved the rescue sling under his arms, he collapsed into it, and I could just see a general state of exhaustion. He was in the last minutes of his fight to survive. Yeah.
Oof. What do you say to people who call you a hero?
That's a tough question to answer. I don't view myself as a hero. I'm a part of a team here between District 8, Sector, the rest of the team in the helicopter, pilots behind the sticks, an amazing flight mechanic. We're out there doing our job. We're out there doing what we're trained to do. And if everybody wants to call us heroes, then we're all heroes. But I don't think of myself as a hero.
15 to possibly 18 hours in the water. That is a significantly long time. Do you see, if that does happen, somebody able to survive like this?
He had an incredible will to survive. A lot of people, they're able to prepare for going into the water. When you go out on a boat, you might have a life jacket, you might have radios, you might have flares. Well, he fell off a cruise ship wearing nothing but his pants and his shoes. So he had nothing to work with. He had only his will to survive. When we picked him up, the only thing he was wearing was a sock. So he had removed the rest of his clothing to be a little more efficient in the water. He must have had some experience in the water, because he was treading and floating for 15 to 20 hours.
This is kind of a strange question, but is it that common to see somebody fall off of a cruise ship and need to be rescued? Is that something that happens very often?
I know that it does happen. I think I saw somebody else report that 12 to 15 times a year somebody falls off a cruise ship. I'm not going to speculate on how he fell. I really have no idea, but apparently it happens every once in a while.
When you do a rescue like that, what goes through your mind? Because you have to be in full mode, I'm sure, to focus on that. And I mean, every second counts. What goes through your mind at that point?
It's just the training. It's doing what I've been trained to do. It's conducting vigilant searches and executing the mission in an efficient and safe manner. We want to go out and do our job the best we can, to the best of our abilities.
Richard Heffley, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you want to add?
Just a happy birthday to my beautiful wife, Jessica. Love you, babe.
Awesome. Thank you again. And definitely a happy birthday to Jessica. That man is a hero, despite the fact that he says he isn't. He definitely is. I do want to get back into the headlines right now, a story that we have been talking about here over the last 24 hours or so. We now know that Nancy Pelosi will be replaced with Hakeem Jeffries. That vote taking place just yesterday. So the question is, what does that mean for the future of the Democratic Party and for the future of the House? Dr. Daryl Paulson with the University of South Florida here, joining us to bring us more information. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Hey, my pleasure to be here.
Of course. So, quick question here. What is the future of the House? I know that's kind of a very involved question.
Well, it's a little bit of a mysterious question as well, since it's been 20 years since the Democrats have had a change in leadership. That's a long time for either party. So nobody knows what's going to happen when you change, the key leadership. And not only are they changing Nancy Pelosi's position, she was the key leader for the Democrats for a 20-year period of time, either in the majority or the minority status. But they're changing pretty much all three of their major leadership positions. And you really have a change in the political guard. I mean, one of the obvious changes is with respect to age. I mean, you've had the old guard in the Democratic Party in control for the past 20 years. Each of the three Democrats who have a leadership position, including Nancy Pelosi, are in their early 80s. So the average age in those three Democratic leaders is about 83 or 84 years old. The new leaders who have been selected this week to replace those three key Democratic leaders, their ages run from Jeffries, who I think is 52 or 54, he's in his early 50s. You've got one individual who's in his late 30s and another in their 40s. So it's quite a change, a sea change in terms of the age. So it's going to be quite a change in terms of leadership style. This happens anytime you change the leadership structure. It takes a while to get used to different leaders. Some people like the way that perhaps Nancy Pelosi conducted herself, always knew where the votes were, would never bring something to the floor unless she was sure that it was going to pass. And we're not quite sure what's going to happen with new people because they've never been tested. But one of the things that's really interesting to me is you've got, three different components of the Democratic Party now elected. It's not just the old guard, but Jeffries, of course, the first African American to serve as the Democratic leader in the House, and he could presumably at one point in time become the majority leader for the Democrats. You've got another one who's the leader of the progressive faction within the Democratic Party, and you've got a third person who's the leader of the Hispanic section within the Democratic Party. So three different wings of the Democratic Party are being represented by this sea change in leadership.
What exactly do we know so far about Hakeem Jeffries? I mean, a lot of people have never heard the name until now. Do we know a lot about him?
Well, probably only the people in his congressional district in Brooklyn know a lot about him. He's had a rather quick rise in terms of leadership. He's only been in Congress for 10 years. That's a relatively short period of time to assume the key leadership position for either political party. He was elected to Congress in 2012, so he's very quickly moved up the leadership rung. Obviously, he's highly respected to move up that quickly within the party. He at one time considering running for the mayor of New York, decided not to. He was going to run against Bill de Blasio, who he felt did not carry out some of the campaign promises that he made. But he was also one of the individuals who served on the impeachment hearings for Donald Trump the first time around. He was one of the Democratic managers on that hearing. So he's had a lot of different positions. And basically he says he considers himself to be a progressive Democrat. He is somebody who's very concerned about racial and social policies within the Democratic Party. And he'll work with the Republicans where available, but he's never worked with Kevin McCarthy, who is going to be his counterpart on the Republican side. Most of his work has been done with Steve Scalise, who holds a sort of, a leadership position for the Republicans, but not the major one. So it'll be interesting to see how he does with Kevin McCarthy.
This is probably a loaded question, but do you think that this could be the first step in a possible political run on the Democratic side for Jeffries?
Well, that's always one of the things you look at when you move up. I must say that there haven't been a lot of people who have held these leadership positions who have been able to move up politically, and especially in terms of a presidential run. I mean, the only one I can think of offhand is Lyndon Johnson in the Senate, who was the majority leader of the Senate for a long period of time and was selected by John F. Kennedy as his vice president and ultimately became the president. But it's hard to find very many other examples of people who have used that position. In fact, once you're in one of these leadership positions, the tendency is much more like Nancy Pelosi to stay in those positions. And she was in that position for, as I said, the last 20 years she's held that position. She probably could have held it again if she decided to run this time. But you hold it as long as you want it, as long as it's a desirable position for you. So I don't expect him to be looking elsewhere right away, but you can't discard that possibility.
Do you think Nancy Pelosi would have stepped down if Democrats still had the majority in the House?
Well, it's obvious, as anybody who's held the leadership will tell you, it's a lot more fun to be in the majority than to be in the minority. And in fact, the Democrats have said with their new leadership committee of three individuals that I've talked about, their primary objective is to become the majority in 2024. So everything is pointed towards that because they realize they really can't accomplish their own political objectives unless they're in political control. They may get a little bit here and a little bit there, but they're not going to be able to put into place the major policy issues that they want to put in place unless they're actually in full control within the House of Representatives and the Senate. And so that's their primary goal. If they achieve that goal, they will consider everything that they've done to be a success.
What about for the Republican Party now that they are going to be in control of the House? Where do you see that party going in terms of leadership and possible, legislation that they could move toward?
Yeah. Well, the Republicans are in a real bind in a couple of respects. One is they did much more poorly than anybody anticipated. I mean, they're likely to, when all the votes are counted, and they're still counting votes in a couple of key districts where you have very close races, but in all likelihood, the Republicans are going to have a majority in the House of Representatives of 4 or 5 seats. That's not a very substantial majority to work with. So they're going to have to count votes very closely. And one of the concerns of the Democrats, of course, is that the Republicans are going to engage in what they call mega politics once again. And the Republicans have talked about, the primary objective is to conduct investigations into Hunter Biden and where he got his money from. They're going to conduct investigations with respect to the pulling out in Afghanistan and how that was conducted. They want to conduct investigations with respect to the COVID situation and how President Biden handled that. So it looks like a lot of political show to the Democrats, and they're concerned that policies that really need to be done to improve the quality of life for Americans are going to be neglected. And that's going to be their big concern, and that's going to be one of the things the Democrats are going to focus in on with respect to the Republicans. What did they really accomplish once they had the majority leadership in the House of Representatives? And Democrats will hold them to account with respect to that.
And talking more about Nancy Pelosi, I know, of course, she stepped down from her leadership role, but she still does have her seat there in the House. Is it expected that she is going to retire soon from the House altogether?
Yeah, I would certainly think so. In fact, I was very surprised when she announced her retirement from the leadership position that she didn't also at the same time announce that she was leaving the House of Representatives. That's traditionally what's done. I mean, not only do you lose your political clout, and it's very difficult to give up with that political power once you've had it for 20 years. So you have to say good for her in the sense that she was able to do that, and she was the one that instituted that change, not others within the Democratic Party. But I certainly can't imagine her staying beyond the end of this current term for several reasons. One, as I mentioned, she is in her early 80s already. Secondly, her husband, of course, suffered this brutal beating and is still recovering from that. And so I'm sure that she would rather spend time with her husband. And just, 82, 84, whatever her actual age is at this point in time, there are other things to do in your life. And I think she'll be looking ahead to the grandchildren, so to speak, as most people do when they retire. So I don't see her staying beyond this term in office.
All right, Dr. Darrell Paulson, I feel like I could talk to you forever. Thank you so much for joining us. Anything that you want to add before I let you go?
No, it's just going to be a very interesting time because you haven't seen this sort of sea wave of change. You've got new leadership on the Republican side, and they only have, as I said, a 4 or 5 vote margin. One of the big questions is what happens when some of those Republicans who have already indicated they can't support the Republican agenda on a couple of issues, what if those 4 or 5 Democrats defect and the policy fails because of the defection of those 4 or 5 Republicans? It'll be very embarrassing for McCarthy, the Republican leader, and a very embarrassing situation for the Republicans as a whole. So it's going to be a very tough time for both sides. Republicans, because of their narrow margin of control in the House of Representatives, and Democrats won't be able to accomplish much simply because they're the minority party, and that means seldom do their voices get heard by the Republicans because they don't want to do anything that's going to bolster the Democratic Party. So it's going to be a bumpy ride for the next couple of years for both parties.
Seems like it. Thank you so much for joining us as always. I appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll have you back on very soon.
All right. Thanks a lot. Always a pleasure.
All right, I do want to actually head out to a live image that we do have coming into the newsroom. I believe this is going to be French President Macron coming to the White House for this celebration. As we mentioned, tonight is going to be the first state dinner for the Biden administration here. There had obviously been COVID precautions in place, so he was not able to hold a state dinner, but right there, we are expecting to see the French president and his wife arrive shortly. Essentially, they have a full day of events that are going to be planned. So not sure if they're going to be speaking here or anything like that, but we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered unfiltered if they do. Again, looking at a live image there of the White House. Let's step away for a quick break, but we will get right back to this image in about 2 minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We do have several different angles here as French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife are expected to arrive here at the White House any moment. You can see people holding both the American flag as well as the French flag. It looks like there is a podium possibly set up, so we might get a speech from both of them here, President Biden and President Macron. So if that does happen, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you to yet another angle that we do have showing crews as they are setting up. You can see they are ready for the arrival of both the French president and, of course, President Biden is there as well as Macron's wife and President Biden's wife, the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. Fox News putting together a little bit more information about this big visit, as tonight will be the first state dinner for the Biden administration. I'm actually going to keep a live view, though, of both of these views here as I do play this Fox News story. Let me zoom in and see. All right, wasn't sure if they were about to walk up, but take a listen to this Fox News report.
3, 2, 1, here we go! Yeah, okay!
Holiday festivities continue at the White House, but there are also diplomatic celebrations this week as President Biden and Vice President Harris welcome the French president for the first state visit of this administration.
This visit demonstrates the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and our cooperation.
Wednesday, French President Emmanuel Macron toured NASA headquarters with the Vice President. Thursday, the White House will roll out the red carpet for President Macron and First Lady Macron for a formal welcoming ceremony, a press conference, and a lavish state dinner. But it's not just tours and champagne. The visit also comes as the two presidents must discuss what to do about the war in Ukraine, now dragging into a second winter.
The United States is grateful for France's contributions to Ukraine's fight to defend itself.
And as relationships with China and Iran remain tense.
It says, I think, a lot about the close partnership, friendship between those two oldest allies. But it says also because the world has been changing a lot and not for the best since 2018 with the war in Ukraine. It means that we have also a lot of discussions to have.
The visit also shows France and the U.S. have mended their relationship after a diplomatic dust-up last year when the U.S. made a submarine deal with Australia that undercut a French deal. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. Once again, taking a live look here outside the White House as we are waiting for the arrival of French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife. They are going to be meeting here with President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. This is ahead of tonight's state dinner, the first one under the Biden administration. I can see that people are arriving. Not sure just yet, as it does appear that there could be a podium over there. If we will hear from both presidents, normally in this situation, they would hold a joint news conference. So if that does happen, we'll bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's step away for a quick break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. This ceremony getting underway. This is where the French president is expected to arrive here at the White House along with his wife ahead of tonight's state dinner, the first one for President Biden due to COVID restrictions that were in place, and those restrictions have now been eased. It sounds like in the background you can hear just some music as they are getting underway, the band playing, so I do want to try to pop up that audio and listen in raw and unfiltered. You can hear the music getting underway there as we are waiting for that celebration. And again, the podium is up, so it is likely we will hear from both of those leaders. I want to go over some of the basics here. Presidents Joe Biden and Emmanuel Macron are celebrating the long-standing U.S.-French relationship, but they're friends who do have differences. The French president using his visit to D.C. to sharply criticize aspects of the U.S. president's signature climate law as a, quote, bad deal for Europe. Biden is set to honor Macron with the first state dinner of his presidency. That's going to be tonight. First, the two leaders will sit down in the Oval Office for some talks this morning that officials from both sides said were expected to largely center on the leaders' efforts to stay united in their response to Russia's war in Ukraine and to coordinate their approach to an increasingly assertive China. Ahead of this meeting, Macron made clear that he and other European leaders remain deeply concerned about the incentives in a sweeping new climate-related law that favors American-made climate technology, including electric vehicles. Macron on Wednesday criticized the legislation known as the Inflation Reduction Act during a luncheon with U.S. lawmakers and again during a speech at the French embassy. The French president said that while the Biden administration's efforts to curb climate change should be applauded, the subsidiaries would be an enormous setback for European companies. Again, that is about to get underway here. I'm checking to see if it's slated to start at 9 a.m. as these things normally do run just a little bit later than you might expect. For now, though, let's pop up that audio once again. And wouldn't you know it, when I do that, the audio dies down and the music stops. Not sure if that means that we are expecting to see both leaders here in the next few minutes or if more music is going to play. Again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, the podium is set and there he is. No, actually, he's in the background there. We do expect French President Emmanuel Macron to be joining President Biden. You can see two different angles here, as we are expecting once again to see them step up to the podium and likely have a joint news conference. I thought I saw Emmanuel Macron, but as you can see, it is a very small image, so looks like he is in the back there. Let's pop up the audio. I am not sure if that music is still playing, but again, this is all happening ahead of the first state dinner of President Biden's administration. There had been the COVID-19 requirements and protocols that were in place, so they were not able to hold a state dinner until now. But tonight, the French president and his wife will join the Bidens here at the White House, and the arrival is about to begin, and it is likely once again that we will hear a joint news conference with both of them. A lot of different U.S. officials are there, including, as you can see there, Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband. Also saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken there in the background as well. They are all there to greet the French president when he does arrive. Once again, I'm giving you two different views here that are showing this as it is happening live, raw, and unfiltered. If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are about to get to the 9 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 6 o'clock hour on the West Coast. You are watching a live, raw, and unfiltered look here at the White House, where Biden's first dinner of his administration, the first state dinner, set to take place tonight as those COVID restrictions have been eased. The French president, Emmanuel Macron, is expected to arrive here, and then it does look like a podium is set up, so it is likely that there will be a speech, possibly by both President Biden and Macron. His wife will also join him tonight over at that state dinner. You can hear the music playing in the background, so I do want to hang on this shot here. If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, you are taking a live look here at the White House as we are awaiting the arrival of the French president. I want to go over some of the basics of what we do have going on here. Presidents Joe Biden and Emmanuel Macron are celebrating the long-standing U.S.-French relationship, but they are going to be friends with some big differences. The French president using his visit here to D.C. to sharply criticize aspects of the U.S. president's signature climate law as a, quote, bad deal for Europe. Biden is set to honor Macron with the first state dinner of his presidency tonight. First, the two leaders will sit down in the Oval Office for some morning talks that officials from both sides said were expected to largely center on the leaders' efforts to stay united in their response to Russia's war in Ukraine and to coordinate their approach to an increasingly assertive China. Ahead of this meeting, Macron made clear that he and other European leaders remain deeply concerned about the incentives in a sweeping new climate-related law that favors American-made climate technology. That does include electric vehicles. You can see right now some vehicles passing through in front of the White House as more people are arriving. Macron on Wednesday criticized the legislation known as the Inflation Reduction Act during a luncheon with U.S. lawmakers and again during a speech at the French embassy. The French president said that while the Biden administration's efforts to curb climate change should be applauded, the subsidies would be enormous. It would be an enormous setback for European companies. Again, we do want to pop that audio back up as we are awaiting the arrival of the French president and a likely news conference between both the French president and President Biden. That ceremony expected to get underway any minute now. It is 9:06 on the East Coast and 6:06 on the West Coast. We know if we do step away for a quick break, it's very likely that he will arrive. So I do want to hang on this image for just a little longer here. That podium is set up as we do await the arrival of the French president ahead of tonight's first state dinner of the Biden administration. The reason he had not held a state dinner in the past here since being elected is due to those COVID restrictions that were in place. I'll pop the audio back up here. We'll wait a few minutes, and if we don't see anything, we might take a quick commercial break, and then we'll get right back to this. If you are just joining us, 9:08 on the East Coast and 6:08 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, but we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are once again taking a live look over at Washington, D.C., where everything is set, the stage set here for tonight's state dinner, the first one of the Biden administration. And what we do expect to happen here shortly is the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, will arrive there at the White House, and there is a podium set up, so it appears there will be a joint news conference with both leaders, President Biden and President Macron. Right now, we do have a lot of leaders that are outside of the White House that have lined up. We did see the Vice President, Kamala Harris, and her husband both out there. We also saw Secretary of State Antony Blinken all waiting to greet the French president and his wife when they do arrive there in D.C. as we do await the arrival of the French president, I'm going to keep it in boxes here on the side of the screen so you can get a live view. However, our Lauren Blanchard with Fox News provides a little more insight on this trip, so I do want to play that report for you right now.
3, 2, 1, here we go! Yeah, okay!
Holiday festivities continue at the White House, but there are also diplomatic celebrations this week as President Biden and Vice President Harris welcome the French president for the first state visit of this administration.
This visit demonstrates the strength of our partnership, our friendship, and our cooperation.
Wednesday, French President Emmanuel Macron toured NASA headquarters with the vice president. Thursday, the White House will roll out the red carpet for President Macron and First Lady Macron for a formal welcoming ceremony, a press conference, and a lavish state dinner. But it's not just tours and champagne. The visit also comes as the two presidents must discuss what to do about the war in Ukraine, now dragging into a second winter.
The United States is grateful for France's contributions to Ukraine's fight to defend itself.
And as relationships with China and Iran remain tense.
It says, I think, a lot about the close partnership, friendship between those two oldest allies. But it says also because the world has been changing a lot and not for the best since 2018 with the war in Ukraine. It means that we have also a lot of discussions to have.
The visit also shows France and the U.S. have mended their relationship after a diplomatic dust-up last year when the U.S. made a submarine deal with Australia that undercut a French deal. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you so much. And you are once again taking these live views from the White House. You heard her talking about it, but we do expect the red carpet here, as you see, to be rolled out for the French president and his wife as they arrive at the White House. And Lauren said it as well, there will be a press conference. You can see the podium is set up there in the middle of your screen right outside the White House, a joint press conference between both leaders, President Biden and President Macron. His wife, again, going to be alongside him as they do have this first state dinner of the Biden administration. He has never been able to have a state dinner due to COVID restrictions. This will be the first one of his administration. The audio that we're playing for you is just some of the music they're playing in the background as they wait for all of this to get underway. It is now 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:15 on the West Coast. This was slated to start at about 9, but as we know, these things rarely do start on time. So we're going to keep an eye on this and keep the audio popped up for you here so we don't miss anything. Let's stay live, raw, and unfiltered.
Distinguished guests, the President of the United States and Dr. Biden.
As you can see right there, the French president and his wife have now arrived there at the White House. They are expected to speak here. President Biden and French President Emmanuel Macron, not sure just yet if they're going to do a photo op first, but it looks like they are now headed for the podium. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. That is what we do. We are live, raw, and unfiltered at all times. And you can see the president, of course, shaking hands along with the French president of a lot of different U.S. officials there. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. You also have the White House spokesperson, the communications director there, Karine Jean-Pierre. If you've ever watched us here on Live Now from Fox, you have probably seen her White House press briefings where she answers questions from the media. Also, you can see there Dr. Jill Biden hugging Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Again, they're kind of going down the line and shaking hands. I'm sure he's introducing the French president and his wife to all of these different officials who, I mean, he may or may not have met before. And the two leaders do have a lot to discuss. We have been talking about that all throughout the morning here. We know the presidents are going to celebrate the long-standing U.S.-French relationship, but they do have some differences that they have to discuss. The French president using that visit here to D.C. to sharply criticize aspects of the U.S. president's signature climate law as a, quote, bad deal for Europe. That is why they are going to have a little bit in the way of differences when they have that discussion today. Biden is set to honor Macron and his wife with the first state dinner of his presidency. That is going to happen tonight. The two leaders before that are expected to sit down in the Oval Office for some talks this morning after they do hold this press conference. Both sides are expected to discuss the leaders' efforts to stay united in their response to Russia's war in Ukraine and coordinate their approach to this increasingly assertive China. Again, they are expected here once they finish shaking hands with the different U.S. officials there. They will walk up the stairs and give that joint press conference. Ahead of this meeting, though, Macron did make clear that he and other European leaders do remain deeply concerned about the incentives in a sweeping new climate-related law that favors American-made climate technology, including electric vehicles. Macron just yesterday criticized the legislation, which has become known as the Inflation Reduction Act, during a luncheon with those U.S. lawmakers and again during a speech at the French embassy. The French president said that while the Biden administration's efforts to curb climate change should be applauded, the subsidies would be an enormous setback for European countries. He did criticize a deal reached at a recent climate summit in Egypt in which the U.S. and other wealthy nations did agree to help pay for the damage that an overheating world is inflicting on poor countries. The deal includes a few details on how it will be paid for, and Macron said a more comprehensive approach is definitely needed. Quote, not just a new fund, we decided, which will not be funded, and even if it is funded, it will not be rightly allocated. It does appear they are headed for those stairs now to go to the podium. We will hear from both leaders here. So as I mentioned, we're going to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the national anthem of the French Republic, followed by the national anthem of the United States.
Yes. Okay, we can go now.
Ceremonial at ease. Come, stand at ease.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the United States.
Sure. The temperature may be a little chilly on this December night day, but our hearts are warm and to welcome such close friends to the White House. President Macron and Brigitte, members of the French delegation, distinguished guests, it's an honor, a genuine honor to host you for the first state visit of my administration. And to celebrate the enduring strength and vitality of the great friendship between France and the United States of America.
Bonjour. La température est peut-être fraîche en ce jour lumineux de décembre, mais nos cœurs sont chauds d'accueillir des amis si proches à la Maison-Blanche. Monsieur le Président Macron, Brigitte, membres de la délégation française, distingués invités, c'est un honneur de vous accueillir pour la première visite d'État de mon administration et de célébrer la force et la vitalité durable de la grande amitié entre la France et les États-Unis d'Amérique.
As my friend and I were talking, France is our oldest ally, our unwavering partner in freedom's cause. From the spirit of Marcus de Lafayette, who helped secure the success of our revolution, to the sacrifice of American GIs who stormed the beaches of Normandy, our history has been shaped by the courage of the women and men who crossed the Atlantic, carrying within their hearts the flame of liberty. Today, that flame burns more brightly than ever, and the alliance between our two nations remains essential to our mutual defense.
La France est notre plus ancien allié, notre partenaire inébranlable dans la cause de la liberté. De l'esprit du marquis de Lafayette, qui a contribué au succès de notre révolution, au sacrifice des GI américains qui ont pris d'assaut les plages de Normandie, notre histoire a été façonnée par le courage des femmes et des hommes qui ont traversé l'Atlantique, portant de leur cœur la flamme de la liberté. Aujourd'hui, cette flamme brûle plus brillamment que jamais, et l'alliance entre nos deux nations reste essentielle à sa défense.
As allies in NATO, together with our European Union and the G7, and partners around the world, France and the United States are facing down Vladimir Putin's grasping ambition for conquest and Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, which has once more shattered peace on the continent of Europe.
De l'OTAN, aux côtés de l'Union européenne, du G7 et de partenaires du monde entier, la France et les États-Unis font face à l'ambition de conquête de Vladimir Poutine et à la guerre brutale de la Russie contre l'Ukraine, qui a une nouvelle fois fracassé la paix sur le continent européen.
France and the United States are once again defending the democratic values and universal human rights, which are the heart of both our nations. The wellspring of our strength is a shared commitment to liberty and justice for all. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
La France et les États-Unis défendent les valeurs démocratiques et les droits universels de la personne, qui sont au cœur de nos deux nations. La source de notre force est un engagement commun pour la liberté et la justice pour tous. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
We are proving to people around the world that democracies deliver from our joint leadership to make sure partners everywhere, and parents everywhere can feed their children, to cooperate and to tackle the climate crisis, and to preserve our planet for generations yet to come. And on this World's AIDS Day, we reaffirm our shared commitment to end the AIDS epidemic by 2030.
Prouvons aux gens du monde entier que les démocraties tiennent leurs promesses, de notre leadership commun pour faire en sorte que les parents du monde entier puissent nourrir leurs enfants, à notre coopération pour lutter contre la crise climatique et préserver notre planète pour les générations à venir. En cette journée mondiale de lutte contre le sida, nous réaffirmons notre engagement commun pour mettre fin à l'épidémie de sida d'ici 2030.
President Macron, you heard me speak before about the inflection point we stand at in history, and how the choices we make today and in the years ahead will determine the course of our world for decades to come. And the United States could not ask for a better partner in this work than France. For centuries, we've come together, charted a course toward a world of greater freedom, greater opportunity, greater dignity, and greater peace.
Monsieur le Président Macron, vous m'avez déjà entendu parler du point d'inflexion que nous avons atteint dans l'histoire et sur la façon dont les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui et dans les années à venir détermineront l'évolution de notre monde pour les décennies à venir. Les États-Unis ne pouvaient pas demander un meilleur partenaire dans ce travail que la France. Depuis des siècles, nous avons ensemble tracé la voie vers un monde de plus grande liberté, de plus grandes opportunités, d'une plus grande dignité individuelle et d'une plus grande paix.
Stalwart friends in times of triumph and of trial, France and the United States will meet the future just as we always have, confident in our shared capacity, sustained by the strength of our shared values, and undaunted by any challenge that lies ahead. And the connections we are building today between our students, our businesses, our trailblazers, will see our alliance continue to prosper and grow stronger for decades to come. So, Mr. President, welcome again, and welcome to the French delegation. I'm honored to have you here and looking forward to a wonderful day together. God bless both our nations, and may God protect our troops. Mr. President.
Amis indéfectibles dans les moments de triomphe et d'épreuve, la France et les États-Unis affronteront l'avenir comme nous l'avons toujours fait, confiants dans nos capacités communes, soutenus par la force de nos valeurs partagées, sans se laisser décourager par les défis qui nous attendent. Et les liens que nous construisons aujourd'hui entre nos étudiants, nos entreprises, nos pionniers, permettront à notre alliance de continuer à prospérer et à se renforcer pendant les décennies à venir. Donc, bienvenue à nouveau, Monsieur le Président, et à la délégation française. Je suis honoré de vous avoir ici et je me réjouis de passer une merveilleuse journée ensemble. Que Dieu bénisse nos deux nations et que Dieu protège nos troupes.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the French Republic.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, cher Joe, Madame, cher Jill, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Joe, Madam, dear Jill, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests.
Nous sommes à la fois honorés et émus d'être en ce jour à vos côtés, à la Maison-Blanche. Honorés et émus, vous l'avez dit, Monsieur le Président, à l'instant, car nos deux nations sont sœurs dans leur combat pour la liberté. La France, dès les origines de l'indépendance américaine et de la construction de votre nation. Les États-Unis, par le sang versé des tranchées de la Somme aux plages de Normandie.
We are both honored and moved, Mr. President, to be here with you today at the White House. Honored and moved, like you said, Mr. President, because our two nations are sisters in their fight for freedom. France from the beginnings of American independence, the inception of your country, and the United States in the life sacrifice from the trenches of the Somme to the beaches of Normandy.
Et cette histoire commune nous oblige. Aussi, face au retour de la guerre sur le sol européen, suite à l'agression russe contre l'Ukraine, et face aux crises multiples qui frappent nos nations et nos sociétés, il nous faut savoir redevenir frères d'armes.
Accordingly, we bear a duty to this shared history. As war returns to the European soil, following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and in light of the multiple crises our nations and our societies face, we need to become brothers in arms once more.
Cet esprit de fraternité doit nous permettre de bâtir un agenda d'ambition et d'espoir, car nos deux pays ont la même foi dans la liberté, dans les valeurs démocratiques, dans l'émancipation par l'éducation et le travail, dans le progrès par les sciences et le savoir.
This spirit of fraternity must enable us to build an agenda of ambition and hope, as our two countries share the same faith in freedom, in democratic values, in empowerment through education and work, and in progress through science and knowledge.
Nos démocraties, d'un côté et l'autre de l'océan, sont bousculées par les mêmes doutes sur notre capacité à être suffisamment forts et efficaces face aux urgences communes, aux défis climatiques, sanitaires, géopolitiques, technologiques. Elles doutent parfois face au relativisme, aux discours de haine, aux fausses informations, comme aux angoisses contemporaines.
Our democracies, on both sides of the ocean, are being shaken by the same doubts as to our ability to be sufficiently strong and effective when it comes to the challenges we share, those of the climate, geopolitics, and technology. They're in doubt in the face of relativism, hate speech, false information, and today's fears.
C'est la même détermination qui nous unit en ce jour et la même force d'âme.
United today by the same determination and the same strength of mind.
Nous devons, ensemble, trouver un chemin pour offrir un avenir possible à nos enfants, fait de prospérité, de justice et d'écologie.
Together, we need to find a path to offer a possible future for our children, one of prosperity, justice, and ecology.
Nous devons, ensemble, œuvrer pour rebâtir l'unité de nos sociétés par le respect et la reconnaissance qui seuls permettent d'éradiquer la haine.
Together, we need to work to rebuild the unity of our societies through respect and recognition, the only means to eradicate hate.
Nous devons, ensemble, tramer les nouveaux équilibres du monde pour faire advenir la paix, construire un partenariat renouvelé et plus équitable avec le Sud.
Together, we need to frame new world balances to bring peace and build a renewed, more equitable partnership with the global South.
Nos frontières nouvelles sont là, et pour parvenir à les atteindre, les États-Unis et la France sont les alliés les plus solides, car cette amitié est enracinée à travers les siècles.
Our new frontiers are there, and it is our shared responsibility to respond to this. And to that effect, the United States and France, the strongest allies, are there because our relationship is rooted in centuries.
Notre destin commun est d'y répondre ensemble, fidèles à notre histoire, lucides sur notre monde et déterminés à inventer une espérance. Vive l'amitié entre les États-Unis d'Amérique et la France.
It is our shared destiny to respond to those challenges together. True to our history, clear-sighted about world, and determined to generate hope. Long live the friendship between the United States and France.
Ready? On. Mr. President, this concludes the ceremony.
And there you have it there. Those were the speeches by both President Biden and French President Macron, who is here with his wife for the first state dinner of the Biden administration here. There had been COVID restrictions, so they were not able to hold anything like this in the past. Again, this will be the first state dinner. Biden and Macron are now meeting in the Oval Office to go discuss some issues, and that includes about the climate. So we should have a press conference later on this morning with both of them, likely after they have had those discussions in the Oval Office. I believe that is slated to start around 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, but as we know, these things absolutely never start on time. But again, that is expected to begin around 11:45 Eastern Time. You can see right now we have both the Bidens and the Macrons are there. They are on the balcony waving to everyone who is down on the ground outside of the White House. This ceremony just held as they rolled out the red carpet for the Macrons to arrive, the French president and his wife. Now they will head into the White House, of course, and they will have those discussions over in at the Oval Office. We should have that news conference once again where they will discuss everything that they talked about, or at least some of it, at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time. And that is actually the end of the audio here. So let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. It is 9:52 over on the East Coast and 6:52 on the West Coast. I do want to get to the big one right now that we are following, and that is, of course, the possibility of this rail strike. Take a look here at the White House. We did see that ceremony just held moments ago. That is where the president and French president did meet before heading into the White House. They're going to meet in the Oval Office, and around 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, that is when we expect another news conference with both of those leaders. In the meantime, Congress one step closer to heading off a huge railroad strike, but the Senate now on the verge of blowing a White House deadline to finish the job. President Biden calling for quick action, but it may all hinge on a handful of votes on Capitol Hill. That's where Doug Luzader has more for us.
One! Here we go!
Okay. President Biden helping switch on the national Christmas tree last night, just as we are days away now from the railroads hitting the off switch. A strike deadline is about a week away.
The president believes that a bill averting a rail strike needs to reach his desk by this weekend. He is very clear about that because we need to protect the American families from a potential devastating effects of a rail shutdown.
Yesterday, the House did what the president asked, and in a bipartisan vote, they passed the tentative agreement that the railroads and union leaders had agreed to back in September. But 4 of the 12 unions had ultimately rejected that deal, holding out for sick time. And while the House also passed a second measure to add 7 sick days to the deal, that will face resistance in the Senate, and it goes beyond what the president has pushed for. Today, the Secretaries of Labor and Transportation will huddle with Senate Democrats, already offering some dire warnings if this doesn't get done.
So within a matter of days, you could see, for example, chlorine not reaching water treatment plants and people in American cities being told they have to boil water or use bottled water.
And there is some bipartisan opposition here, from some conservatives who think Congress shouldn't get involved, and from some progressives who think this is a bad deal for workers.
That's just not right, and that's not what Congress should be imposing on anyone.
All right, so farmers are sounding the alarm as they say this would impact the nation's food supply in a very major way. Fox Business's Madison Allworth here with the story and providing a little bit more information about that alert, again, from farmers.
A rail strike would impact 50% of fertilizer shipments, making yields of vegetables like this smaller. The strike is set for December 9th. But here's the thing, if something is not done soon, we could see stoppages of shipments as early as this weekend. This Sunday, fertilizer companies will stop shipping the critical product to farms across the U.S. via rail because of safety concerns. Fertilizer cannot be left stranded if a strike were to happen. The Fertilizer Institute says steps are being made to find alternatives, but it's near impossible because there is zero elasticity in the transportation market right now.
We ship about 50% of all fertilizer via rail, and if a strike occurs and we have to find alternative sources, there really are not great options for moving that much fertilizer right before spring planting season.
Fertilizer is already at a record high, and farmers like the ones here at Cassaday Farm say their fertilizer cost has increased by 100% this past year. A strike would likely increase it another 50%, putting them in a tough position.
The input costs that farmers are facing, especially vegetable farmers, labor-intensive farmers, we're under a crunch, and we're not going to be able to make it.
All of this ultimately coming down to the consumer. Higher input costs and less fertilizer available means that crops would cost more. Back to you.
We will track the latest here on that rail strike, the possible strike that would begin December 9th. Congress trying to decide how they can go about preventing this from happening. We know that part of that did pass the House yesterday, so now it goes on to the Senate. The Senate kind of split on it, so we may not see it pass. But again, this is one of those situations that we will track very closely. I do want to step away for our last break of the hour, but as we approach the 10 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 7 o'clock on the West Coast, we will get right back to the headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is about 10 o'clock on the East Coast and 7 o'clock over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. What is that? You are taking a live look at Qatar right now. It is dark and nighttime, but those buildings are lit up as the World Cup is still underway. We, of course, know that the U.S. will take on the Netherlands. That is going to be Saturday, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, so be sure to watch that on Fox. We will continue to have all kinds of coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, including some interviews that will be scheduled for tomorrow. So again, stick with us for the latest information. Do want to get back to some political news right now here on Live Now, taking a live look from the U.S. Capitol. It's a new era for House Democrats who elected the next generation of leaders to replace Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her team. While Democrats faced no drama, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is having trouble rounding up enough GOP votes to become the next speaker. Fox's Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
It's an honor to stand before you today.
In a historic move, New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries is set to replace House Speaker Nancy Pelosi as the leader of House Democrats next year. Jeffries will be the first black lawmaker to head a major political party in Congress.
We look forward to finding opportunities to partner with the other side of the aisle.
He'll serve alongside Massachusetts Congresswoman Catherine Clark, who will be Democratic whip, and California Congressman Pete Aguilar, who's set to become chairman of the House Democratic Caucus. Their elections signal a shift in the party's leadership as it seeks to usher in a wave of younger faces. Jeffries is 30 years younger than Pelosi, who's keeping her congressional seat and has been designated Speaker Emerita.
He's more in touch with the sort of progressive wing of the party, so we could see him try to bring members like those that are in the squad deeper into the fold.
House Democrats' unanimous vote for Jeffries represents a remarkable show of unity, even as they head into the minority next year. It stands in contrast with GOP leader Kevin McCarthy's bumpy bid to become the next speaker. Several Republicans who don't support him say he doesn't have the votes to win.
I would say right now he doesn't have 218.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy warns Republicans they can accomplish key agenda items like securing the border, energy independence, and government accountability if he doesn't secure the 218 votes needed to become House Speaker. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Thank you so much, Madeline. Taking a live look here where we are listening in. This is via C-SPAN, and it's a Senate hearing on the cryptocurrency company, their downfall. This is on FTX. I do want to listen in as this just began, and they are already talking about that failed company.
Regulatory authority over the trading of crypto tokens that are not securities. To be clear, there currently is no federal market regulation of spot crypto assets that are not securities. These include Bitcoin and Ether, the two most heavily traded crypto assets. The White House and the Financial Stability Oversight Council have urged Congress to close this gap. The Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act does exactly that, and I want to thank Senator Bozeman as my partner, and I want to thank our co-sponsors as well. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act does not take authority away from other financial regulators, nor does it make the CFTC the primary crypto regulator. Because crypto assets can be used in many different ways, no single financial regulator has the expertise or the authority to regulate the entire industry. We continue to work with our colleagues on the Senate Banking Committee and at the Securities and Exchange Commission and other financial regulators to bring greater protections to this market, regardless of whether the asset is a security or a commodity. The crisis created by FTX further confirms the need for a whole-of-government approach to regulating this market. The risks of trading crypto have come into sharp focus in the past few weeks, but we have known about them for years. The lack of clear, consistent rules has allowed crypto to flourish despite the harmful conflicts of interest and absence of responsible governance and risk management, and a failure to safeguard customer assets. This is the very conduct our legislation is designed to prevent. And where federal regulators, including the SEC, already have authority to register and oversee crypto firms, they must use that authority. Fraud prosecutions are a critical tool, but far too few and far too often they are brought after customers' money has been lost, with little recourse for those affected. Senator Boozman and I have called today's hearing to do two things. First, to understand what went wrong at FTX. We won't have all the answers today because the story is just beginning to unfold. But the committee will hear from Chairman Benham about what may have triggered such a staggering collapse in such a short period of time. Second, we want to ensure that the Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act sufficiently addresses these risks. One thing is already apparent. The crypto industry lacks the customer protections that Americans expect and deserve when trading in U.S. markets. When exchanges accept customer funds for trading, they must not be allowed to gamble with those funds. They must not be allowed to invent products that have little or no intrinsic value and accept them as collateral for loans. And they must not be allowed to self-deal. FTX did all of those things, emboldened by a lack of federal oversight. And let me just conclude by saying that there is one exception in this story. One exception is LedgerX, a derivatives exchange and clearinghouse purchased by FTX and registered with the CFTC. John Ray, the CEO appointed to navigate the FTX companies through bankruptcy, said that LedgerX has a, quote, solvent balance sheet and responsible management. Customer money was safeguarded and is accounted for. The DCCPA replicates these protections for digital commodity markets. If our bill had been law, FTX's conduct would have been illegal and could have been prevented. Congress must act. Congress must act to pass legislation that will hold this industry to the same rules as traditional financial institutions and close gaping holes in our regulations. If we fail to meet this responsibility, consumers will continue to be harmed, and hardworking Americans will continue to lose billions of dollars at the hands of bad actors like FTX. And that's why we're here, and I'm going to turn now to my colleague and partner in this effort, Senator Boozman.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and for calling today's very, very important hearing. The sudden bankruptcy of FTX, a Bahamas-based cryptocurrency exchange that at its peak was the world's third largest crypto exchange by volume, has been truly shocking. Public reports suggest a complete lack of risk management, conflicts of interest, and misuse of customer funds. There is simply no place for such behavior, especially in our financial markets. A failure of this magnitude requires Congress to analyze a number of things. What happened? The scope and scale of the impact to U.S. consumers and investors. What could have prevented this? And what the potential market effects are or systemic risk were. This hearing will allow the public to learn what happened from the perspective of the CFTC, a frontline regulator, the agency's response, and the tools the agency needs to protect U.S. customers and investors in the future. Many have asked, why is the Ag Committee involved in this? The Ag Committee is involved because this committee and no other committee in the Senate is responsible for the oversight of the nation's commodity markets, Bitcoin, although a cryptocurrency, is a commodity. It's a commodity in the eyes of the federal courts and the opinion of the SEC chairman. There's no dispute about this. If there are exchanges where commodities are traded, be it wheat, oil, or Bitcoin, then they must be regulated. It's simply that simple. The choice not to regulate leaves consumers at the mercy of those who would prey upon them. The FTX failure is an unacceptable reoccurrence. A foreign entity fails and U.S. consumers and businesses get hurt as a result. The choice not to regulate or opting for a regulation by enforcement approach drives entities offshores and out of the U.S. regulators' purview. When these offshore entities fail, U.S. consumers still get hurt, but U.S. regulators can only watch from afar. The CFTC is the right agency to regulate digital commodities. When given the necessary authorities, the CFTC has consistently demonstrated its willingness to protect consumers via enforcement actions against bad actors. It also has a pragmatic, principles-based agency approach that enhances consumer protection by building and implementing constructive, workable regulatory structures for markets to function in. There is no better example of this than the CFTC's regulation of the futures market, which has proven to be one of the most resilient markets, in large part because of the CFTC's tried and trusted principles-based regulatory regime. The CFTC regulates markets through core principles that prevent conflicts of interest, prohibits abusive trade practices, protects customer funds, and informs investors about market risk. Chairman Stabenow and I have drawn from these consumer protection-based principles and the agency's expertise in regulating evolving and complex markets and applied them to digital commodity spot markets. I welcome today's hearings to explore how the CFTC would have used the Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act in this situation and to flesh out what regulatory gaps we need to fill to prevent such occurrences from happening again.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in to the Senate hearing underway on cryptocurrency and the failed company FTX. We're going to step away from that for just a few minutes, but we will bring you more on that a bit later. I want to get to another top story that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox, and this involves that deadly tornado outbreak that we have been tracking here. This is just some of the video showing the damage. We know at least 2 people are dead over in Alabama and several other people injured in Louisiana. Again, the video almost unbelievable. I do want to bring in right now Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather. She is over in Caledonia right now to give us an update on the situation there. I can definitely see quite a bit of damage. Nicole?
Josh, good morning. The destruction you see around us now caused by an EF2 tornado. That information just confirmed moments ago from the National Weather Service, and just by looking around you can tell it was a powerful one. I'm standing outside what was once a fire station here in Lowndes County, now stepping in through the mangled and bent metal beams and siding that were just ripped off of really the base of the structure here during that tornado outbreak. And you can take a look, you can see the sky, no more roof on top of this structure. Unfortunate for so many in this community who really felt a sense of comfort having a fire station this close to where they live. But unfortunately, not only did firefighters, but they actually had to take the engines out of this structure, evacuate it prior to that tornado touching down here to try to save it and be ready to respond to other emergencies that were going to be happening here. I want to take you with me here, and I'll turn around so I can make sure to step accordingly, because I want to show you the rest of the destruction here. And one of the most critical resources in a tornado outbreak like we experienced just 48 hours ago are those tornado sirens. So things that you usually see become such a important tool to warn people who live in these communities that a tornado is imminent. The warning is issued. What you're looking at right now is the tornado siren that was once standing tall in this community that has now been destroyed. You see it here. I mean, just such a tough scene, and something that I think a lot of people who live in this community once looked at as a sense of relief to know that they would be able to hear that siren and be warned of that incoming danger. We're not sure whether that was able to go off prior to the impact here, but you take a look behind me and the damage goes on for miles. What you're seeing happen right now is power crews. They're back over here trying to get new lines put up in this specific community to get the lights back on for the people who are now going through that very long recovery process. And it's incredible to see how quickly they're able to get these back up and running. They know, however, it's so critical to get them at least that resource. There are so many people here who have lost literally everything, if not their entire homes. Behind that Jeep, I'm not sure if you can see it, a home split into two. I mean, this is the reality for people all across Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. And I tell you, people here say they feel grateful that no one was injured and no one lost their life in this state. We know that's not the case in Alabama. Unfortunately, 2 people losing their lives after a tornado made its way through a community in Montgomery County. So, Josh, there is still a lot of work to do. A lot of people here filled with emotion, pain, trying to get through those next steps. But as you hear the chainsaws go behind me, I'll also tell you they are very hopeful. They're very motivated to rebuild and start over here. And they've got the help of their neighbors, their first responders, and their friends who are coming to their aid.
It just shows the significance and the importance of paying close attention, for instance, to Fox Weather, to the app there, when you do know that a storm, a severe storm, is expected to hit your area. Because, yeah, you hear a tornado outbreak is possible, but if you just look at some of the damage, Nicole, that you are seeing out there, it kind of tells the story of just how important it is to be prepared and to take cover.
I mean, it really does. That's why we always stress when these tornado outbreaks or watches are issued, to have those alerts on loud, because there needs to be more than one way that you get notified that you could be in the path of one of these destructive, potentially deadly storms. And a lot of people talk about the sirens here, and of course they're a invaluable resource, but clearly this paints a dark picture, which is that you can't rely on solely one mode to get those warnings. If that siren didn't go off prior to it being destroyed, hopefully the phones of the people who live in this community did, and they were able to get out and get to a safe place. Because one thing we know about tornadoes that are an EF2 or greater is that it can do significant damage to mobile homes, and the evidence of that is just behind me. And so it is always, our first priority is to make sure that you are safe, you know where to go to put you, yourself, your family, anything that you can grab to just try to get through and live through these deadly, deadly storms.
All right, Nicole Valdez with Fox Weather, thank you so much for joining us as always, and stay safe out there.
Thank you.
It is 10:18 over on the East Coast and 7:18 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, you should download that Fox Weather app. Go to the Google Play Store, the Apple Store, type in Fox Weather, and you can download that app. It's going to have a pretty awesome radar and all of your weather-related news. It is on my phone, and I use it to track storms that are moving through the U.S. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back into that Senate hearing right now on cryptocurrency that is ongoing at this moment. They're discussing the failed company FTX and possible regulations for cryptocurrency companies that currently do not exist. I do want to remind you, coming up in about 10 minutes, an expert will join us to talk more about the ongoing investigation into the killings at the University of Idaho, those 4 students who were killed in their rooms just 2 weeks ago. That expert is with forensics criminology and will help us break down everything we know so far about that case. But for now, let's listen in raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
All obligated to answer, as regulators are, how did you let this happen, and how will you prevent this from happening again? In the pivotal moment we find ourselves in, the answer to both questions is comprehensive market regulation. At the CFTC, we lack the authority to comprehensively regulate the digital commodity market and to prevent this from happening again. We must be provided appropriate authority by Congress. And without new authority for the CFTC, there will remain gaps in a federal regulatory framework, even if other regulators act within their existing authority. In fact, the recent Financial Stability Oversight Council report concludes that, quote, a regulatory gap exists in spot markets for crypto assets that are commodities and not securities. The CFTC will remain vigilant with respect to our registered entities, use our existing fraud and manipulation authority to the fullest extent of the law, and engage with this committee to ensure you have as much information as needed. I look forward to answering your questions, and thank you for the invitation today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And we will have 7-minute rounds because of the importance of this issue and having our one witness today. Chairman, you testified that CFTC has a limited window into FTX operation, apart from the one entity that you talked about, LedgerX, which is registered with the CFTC. Based on the visibility that you have into LedgerX and the information that you learned from discussions with other regulators or FTX, what can you tell us about the cause of the FTX collapse?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I'd say at the beginning very clearly, the LedgerX relationship was essentially walled off from other affiliates and other entities in the FTX family. So we had a lens into FTX, and as I've stated, and as you've recognized, the entity is healthy, it's solvent, it's operational, and we know where customer money is. But the limitations of our authority stopped at that entity. And the sort of reciprocal relationship is, for those same reasons that we were walled off from going past the regulated entity, the other FTX entities were not able to pierce through LedgerX and potentially take customer money, which obviously as a regulator, that is the priority. In terms of what happened and what we're learning, obviously a lot of information continues to come in. But as we look at what we've learned thus far, it seems like a classic liquidity crunch that really forced a run on the institution. Over a series of days, there were concerns about the health of the FTX entity and all of the affiliates. And at that point, as we've learned, a number of the customers and investors started to withdraw their funds, which really cascaded into a massive withdrawal of funds, which at some point, FTX had to stop those withdrawals and then ultimately file for bankruptcy. A lot of indications about commingling and not using custody to protect customer property, and a series of conflicts of interest, which you also pointed out. So these are the things that we've learned so far, but continue to monitor the situation. But ultimately, it looks like a classic run based on a liquidity crunch.
Thank you. FTX had requested that CFTC amend LedgerX's clearinghouse license, and the agency was reviewing that proposal at the time of their bankruptcy. Could you please describe for the committee the agency's interactions with FTX and its former CEO regarding this request, as well as the status of the request before it was withdrawn?
Thanks, Senator. I'll try to be as concise and comprehensive as possible. It's an important question. We had, and FTX was dogged in their pursuit of getting an approval for this application for the clearinghouse. But certainly, as I can't speak to the number of meetings necessarily that Mr. Bankman-Fried and his team had with staff. I do know they were in the building quite a bit, talking with staff about the details of the application. I can, though, share with this committee with respect to me, my team and I have taken an initial review of my calendar, and what we've observed is that my team and I met with Mr. Bankman-Fried and his team. Over the past 14 months, we met 10 times in the CFTC office at their request, all in relation to this DCO, this clearinghouse application. 9 out of the 10 times we were in Washington, 1 was at a widely held conference in Florida earlier this year. In addition, there were 2 phone calls, I believe, and a number of messages, all in relation to the DCO application, providing us updates, suggesting that they were answering questions from different divisions, and trying, as I said, to doggedly move the application along and to get it approved. I would say it's really important to understand that by law, by statute, we needed to address and respond to the application. We did not have flexibility to put it on the side of the desk or disregard it. We had to respond to it. And knowing the importance of the issue and the very strong feelings on both sides of the application, both in support and opposition, I made a decision very early to be as transparent as possible with the process. So in March of this year, we put out a request for information, a series of questions to the public, trying to get as much stakeholder input. We received 1,500 responses to that request for information. In May of this year, we had a public roundtable on non-intermediation, specifically on non-intermediation and not the FTX application, because this application was not the first of its kind, and I will tell this committee it's not going to be the last of its kind either. This will continue to be an issue for the CFTC. All that said, this application had the potential impact far beyond FTX itself. It had the potential impact across market structure, across derivatives markets, and potentially across all financial markets. And it was for that reason that I decided, me as chairman, to be personally engaged as much as possible. There were very, very strong feelings about this application, and I felt I needed to be engaged as the chairman of the agency. That meant directly with FTX and Mr. Bankman-Fried, but that meant with other CEOs of public interest groups, of clearinghouses, of exchanges, of academics and regulators as well. And in many respects, this is consistent with what I've done in the past, but it is also consistent with recognizing the importance of the issue. I want to be responsive to stakeholders, I want to be respectful to stakeholders, and I want to have an open door policy so that my team and I can learn as much as possible. With regard to the last question, and I know there's been a number of reporting lately about the status of the application and where it was. The application was applied or submitted in December of last year. As of the withdrawal date, which was, I believe, November 11th of this year, there was no decision. There were more questions than answered. There was no decision or recommendation from staff. There was no pressure from any outside sources. As I said, we were doing what we were obligated to do by law. We were being very careful and surgical in examining the issue and including as many people and stakeholders as possible to better inform our decision.
Thank you very much. And last question before turning to my colleagues. Would the conduct that led to FTX failure have been prohibited under the Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act? If you could speak briefly.
Sure, Senator. Based on what we know thus far, a lot of the issues that have arisen and sort of come to light is significant conflicts of interest, significant allegations of commingling customer money and house money, lack of books and records, lack of corporate governance and risk controls, just to name a few. And these are, from our understanding and working with you on the DCCPA, core elements of the DCCPA. So I certainly think, given the events of the recent past, we should take a fresh look, but the DCCPA does address these issues and would have prohibited those actions from occurring at FTX.
Thank you. Senator Boozman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for being with us to testify about what's happened and so importantly about the potential for future bad things happening to consumers if Congress doesn't act and get some authority to both you and the SEC so we can prevent these things from happening in the future. While this is not my view, over the past week I've read multiple articles that suggests the CFTC is a soft-touch regulator. Do you have a response to that?
Senator, I just patently reject that suggestion. I think you and I have talked about this before. I've talked about this to this committee. Again, I think it's just a lack of insight into the CFTC and what we do. And I think if individuals took a harder look at our record, both from a regulatory perspective and an enforcement perspective, they would understand that we're the farthest thing from a light touch regulator. We're one of the strongest, most respected regulators in the world, especially around derivatives markets. I think, I've been thinking about this a lot given the narrative that's been building. And my response comes with a few thoughts about what we do and what we've done historically. First, as we've discussed, let's think about LedgerX and the entity that we regulate. Of all the 130 entities in the FTX family, the few that survived, one is the CFTC regulated entity. Solvent, operational, and customer money is where it's supposed to be. I'd also point to our enforcement record. Since the last time I was with this committee, we closed out our fiscal year 2022 enforcement record. Over $2.5 billion in assessed penalties on a $320 million budget.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into that Senate hearing underway on cryptocurrency and the failed company FTX. We'll get back to that in just a second, but look to the bottom right-hand side of your screen as we are covering some breaking news at this moment. This is out of a Fort Worth, Texas suburb where we have just learned at least one person has been hurt in a house explosion in the Fort Worth suburb of Wentworth Village. This all happened around 7:30 local time over on Waters Place. If you are familiar with the area, that is at the end of a dead-end street. You can see crews right now combing through what is a lot of wreckage in that area. Neighbors telling our Fox 4 Dallas team that they heard a loud boom and felt their homes and windows shake. Now, MedStar, the hospital there, their officials confirming that one adult man was flown to a hospital in critical condition. Video shared by a former Fox 4 critic who lives nearby shows police and fire trucks that are at several different areas there blocking off the street. Again, we are taking a live look here in the Fort Worth, Texas suburb there. This is Wentworth Village. We do know that a home has exploded and at least one person is listed in critical condition. Atmos Energy in that area has shut off natural gas in the area just as a precaution. That is some major damage as a result. The cause of that explosion still under investigation, and it is very early in that investigation. So as we get updates, we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to step away for a quick commercial break, and we'll get right back to that Senate hearing. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back to Fort Worth, Texas. This is a live aerial view of a breaking situation that we are tracking very closely here. We know that at least one person has been critically injured after an apparent house explosion. This is a live look at that scene in the Fort Worth, Texas suburb of Wentworth Village. This all happened around 7:30 this morning local time over on Waters Place. If you are familiar with that area, that is a dead-end street. Neighbors telling our Fox 4 Dallas team that they heard a loud boom and then felt their homes and windows start to shake. MedStar officials, that is the hospital there, did confirm that one adult male was flown to Parkland Hospital listed in critical condition. As for the cause of this home explosion, that does remain under investigation, so there are still a lot of questions here as this is an active situation. Once we get more details, we will bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you back to that Senate hearing on cryptocurrency and FTX right now, but I'm going to keep this image in the bottom right side of your screen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for joining us, Chairman. As has been explained by my colleagues, at its peak, FTX was revealed to have been a shell game in which the company gambled with customer money through its hedge fund. The $8 billion hole in FTX's balance sheet not only raises questions about regulatory oversight and transparency, but also about market structure and how centralized and interconnected much of the digital asset market is. So I'm going to start with something that kind of leads off of what Senator Stabenow was asking about. When retail investors purchase traditional financial assets like stocks through cash markets, the transaction is typically carried out through several different entities, including a broker, an exchange, and a clearing and settlement company. FTX, like many other digital asset companies, consolidated several of these processes under one roof. To what extent did centralization and vertical integration of FTX play into its ability to conceal operational risk and fraud from regulators, auditors, and investors? Would rules about conflicts of interest requiring transparency and disclosure make a difference to manage risks in the future? So maybe answer the centralization question and then how you fix it.
Yeah, Senator, this question about vertical integration is a key question. It's one that we were dealing with the application that FTX had before us. In many respects, it's, and I said this earlier in my opening statement, we have to be mindful of this structure because the FTX application was not the first to the CFTC, and it's not going to be the last. So it's a very important issue that we need to think about. The Financial Stability Oversight Council mentioned vertical integration as a risk or potential risk. And, on one hand, it is a product of technology and the ability to have direct execution to a trading platform or a clearinghouse. And there may be merit there, but as you point out rightfully, there's a lot of potential risks. And that ability to consolidate control over multiple parts of a trade execution or a trade as sort of evolution. So it may have made it easier for FTX. I don't know exactly because really this goes to the point of a lack of regulation and a lack of insight into FTX and what was happening within the entity and whether or not anyone was identifying these issues. Obviously, conflicts of interest, which you've identified, is a serious issue.
So something that clearly contributed to the collapse is the fact that the exchange took customer funds that it was supposed to safeguard and then lent it to its sister company, Alameda Research, that made reckless gambles, it appears, with that money. My colleagues already asked about the requirement to register. What should be done? Could you talk about what you think the role of the SEC should be in this, and balancing with what role you should be in a perfect world? How do you think this would work? Because we clearly are living in an imperfect world when you look at the collapse that we just saw.
Well, I think the responsibilities would largely be the same, but they would be drawn on the line of what is a security token and what is a commodity token. Much of the market structure that both the SEC and the CFTC implement is similar in terms of overseeing trading platforms, the exchanges, the clearinghouses, and the broker-dealers or the intermediaries. In addition, the investment advisors and the market makers, which is, as you mentioned, the Alameda Institution. If we have regulatory authority and regulatory insight into these institutions, then we can impose the requirements around conflicts of interest, about separation of customer money and house money, about disclosure requirements for investors, about books and records that regulators can frequently or even at will examine when needed, having an auditing function. These are all, again, core elements that both the CFTC and CFTC impose on our regulated entities, and I think at its fundamental foundation, nothing needs to change in terms of what we do now with what we should do for digital asset markets.
Okay, the cash market is dominated, for digital assets by retail investors who may not understand the differences in protections offered by digital asset market platforms and traditional financial service companies. Consumers have been inundated with crypto advertising. Anyone that watches Super Bowl knows what I mean, aimed at stirring feelings of urgency, stoking fears of missing out. For the securities market, brokers must follow the SEC's best interest rule and FINRA's suitability standard, which sets rules of the road for the types of instruments brokers can recommend to clients. Do you believe there should be parallel investor protections between digital commodity companies acting as brokers and prospective investors? What additional practices should be required of digital commodity brokers?
Absolutely. In terms of disclosures to investors, the best interest rule and similar rules are absolutely needed to ensure that investors understand the risks of the underlying asset. I've said this many times about the distinguishing factors between commodities and securities and what an ongoing disclosure about the underlying asset would be. But in terms of disclosures to investors before they invest, knowing what they're investing in and how they're doing it, those types of requirements are critically important, and we're doing what we can with what we have right now to provide as much information to investors who are using our markets for Bitcoin futures and other similar products.
But you believe more must be done
100%.
As soon as possible.
Yes.
Okay, last question. In many cases, cryptocurrency companies have utilized social media platforms, including the accounts of influencers and celebrities, to create hype for digital asset products. Last month, the SEC fined Kim Kardashian $1.26 million for failing to disclose she was paid $250,000 to promote a cryptocurrency token on her Instagram account. The FTC has called the blend of social media and cryptocurrency, quote, a combustible combination for fraud, and found that, this is a quote, since the start of 2021, more than 46,000 people have reported losing over $1 billion in crypto to scams. How does the CFTC plan to work with the SEC, FTC, or any other alphabet agency to combat the growing nexus of fraud between digital commodities and social media?
Senator, we work with both agencies, all agencies actively right now. We are in close collaboration on enforcement matters. We're in close collaboration on getting advisories out and word out in terms of customer protections. This is not new or not different than what we've done historically in the swaps market or the futures market. We will continue to do that. We have a shared interest in protecting customers and filling gaps in the marketplace. And there's no doubt in my mind that Chairman Gensler and I will continue to do that to the extent that authority is provided.
Thank you very much.
You are listening in right now to that Senate hearing underway, speaking about cryptocurrency and the failed company FTX. This is going to go on for quite a while as there are a lot of questions left to be answered. So we will continue to bring you that all throughout the day. I do want to take you back to some breaking news that we have been following out of Texas this morning. At least one person critically injured after an apparent house explosion. This is a live aerial view of that scene in the Fort Worth, Texas area. This is the suburb of Wentworth Village. This all happened around 7:30 this morning local time over on Waters Place. If you are familiar with the area, it is a dead-end street. Neighbors telling our Fox 4 Dallas team that they heard a loud boom, then felt their homes and windows start to shake. MedStar officials confirming to our sister station there that one adult man was flown to Parkland Hospital. That man listed in critical condition. Right now you can see crews are down there. They are working to piece together exactly what happened At this point, we do not know a cause for that explosion, but again, we know one man did suffer critical injuries and there is a lot of damage left behind. As we get updates, we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back to that Senate hearing in progress. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get back to this breaking news that we have been following throughout the morning. We know at least one man has been critically injured after an apparent house explosion. This right here, an aerial view, a live look at that very active scene in Fort Worth, Texas. It's the suburb of West Worth Village. This all happened around 7:30 this morning local time over on Waters Place. If you are familiar with that area, that is a dead-end street. Neighbors telling our Fox 4 Dallas team they did hear a loud boom, then felt their homes and their windows shake. As you can see, a lot of damage there left behind. MedStar officials confirming that one adult man was flown to Parkland Hospital in that area, listed in critical condition. You can see many different agencies are out there at the scene right now working to piece together what happened and how it happened. At this point, no cause for that house explosion has been released. We're going to keep in touch with our Fox 4 Dallas team as we do work to get more information. I am going to keep that image on your screen here as we go back to that Senate hearing underway on cryptocurrency and the failed company FTX.
The money laundering going on is done with crypto, human trafficking. I don't think it's theoretical. I think it's happening every day.
Senator, I don't know those statistics, but yes, if it is in fact true, then yes, it is a national security threat and is something that we have to take very seriously. But again, I don't see how we put a pause on it. From a U.S. perspective, we could try to ring fence the country from crypto, but it's going to exist offshore. We learned yesterday from the existing CEO of FTX that 2% of the customers' exposure were from the U.S. That's not supposed to happen, but somehow 2% of U.S. customers have exposure to FTX. Folks will find a way to get exposure to offshore entities or activities, even if it's prohibited in the U.S., and we have to do something about that.
Okay, this next one's more of a technical question. Under the current provisions of the Commodity Exchange Act and CFTC regulations, any bank or trust company in the U.S. is a good location for customer money, securities, and property. Senate Bill 4760, the Digital Commodities Consumer Protection Act pushed by FTX, restricts to insured depository institutions, insured credit unions, and any digital commodity platform. Would you support the expansion of good locations to include any bank or trust company? And if so, why or why not?
I think given what we've learned and what certainly what has happened in the past few weeks, we have to take a fresh look and to ensure that whatever happened at FTX cannot happen again, and that the DCCPA is tightened up to ensure that there are no holes and no gaps in the regulation, and that we ensure customer money is safe and that no illicit activity or fraud could occur.
Thank you so much, Chairman. It's a tough job, and whatever we need to do to put wind beneath your sails is what we need to be doing. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to both you and Ranking Member Bozeman for holding this hearing today, and thank you for being here, Mr. Chair. So the collapse of FTX has been shocking, but I think it would be hard to say it's surprising. There is still a lot that we need to learn about what's happened, but it looks like this crypto exchange and its related trading firm, Alameda Research, completely failed to safeguard the money that people entrusted them with. And we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that billions of dollars essentially evaporated overnight, and that was real money, including the retirements and savings of Americans who had no idea that their savings were at such risk. The fact is that these crypto assets are highly volatile and risky, and that risk is made worse by a lack of basic consumer protections. And this is why I've joined Senator Durbin and Senator Warren to call on investment firms like Fidelity to keep crypto out of retirement plans. Look, people can invest or bet or gamble or risk their money on anything that they choose to, but in a free and fair market, as you have been saying, Mr. Chair, they should at least be able to count on a fair playing field so they don't get gamed or scammed. So, Chair Benham, I'd like to look at FTX and the crypto world generally and just sort of make clear what's happening and what's not happening today. So exchanges and firms that buy and sell stocks and commodities are required to keep their company money separate from their customers' money. They can't gamble with their customers' money like it's their own. That's correct.
Correct.
And is that required of crypto exchanges right now?
No.
And does any federal agency have enforcement authority to require that?
I believe that the Securities and Exchange Commission has authority.
Okay. When a firm is being paid by their customers to give advice on how to invest their money, they are required to put their customers' interests first, not their own business interests. That's their fiduciary responsibility. That's correct, right?
Correct.
And is that required of crypto exchanges right now?
No.
And does any federal agency have enforcement authority to require that?
Again, and I'll clarify my previous response with respect to the SEC over security tokens only, not commodity tokens.
Right.
This is where the gap exists between us and the SEC. But based on my understanding and hearing from the chairman himself, that they do have the authority to police this market.
Okay. All right.
The security market.
Right, right. Because your distinction is whether what kind of a thing this
Token
is.
it
Is is it a commodity thing or is it a stock thing?
Correct.
Right. Companies that are investing other people's money are required to get the best possible price by looking at the best deal across multiple markets, right? That's called best execution. Is that required for crypto trading right now?
No.
Okay. And is there any enforcement authority anywhere in the federal government that would require that?
Again, if my assumption based on the authority that the SEC has over securities and over security tokens, then they can impose the same requirements that they impose on traditional securities, then based on that sort of logic, they would have that authority over security tokens.
Okay. Okay. So, and I have one last question. So banks and other financial services firms have a duty to know who their customers are. That's how we protect against money laundering and keeping crooks and criminals from using legitimate businesses to wash their dirty money. Is that the case for crypto-related enterprises?
So I think this is a little bit distinguishable from your previous questions because this goes to some of the state money transmitter licenses that exist for these crypto exchanges on a state-by-state basis. And there are registration requirements with FinCEN, which would have AML and KYC requirements. And with that in mind, I think there might be some element of what your concern and issues are, but maybe not as comprehensive as a federal regulatory regime over the marketplace that we have with traditional markets.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think that I appreciate the brevity of your answers because I think that what this shows us, the crypto world of FTX shows us what can happen when there aren't basic consumer protections. And, you know, I don't care whether you're buying wheat or stocks or FTT, which is the digital coin that was created by FTX, or whether you're buying some derivatives of those assets. The market should be fair and not rigged, and that's the problem. I would also argue that we know how to do this. Crypto is a new thing, but the rules of the road for how to ensure that markets are fair and that financial institutions know what's happening, I mean, those rules are not new. And it seems, Madam Chair, that our job is to figure out how we can enforce the laws that we have and then plug the holes where those holes exist, or we're going to see more disasters like FTX.
Agree.
Thank you. Let me just ask one last question because I have a bit more time. There are obviously real concerns about FTX collapse and future swings in crypto markets as this instability has unfolded. Since you serve also, Chair Benham, on the the FSOC, and I'm sure that this is something that you think about as well, the impact of crypto on general financial stability. Could you comment on that and how you see that issue?
So I think thus far it hasn't been of huge concern, and if you look back to the spring when we had the Terra Luna collapse and then now with the FTX collapse, the banking system and the market system have been largely siloed from the crypto system, and I think that is a testament to the value of our banking regulatory system and our market system, and keeping that crypto market out. I at this point, given the current size, and I was here a year ago, I think we were talking about $3 trillion in market cap, and now it's well under $1 trillion itself. There is no direct impact to financial stability, but it's not something that I think we can rest our laurels on. We have to think about what ifs and what may happen in the future, and these are the types of things that concern me, is we can't just assume things will remain the same and things will be safe. We have to be aggressive, we have to be thoughtful of different scenarios, and we have to assume with gaps in the system, as you pointed out, future crises will continue to occur.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator Tuberville.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman, for being here. It kind of remind me of sitting in a chair after I got the heck beat out of me in the football game and knowing the other team didn't go by the rules, and I had to explain why, and there's really no way around it. We've screwed this up. You got to have rules, and we've all seen this coming. I've invested in crypto. I didn't get as deep as some of these people have gotten, but it is a mess, and it's going to get worse if we don't get control of it. But we got confidence that you will, with our help. We've been trying to help. So, you know, this country needs to be the leader in the world, you know, in financial regulation, you know, all the innovation. And if we don't, we're going to be in trouble. China's got their own digital currency that's cranking up. But, you know, it's a huge problem. I've got people calling me from everywhere going, what are we going to do? What are we going to do about this? Well, it's new. It's totally new, and you go through some hard times, and unfortunately got a lot of people that have lost money in this, but we've got to get control of it so people get confidence in digital currency, bottom line. So I got just a couple of questions here. First of all, you said you met with Sam, and of course we've had him in hearings before. You got any text or emails with him?
There were a number of emails and messages back and forth, all about the application, about the status of the application. Some of the messages were about scheduling the 10 meetings I mentioned, but it was about updates, giving us, again, this dogged approach to we submitted answers to the questions from the division, or we have more data to just support their advocacy of this application, all in relation to the application.
Okay, good. Thank you. Chairman Gensler is using this collapse to argue that the SEC should run point on crypto regulation, but he has repeatedly cut off pathways for crypto firms to register at his agency. You know, what have you done at the CFTC to encourage digital asset firms to register and enter the regulatory fold?
Senator, this is, you know, it's a great question, but this is at the heart of the problem, right? We've had, since, you know, really 2016, 2017, we've seen an influx of these crypto firms coming to the CFTC to list directly.
Sure.
registered exchanges, but also crypto firms buying existing derivatives exchanges and starting to list crypto derivatives. New products emerging and new ways that the crypto community can get into derivatives exchanges. But ultimately, and this is the reference I think you're making, in terms of regulation of cash markets, right? The spot market, we simply do not have authority to register cash market exchanges or any intermediary, broker-dealer, or entity within that structure, and that's what concerns me, right? This is the gap. This is the gap that exists. This is the gap that FSOC pointed out, and ultimately, again, to your point, if we don't do something, customers are going to continue to lose money, and we're going to be right back here again in a couple months.
Exactly. On another point here, going back to FTX, you know, these major environmental social governance, ESG, ratings companies gave FTX high marks, very high marks for corporate governance. We have since learned that the exact opposite was true. What federal agency is responsible for auditing these ESG rating reports? What needs to be done to protect investors from inaccurate reporting by ESG rating companies? And can these people be sued when they do something like this?
Senator, I think it would depend on if these are products that are being traded and there's an ESG rating on it, then naturally I think if it was a security financial product, it would be the SEC that would have to come up with some sort of rating mechanism. But I don't know for sure that it would necessarily be the SEC or potentially another department that might have the authority. But you point out a potential gap in who are the rating agencies. This was an issue in 2008 with the financial crisis. Who is overseeing rating agencies, and what are the conflicts of interest there, and what actions are they taking, and is it truly an objective rating to give consumers and investors the information that they need?
Should this be in some kind of bill that we do with crypto?
To the extent that the issue you raise is a significant problem and one that crypto firms are getting ESG related ratings, then I think it's something that we should talk about further and make sure that this goes to the heart of disclosures and customer information, which is, I think, is a part of at least the DCPA and the bills that are being proposed. Investors need information. We need to bridge the gap between an issuer, a rating agency, and an investor so they know exactly what information they have and they can make the most informed decision. But certainly would welcome the opportunity to work with you and see if we can do something in this.
Well, as we go through this investigation, hopefully, if we look into some of these investors into FTX, we find out, did you look at this ESG report? Did you look at, their credence? Did you invest because of that? Somebody could get in trouble over this, and we need to really look into this. We've got people out there doing things they shouldn't be doing, especially when it comes to finances and people losing millions and millions of dollars. But look forward to working with you. I know you'll get control of it. Look forward to people having the opportunity to continue to invest in crypto, but also understand that there's rules and regulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Brown.
An important hearing to be having here on Capitol Hill, especially with the collapse of FTX. There's a lot of questions about how do you regulate items like cryptocurrency. We'll continue to listen in and out of this hearing happening on Capitol Hill. Thank you so much to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson. We want to continue bringing you out to these very top news stories happening across the country. Earlier this morning, we saw that reception at the White House for the arrival of the French president. But right now, there is a bilateral meeting happening with him and President Biden. So let's go ahead, take you out to the Oval Office and listen into what they had to say about their meeting here today.
You ready? Okay. Well, it's great to have my good friend back here. Welcome back to the White House. This is his second visit, and we've always interesting, as we said today in our short remarks, France and the United States have always stood together. And I can say that President Macron and I have stood together since we've worked together in the G7 meetings, the G20, and France is an incredibly valued ally. And I know it sounds like hyperbole, but from the Revolutionary War to the World Wars to today, we've been locked at the hips in what we've been doing. And our efforts are continuing at NATO, the G7, the G20, and there's a lot going on, as I constantly am probably boring Manuel with. We are a real inflection point. Things are changing rapidly, really rapidly. And it's really important that we stay in close communication. It doesn't mean that every single solitary thing we agree on, but it does mean we agree on almost everything. We're working together to strengthen the security and prosperity across the Atlantic and in each of our countries, but also Europe as a whole. Manuel is not just the leader of France, he's one of the leaders of Europe. He's been very outspoken and he's been very, very commanding in Europe. And this morning we're going to discuss our cooperation on all the issues from high-tech commerce to defense to cyber to space to a whole range of issues that are on both of our agendas. Mr. President, I look forward to our conversation today. I know you've had some good conversations already with some of our senior administration officials, and I look forward to the day. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear Joe. Let me first say that I'm extremely happy and honored to be here for the first state visit of your administration, and this is, for me, the best evidence of this indeed very long-term friendship and partnership. And this is exactly the basis of our relation. We will discuss about a lot of topics, but obviously we are together in challenging times globally, and with the war in Ukraine launched by Russia, and so obviously it will be the first topic of discussion for both of us. And since the very beginning of this war, we worked very hard together in order to help Ukraine to resist and to be resilient, and we will reinforce this action. But what we want to do as well, and I want really to pay tribute to a lot of statements you made, we want to build peace, and sustainable peace means full respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, but at the same time a new architecture to be sure that we have a sustainable peace on the long run. And we are very much committed on this issue. We will discuss about as well energy, economy, space, nuclear, and I spoke about this synchronization, and I think this is extremely important precisely to have close coordination between us on these different issues, because we want to fix the direct and indirect consequences of the war on our economies and our people, but at the same time we want to prepare for future generations. A carbon neutral economy, creating a lot of jobs, which means investing a lot in our economies, and we have to synchronize our action on this issue, and it will be an important topic of discussion. Beyond that, we will discuss climate change and biodiversity and the common actions in this field, health, and a lot of global topics where our alliance is so critical. But let me once again thank you and your wife for the wonderful dinner we had yesterday, for the friendship, and really for the quality of the discussion we have together, and the common action and the common decisions we take in these so difficult times. Because I think when we look at our common history, this friendship always prevailed, with quite good results, by the way.
Yes.
So we will prevail.
Folks, you know we are going to do a press conference. So we'll answer your questions at the press conference, and that's going to be shortly. I don't know how shortly, but shortly. Okay?
Can we ask one quick question?
All right, so President Biden there telling the press to save their questions for that press conference. It is scheduled to take place at 11:45 Eastern Time. Live Now from Fox, of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on that right here for you, bringing it to you live as soon as we do see it happening. Let's go ahead. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, though, Nancy Pelosi giving her weekly press briefing. We'll take you out to her remarks, especially on the heels of yesterday, as Democrats have elected Hakeem Jeffries to take her place. I'm sure she'll be making some comments on that as the new leader in the House for Democrats. Let's go ahead, take that 2-minute break. We'll bring you out to Pelosi's press conference from the start when we return here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the big board, down more than 330 points in the red. But of course, this can always be changing. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it here throughout the day. But I do want to take us out on Capitol Hill to the Nancy Pelosi press conference that's happening just yesterday. House Democrats voting to put in place, since Pelosi has stepped down, she is going to still remain a House member, but she's stepped out of that leadership role. They've elected Hakeem Jeffries. He's the Democrat from New York. So he did get a congratulations from Senator Chuck Schumer when he spoke from the Senate floor yesterday. And now Nancy Pelosi, of course, speaking at a news conference about a number of different topics, all the way from the rail agreement bill that got passed in the House yesterday, all the way to Hakeem replacing her in that leadership role. So let's go ahead and bring that press conference to you from the start here on Live Now from Fox.
For the country, for the planet, for the world. He will be deeply missed by all of his colleagues, and he leaves behind a legacy that will improve the lives of all children. It was just a shocking blow to us that he passed. I hope it's a comfort to his loving wife, Colette, whom I have spoken to and extended the greetings of the sympathy and greetings of the Congress to her, thanking her for sharing her with him with us, even in this later. He had been diagnosed for a while, but nonetheless always coming to work and doing his job. His children, Mac, Brianna, and Alexandra, and grandchild, Gail, I hope it's a comfort to them that all of us mourn his loss. When I said to her, thank you for sharing him with us, even when he was physically challenged, she said, and I asked her permission to say this, she said, that's what really kept him going. Get up in the morning to know he was going there to do the people's work, to put on a suit and tie and go there and continue the fight for the people. So we thank her for sharing them. Okay, and this week we have marked a week of transition as the moment, House Democrats are passing the torch to a new generation of leaders. I'm so excited about the enthusiasm of so many people who wanted to participate. Over the years, we kept adding to the number of people who would be at the leadership table. When I first became leader, it was 8, and now it's more like 17. I think they may have added 1 or 2 in the last day or so, more than double what was there again when I first became a leader. And so it reflects the beautiful diversity of our caucus, and I couldn't be more thrilled. Again, I mentioned Hakeem Jeffries. They tell me he's leader designate until January. Is that correct? So, well, leader Hakeem Jeffries and whip designate Catherine Clark and chairman designate Pete Aguilar. We're proud of all of them. They have leadership experience, and I wish them well. Together, House Democratic Leader, it reflects, again, not only the diversity, but the vibrancy of our caucus. Again, the new leadership always bringing fresh ideas, entrepreneurial thinking, their take on a vision and their path to achieving that vision will invigorate the caucus. Again, I'm personally grateful for the opportunity I have had to serve in leadership, 20 years as leader or speaker, just a while as whip to begin with, and I consider it a great privilege, but I'm very, very happy to be seeing all that I wish that, as one who has served so long, my dream is that they do better. And I think everybody who has a position of responsibility always wants their successors to do better. Again, as we prepare for the 118th Congress, House Democrats remain hard at work to protect and strengthen the financial security of America's working families. We still have work to do in these last few weeks. I know you want to know the schedule, but we're not quite there yet. Yesterday, we passed something that was urgent and necessary to avert a catastrophic national rail shutdown. It was something that was necessary, and the president asked us to do it. He has been at the table as the most pro-union president we have had, not only for the first iteration of it, but then the further improvement of it. And he made it clear that if we didn't take the action we did yesterday, 765,000, over 750,000 jobs would be lost, including union jobs, $2 billion a day in economic activity would be erased. Families unable to, having more of a struggle to buy groceries and life-saving medication, small businesses unable to get their product to market, especially concerning to the ag community where perishable goods have a short fuse and need to be transmitted. At the same time, we stand firmly in support of paid sick leave. It's an outrageous that every developed country in the world has paid sick leave except the United States of America. And that's why, in addition to our bill adopting a tentative agreement, that was the heart of it, and then we voted to add 7 days of paid sick leave for the workers. Again, doing so a matter of values for the people. It's another iteration I had in BBB put forth the family and medical leave legislation. Just for some of you, well, maybe none of you were around then, but you know from history that when President Clinton became president, right away he signed a family medical leave legislation. We had been passing it, but we couldn't get a signature. And so it was a big triumph. People celebrate the anniversary of it. His library is largely dedicated to the opening ceremony, had the families affected, and it wasn't paid. It wasn't paid. But yet it was a breakthrough that respected and recognized the need for family leave, for sick leave. And still here we are 30 years later, well, 29 years later, still without paid sick leave. Now, again, we had it in the BBB, but it didn't make the cut. But we're not giving up on it. I always like to tell this story because it was so. When we were taking our bus tour on When Women Succeed, America Succeeds, when we were in New Haven, Congresswoman DeLauro, who's been such a champion on all of these issues, the women were telling their stories. And one woman said, I'm not going to tell my story only. I'm going to tell the story of women that I see. I'm a school bus driver. And when my school bus pulls up to the curb and I see a mom with tears in her eyes, I know exactly what to expect. She's going to be putting a sick child on the bus because she has no choice. She cannot afford a caregiver to take care of the child at home. She has no paid sick leave, so she cannot take off work. In fact, she has no sick leave. If she takes a number of days to help care for her daughter, she may lose her job. She may lose her job. So no benefit, risk job, no ability of making enough money to pay for a caregiver. A child will be on the bus sick, and that isn't healthy for that child or for other children on the bus. So these jobs on the railroad, they're tough jobs. They take skill and really experience and the rest. You would think that there would be a recognition that if they needed sick leave, that to replace them would be difficult because of the skills required. But the fact is mostly they're not replaced because it shrinks the cost of the company, increases the profits, and that's the problem that we are in. Private equity, Wall Street, taking ownership of these companies, shrinking expenses, increasing profits, no sick leave for important workers. But again, even at the other aspects of it, for women in the workplace, parents in the workplace, not even women, not just women, we have important work to do as a value in our country. I'll just say that some of you have heard me say from time to time that Adam Smith wrote 2 books, because this is all about, is capitalism serving us? I think it is, but it needs to be more compassionate. It hadn't recognized the factors of production involve respect for workers. Adam Smith wrote a second book, not only Wealth of Nations, which he talked about laissez-faire, laissez-faire, but he also wrote another book called The Theory of Moral Sentiments, which I from time to time quote, because in it, his message in that book was that the strength of our economy and the strength of our workers go hand in hand. I wish he had written one book, put them together, so that people would understand that connection. While we believe in free markets, even Adam Smith recognized respect for the workers. So we know, just because it's the right thing to do, it's a value that we share, that we have to treat working people well with fair wages, good benefits, and safe working conditions. We hope that if we adopt the tentative agreement and avert a shutdown, there will be a strong bipartisan support for both bills in the Senate. You'll have to ask them when it's coming up. I don't know. But time is very important. So we hope it's soon. We protect the financial security. The Congress remains hard at work until late at night, last night, starting early this morning, on the omnibus funding package. It's about taking us into the future. Passing an omnibus is our strong preference. Our leader in the House on this, of the House Democrats, is Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. You've heard me say again and again, as an appropriator myself, left to their own devices, the Republicans and Democrats, in a bipartisan way, on the Appropriations Committee, can reach a solution. And we should let them do that. But sadly, we have no choice if they can't, that we would have to have a year-long CR. We don't like that, but if we can have a solution, we have no choice but to keep government open with a year-long CR. We've made that very clear in the White House meeting the other day and in our conversations with our colleagues on the subject. It would be a last resort because, as you know, it would have a direct impact on so much that we want to do in the legislation, but we have to have agreement. Finally, I opened on a very sad note. Let me close on a happy one. There's immense joy and pride that the Senate passed the Respect for Marriage Act, a major victory for freedom, dignity, and equality for all. I'm so excited. House Democrats, as you know, originally passed the bill in July, following the alarming concurrence in the Dobbs decision by Justice Thompson, when he concurred by saying he took aim at Obergefell. He just made it clear that this could be another target. The bill ensured that regardless of what the MAGA majority in the Supreme Court may do in the future, the federal government will never again stand in the way of marrying the person you love. We're going to take it up next week on Tuesday. That's going to be announced by the Rules Committee, so you knew first. And we will send it swiftly to the President's desk for signature. I'm particularly happy because it'll be one of the last bills that I will sign as Speaker in an enrollment ceremony, and it had strong bipartisan support in the House and in the Senate. I think it's a great step forward for us. Thank you. Any questions? Anybody got you?
One more thing. If I phone here, first of all, gravity is my enemy.
Any comments on that?
I'm sure there'll be questions here. To that end here, on the rail strike.
Yeah.
Can you characterize, members wanting to do something because of the economic calamity that would happen if there was a strike, but also wanting to respect the unions, wanting to get 7 days of sick pay? Kind of describe that tension for us, please.
Well, this goes back a while because these negotiations have been going on for a while, and I've had the opportunity to see the strength of the unions in terms of speaking for their membership. Some of the leaders have been leaders for a long time, or have been union members for a long time, so they know the day-to-day of working on the railroad. It's a tough job, and if you miss a day, say you have to miss a day because you have to go to the doctor, you probably missed 3 days because the train took off. And you miss 3 days or you miss 4 days, you're probably going to be fired. And again, that's not bad news to management because they want to reduce cost. And it's very hard to hire people so well trained and so skilled at this and so experienced at it, but yet nonetheless their profit motive, that bottom line is the dominant thing. So in any case, in that, recognizing that everybody is not here with a stakeholder mentality of what this means to the community, what it means to the shippers, what it means to the employees, the workers, just what it means to the shareholders. That's a tough place to be in a negotiation. So in any event, under the leadership of President Biden's direction, under his direction, I shouldn't they came up with a good agreement, an increase in pay, some benefit, but it wasn't really good enough. So they went back to the table, and they came back with another agreement that expanded the two-man crew. Is very important. Different aspects of it. I'm getting more specific than probably I should, but nonetheless, it was good. Many of the unions supported it. Not all of them did, and we agree they should have paid sick leave. So should that woman who's putting her child on a school bus sick. But and again, not to mix apples and oranges, but let's just take it about the railroaders. That was what we call the railroad workers. We think they should have paid sick leave. And so that was never going to be happening in the negotiation. The railroads were just not going to that place. Maybe they should read Adam Smith's other book, or maybe they should just think of stakeholders capitalism rather than shareholder capitalism. But nonetheless, that wasn't going to happen right now. If we had 60 votes in the Senate, it could possibly happen, but we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. We'll see. Maybe they'll surprise us in the next day or so and vote for sick leave, but that's an obstacle to it. So that's where we were. So members are very pro. Let me repeat: we passed the PRO Act a number of times to enable workers to have collective bargaining. We passed the pension legislation in the rescue package, which made a complete difference for many, many workers throughout union workers throughout the country. We put in almost every the bipartisan infrastructure bill, in the CHIPS and science bill, in everything we've done. We've had Davis-Bacon prevailing wage, lifting up wages for union workers and for all workers. So we have been there. This president has been there. But we couldn't do what we were incapable of doing, and we could not have a strike.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the Ways and Means Committee finally in their Trump tax return case last week. I'm curious, what would you like the committee to do with these returns they fought so hard and so long to acquire?
Well, I'm not involved in that. I mean, I don't know what they intend to do. I'd like to know, just as you would like to know, but I don't like it. But I think that I give credit to Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Richie Neal. He handled this with dignity. He handled it with its purpose, that is to say, we need to see how this works. We need to possibly have legislation requiring candidates for president to reach a certain threshold that the public has a right to see their tax returns. And so where they go next, I don't know.
If they legally can release information from those returns, do you believe they should?
That's a judgment they're going to have to make, in keeping with what the purpose is. The purpose is how do we, how does this exercise, which took a very long time, but was upheld by the Supreme Court, the right of Congress to have access to that, to go forward. I think the public has a right to know. That's why we should pass legislation requiring candidates to do that. That's why every other candidate has, except you know who, and who shall remain nameless here. Yeah, so I would hope that the public would have the opportunity to see it. But again, it's complicated, it's technical, it's legal, and Richie Neal has handled this with great dignity. There have been those in the public who be saying he should be doing this and he should be doing that. No, he should be handling it with the dignity that it deserves.
As we continue listening into more reporter questions here to Speaker Pelosi, of course, she still holds that title until the end of the year here. We are going to be sending viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll pick things right back up from this point when we return.
Regret that you were not able to get done?
Well, no. No, I mean, it's not a question of regret. It's a question of more to be done. We have to do more in terms of the child tax credit. There's a piece of the original BBB which paid leave wasn't part of. I added that at the end. There's the family piece. It's child tax credit. It's the assistance for child care. It's home health care for people who have to stay home to take care of a sibling who may be disabled or ill, a family member, a child maybe, but older as well, and respect for the people who do that for a living, to make sure that they are respected and paid adequately. The home health care workers, I myself would like to see them unionized. That's what our leadership is about in California. But nonetheless, it's about a number of things, of which this is one. So there's a full agenda out there. Doesn't mean we aren't proud of what we have done. It just means it's not finished, and we have more to do. But I do think that, as with a woman's right to choose, it's something that is overarching. It's not just an issue. It's a value. It's a freedom issue, woman's right to choose. And this is an enabling initiative. Moms and dads, not just moms and dads will have the ability to take the time that they need to minister to the needs of their families in time of illness or birth or whatever it is. And that sounds like an all-American idea to me, even though we don't have it in our country. And I just harken back to President Clinton, so proud, and we all were. We kept passing that, but we couldn't get it signed. And he acknowledged that. It had been passed before he was president, and then he was able to sign it. And it was a big breakthrough, but it wasn't paid. Now, some companies have, because they're trying to attract talent and they want the best, and so they have to up the ante on their benefits. So some are doing the right thing for whatever reason, because they believe in it or because it's a competition for talent issue. But I do think that it's something that is almost a mission in our country to have. Why not? Not just because other countries have it, but because we should.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Jack.
Is the debt limit off the table for the lame duck? Where does that stand?
The debt limit, we have said again and again that we want to do that in a bipartisan way. We think that would be the appropriate way to go. Right now, we do have to, though, get to a place on the omnibus, because it takes time to do. You know, and we were discussing this last night and said even if we had an agreement tomorrow, it would still take a while to get it in the form that would bring it to the floor. So that is the priority right now. We wanted to stop the work stoppage, which we did yesterday. Now the Senate will deal with that. We'll take up marriage equality next week, next Tuesday, but what remains to be done is the omnibus. We also have the defense authorization bill, but I hope that we could do the debt ceiling this year, but we are striving to do it in a bipartisan way.
Madam Speaker,
Last question.
on the omnibus,
Yeah.
two questions. On the omnibus, would you be able to support any deal that increases defense spending without increasing non-defense? And also a personal question, can you just update us on your husband? How's he doing?
Well, thank you for asking about Paul. He's coming along. It's going to take a while. Head injuries are, they have an impact beyond surgery. You know, it's a big thing. I thank you for asking, and it gives me an opportunity to thank everyone for the magnificent, from our grassroots activists to royalty around the world. Everyone has sent him prayers, and we're believers. So we welcome that and good wishes, and I thank you for asking. Rosa DeLauro is leading the way on our negotiation. I won't be negotiating the bill right here, but we certainly have needs in our country that must be addressed in the legislation, including the defense of our country, to protect and defend. And the strength of our country needs to be measured not only in our military might, as important as that is, but in the health and well-being of the American people. We want the bill to reflect that. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Speaker Pelosi speaking here on Capitol Hill. Of course, one of the topics is the way lawmakers are trying to avoid that possible shutdown. We do have, you can see here on the very end of our screen, the United States flag next to the French flag as well, flag from France. That's because we do have the French president and the First Lady of France meeting here. They've been not only hanging out with the Bidens, but also been holding a number of meetings. We are expecting a press conference with both the French president as well as President Biden coming up at about 11:45 a.m. Eastern time. So that is just in a few more minutes is when that's scheduled to take place. If that's going to be on time, of course, we'll be bringing that to you here next on Live Now from Fox. But when we come back, the first ladies of both those countries, they are meeting with students as they continue to do some work here on Capitol Hill. They are meeting with students right now at the Planet Word Museum. We'll be bringing you some of their event coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. If you hadn't noticed it before, we do have a red ribbon on the White House. This is a significant piece of material up on the White House because it is symbolizing that it is World AIDS Day. So it is a time to remember hundreds of thousands of Americans who lost their lives to AIDS-related illnesses over the years. President Joe Biden rededicated the day, which means that it's been commemorated since 1988. His administration also reestablished the White House Office of National AIDS Policy. So as it has laid out a plan to try to end this HIV epidemic in the U.S. since earlier on. Now, Biden continues to work to end HIV abroad by supporting the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, which has saved an estimated 25 million lives across the globe since it was enacted in 2003. So again, this plan trying to end HIV epidemic in the U.S. by 2030. So we'll continue to see this up on the White House. Do want to let our viewers know that we are going to be keeping a close eye on our shots coming to us from the White House as we are expecting President Biden. He hosted in the Oval Office earlier a bilateral meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron, but they are supposed to be holding a joint press conference coming up here at any moment. It was scheduled to take place right now. We don't have a shot inside of the White House yet for that event, but of course we'll be keeping a close eye on it here for you on Live Now from Fox. But the first ladies of both countries, they've been busy here today ahead of their state dinner later this evening. Both of the first ladies, they are meeting with students at the Planet Word Museum. Let's go ahead and bring you some of that event right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Welcome to Planet Word. Welcome to our most important gallery here. It's called Where Do Words Come From? You might be wondering, what is this behind me? That's our amazing talking word wall. It's made out of 1,000 three-dimensional words, but you know what? That's only 1% of the words in the English language. And if you were here as a normal visitor, not on such a special day, this wall would be talking to you, and you would talk back to it. So I hope you'll all have a chance to come another time and talk to the word wall. But today we have a very special day with lots and lots of special visitors. I just wanted to say that, you know, before I created Planet Word, I was a teacher in Montgomery County Public Schools. So I was going on field trips with my students, and now it's like full circle. Here you are coming on a field trip to Planet Word. So welcome to everybody, and thank you for being here. Well, we have a lot of special guests, as I mentioned, and the most amazing thing is that three of us, Madame Macron, Dr. Biden, and myself, we are all former or present day teachers, so we know the importance of education and words and language, and we're happy that you are going to a wonderful French immersion school. There are several of them all across the United States, and we're lucky that you're here in the Washington area. So Madame Macron is the wife of the French president. They're on their state visit here. We're so lucky that they had time for her to come to Planet Word on this sort of a whirlwind visit. And then Dr. Biden, it's just amazing. You are a teacher. You're still teaching even while being the First Lady of the United States. So it's really also incredible that you had time to come here. And then our other two special guests, and well, actually, there's another special guest, Madame Etienne, the wife of the French ambassador to the United States and a friend of mine. So I'm so glad that she is here too. And for all of us, we have a very special program planned, and that is going to be presented to us by the current U.S. Poet Laureate, Ada Limon, and the 2016 National Student Poet, Maya Salome. And they have been working on a couple poems together to present to you, and they are in both English and French. So now I'll turn the program over to the poets.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're so happy to be here. My name is Maya Salome. I'll be starting us off with a poem entitled Tuesday. This poem was brought to me. My father is Lebanese, and being Lebanese means you speak Arab English, which is French, Arabic, and English. And growing up mixing languages with the people I loved kind of led me to this poem. And yeah, really excited to be with you guys. I went to a French immersion school as well, so yeah, really proud of you guys' work. Mardi. Et on est deux cèdres ensoleillés, rancoureux et doux, deux cèdres au milieu d'un mardi, mélangeant langues. On se lève après le repas. On partage les secrets du matin.
Tuesday. And we're two sunny cedars, rife and sweet. Two cedars in the middle of a Tuesday, mixing languages. We get up after our meal. We split the secrets of the morning.
Je corromps mes artérioles dans l'espoir qui chante. On bavarde à propos de sang qui n'est finalement pas le nôtre.
I corrupt my arteries in the hope they sing. We gossip about blood, which finally isn't ours. That was Maya's poem. Such a beautiful poem. And now I'll read a poem of mine, which I was so grateful that Maya translated into French. So it's the first time I've gotten to see it in French. It's really incredible. And this poem I wrote when, I'm sure you're feeling lucky today. Does it feel like a lucky day? Yeah. Feels like a lucky day to me too. And it's a lucky day. It's a lucky day. And this is a poem where I feel like not every day is lucky, and sometimes you have to remind yourself to be grateful, right? And you have to hold those moments. And so this is a poem I wrote about being grateful on days when it's maybe a little harder. The conditional. Say tomorrow doesn't come. Say the moon becomes an icy pit. Say the sweet gum tree is petrified. Say the sun's a foul black tire fire. Say the owl's eyes are pinpricks. Say the raccoon's a hot tar stain. Say the shirt's plastic ditch litter. Say the kitchen's a cow's corpse. Say we never get to see it. Bright future, stuck like a bum star, never coming close, never dazzling.
Le conditionnel. Dis que demain ne vient pas. Dis que la lune devienne une fosse glacée, supposons que l'arbre des gommes sucrées est pétrifié. Dis que le soleil est un feu de nœud noir. Dis que les yeux de l'hibou sont des piqûres épinglées. Dis que le raton laveur est une tache de goudron chaud. Dis la plastique du chemise mise au rebut. Dis la cuisine est un cadavre de vache. Disons que nous ne le verrons jamais. Futur lumineux, coincé comme une étoile au chômage, jamais s'approchant, jamais éblouissant.
Say we never meet her, never him. Say we spend our last moments staring at each other, hands knotted together, clutching the dog, watching the sky burn. Say it doesn't matter. Say that would be enough. Say you'd still want this. Us, alive, right here, feeling lucky.
Disons qu'on ne la rencontre jamais, qu'on ne le rencontre jamais. Disons qu'on passe nos derniers instants se regardant main nouée, serrant le chien, observant le ciel brûlé. Dis ça n'importe pas. Dis ce serait assez. Dis que tu voudrais cela quand même. Nous vivons assis ici, se sentant chanceux.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, come on up. Oh, take my comments. Okay. So, oh my gosh, it's so nice to see all of you. This is on, right? Yeah. Up. Turn it up. Oh, it's fine. Okay. So I want to thank you for being here, and I want to thank our poets. Oh my gosh, so beautiful your poetry. And you know, Ada, I've been with you before, and I just love how you wrote about gratitude. And I think, did you write this during the pandemic?
This was a little before that, yeah.
A little before that, but how fitting is it that we went through the pandemic and now we really do feel grateful, I think, or that, at least that's how I feel every single day, because you think, my goodness, you know, over 1 million Americans died from the pandemic, and we have to feel grateful or gratitude, I think, every day. So how many of you write poetry? One. Wow, a lot of you. That's amazing. And how many of you journal? Do you journal every day? Oh, I love this. So I'm an English teacher, so I do have my own students journal every week. And so one of the prompts that I gave recently was, if a meteor was coming toward the Earth, what is the last song you'd want to hear and why? Ah, okay. You already know yours? That's amazing. Okay, wow. What would you want to hear?
Man in the Mirror by Michael Jackson.
Oh, yes, Man in the Mirror. I love that. I know you have one on your mind. No? Yes? No? Anything from Beyonce? Okay. How about somebody else? What would you want to hear? Sad from XXX. We don't know that, right, Brigitte? Okay, we don't know that. What did you pick?
I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston.
I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. Oh, I love that song. Yes, we know that one. Well, it's so great to be here. I'm so glad that you came and you met the poets. And as you know, I mean, to meet our 2016 student poet. So like you could be the student poet of the United States. I mean, how cool would that be? And so, actually, you know, Amanda Gorman was a student poet, and she spoke at our inauguration. So, you know, it's just so great that people, really, students like poetry. I mean, that just really speaks to my heart. So I want to thank Anne, too, because Anne, you told me of this.
We are still waiting for President Biden and France, the president there, Emmanuel Macron, to have a joint news conference. Some viewers going out to another 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Gracing us with your presence.
Thanks. Well, do the kids have any questions for us? Not the press, the kids. Do the kids have any questions for us? No? Come on, you guys aren't students if you're like this quiet. All right, I'm going to choose you because you didn't have your hand up before. Go ahead. Well, that's a good question. I felt that, you know, it was teaching is my passion, and I teach English, and I love it. And I said to my husband, I don't want to give up teaching. And he said, oh, I don't know. Do you think you can do both? And I said, I don't know, but I'm going to try. And so I teach now at Northern Virginia Community College. I'm there 2 days a week. And so, and I still love it. And every day I feel for teachers, are you the teachers of these children? Oh, how nice to meet you. How nice to meet our colleagues, because you know Brigitte's a teacher too. So, you know, I still love it. I feel like every day is an adventure. You know, every day is different. And I just feel inspired to go to work every day. So thank you for that question. No hard questions, nothing about math, okay? Never. Never, ever in a million years. And I think every day I wake up and I never take it for granted. And I think, oh my God, look at where I am. And really, it's just like such an honor. And if somebody would have told me, you know, even, I don't know, 10 years ago, that we would be in the White House and be where we are, you know, I think I never would have believed it. But you must have some questions for Brigitte.
No, I prefer you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We'll take one more. Let's see.
Very well.
Do they treat me differently? You know, funny enough, it's like their first day. They have to go through security, so they're sort of like, oh my gosh, you know. So we say, you know, we're not looking for anything but weapons, so they check their book bags and everything. But then, you know, after like a week or two, they don't even remember that I'm First Lady. So anyway, it's just like, you know, I'm their English teacher, and that's what I love about it, that that's how they treat me, that I'm their English teacher. So, wait, I was going to stop, Brigitte. You know?
Go on.
No, this is good. So I'm going to let you, I made sure that let's see, did I thank everybody? And I'm going to make sure.
That's done.
That's done, yes. I did everything, so. Okay, but go ahead, Brigitte. How about if you.
So I take a sheet of paper.
Okay, and the mic.
Thank you. I'm going to try in English. So you help me. You speak French? Tout le monde parle français? So you help me. When you don't understand you, and you translate. Okay? It's going to be short.
Short.
Oh,
look, everybody still wants
no,
questions.
Please, let me begin. Let me begin. It's very difficult for me. So, thank you so much. First, Ada and Meya for those.
Yes, beautiful.
Thank you to be ladies and to be poets. Merci beaucoup. It's really resonated with me. Poetry is a universal language. When I was studying poetry, I was telling that story to my students. You know, you have a beggar. You know who is a beggar is in the street, and he has a sheet of paper. And on the sheet of paper is written blind, and no one gives him any money. No one. And the poet is arriving, and he's writing, the spring is arriving, and I will never see it. And everyone gives him money. Why? What is the difference between the two messages? So come on.
Because when you just put it one word, it doesn't, I don't know.
I don't know why. Why did they give money for the second message and not for the...
For one word, it's less powerful than multiple or many.
Okay. And everyone knows what is a spring?
The spring is a season.
Why? Everything is blooming. Everything is blooming. So thank you to the students who are with us today. I hope you enjoy this beautiful museum, this unique museum in the world. Anne, you are inspired by Mathis Museum in New York, I think.
They use
Thank
technology, but this is the only one about words.
Only one museum around the language. So thank you for that wonderful idea. Bring it to France.
I would love to.
It's going to be great. And now, and Jill. Oh, dear Jill. I have to read because I'm impressed. Thank you so much for planning such a visit. I am really glad that we are able to share this moment together because there is a sense, you know, there is a sense. And I know we both share a love and lifelong commitment to education. This really means a lot. Yeah. We are friends.
We are friends.
We are friends.
Yes.
Sorry for my English, but I've tried.
She did a great job, right? You did a beautiful job. Thank you.
Merci. Ask me if you want. You can ask me a question in French. In French, please. You.
Comment est-ce que tu fais le premier lady?
Comment you try? Thank you. Je crois, nous ne sommes pas. We are not first ladies in our mind. We are women. We had a life before to be first lady, and we stay what we are. Exactly. And fortunately, we have teachers, so we go on teaching. And
so when we met, we instantly, knew
Exactly.
that we liked. I mean, we just liked one another. We just
Exactly.
clicked.
It's easy together because we know what we speak.
Right.
Oh, young ladies.
Ok. Comment est-ce que vous vous sentez quand votre épouse voulait être présidente?
Oui, je vais répondre. Allez-y, les questions. Je vais répondre à plusieurs questions.
J'adore ton style. Où avez-vous acheté vos chaussures?
Pardon. Je voulais savoir, quand tu étais professeur, quel sujet est-ce que vous enseignez et pourquoi?
Alors rappelle-moi ta question.
Comment est-ce que vous vous sentez quand votre épouse?
C'est même si j'ai senti que les choses allaient arriver, le jour où ça arrive, c'est une charge très importante. C'est un honneur. C'est d'abord un honneur, et après, on a envie d'être là et d'aider au mieux. C'est comme ça que je pense, être là à côté d'eux et aider tous ceux qui nous le demandent au mieux. Et c'est pas facile parce que les demandes sont très très importantes et donc on fait des déçus.
When things happen, first it's a surprise, but then it's a big honor, and we try our best to please everybody, but it's hard because the demands are many.
Voilà. Alors après, mes chaussures, mes vêtements, c'est un styliste qui s'appelle Nicolas Gesquière, qui travaille, qui connaît parfaitement et qui connaît mes pieds, mes épaules, tout. Donc il dessine et c'est plus facile.
About my shoes and my style, I have a designer, Nicolas Gesquière, and he knows all my measurements, and he does a great job.
Et c'est un des hommes. C'est un autre homme de ma vie.
It's another man of my life.
Parce que quand je sors de l'avion, je pense à Nicolas Gesquière.
As soon as I step off the plane, I think about him.
It's easier to do my job, because moi je suis toujours sinon en jean, t-shirt et veste.
Otherwise, I'm always in jeans and t-shirts.
It's my uniform.
And what was the last question?
Ah oui, the shoes. Alors, quand j'enseignais à des élèves, je faisais le latin, le français et le théâtre. Maintenant, j'enseigne à des personnes en recherche d'emploi qui ont 40 ans de moyenne d'âge et je fais de la culture générale littéraire. J'enseigne à des adultes maintenant.
When I was teaching to children, I was teaching French, Latin, and theater. And now I am teaching to adults who are looking for jobs, and I'm teaching them literally general culture.
Well, thank you very much for your answers, for all the students to be here.
So the First Ladies of both countries here visiting with students at Planet Word Museum, both coming from educational backgrounds, and the Bidens tonight going to be hosting a state dinner for the French president and his first lady. I do want to make a note that we are expecting a press briefing with the two presidents. That was scheduled to take place about 20 minutes ago. So we'll see if they do have an update on possibly the timing of that. And you notice there's a red ribbon on the White House. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we'll talk about what that ribbon stands for, as well as some other top stories across the country. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I want to go over some top stories that we've been following here for you closely, especially after there's been a major reversal by police. More questions now about the killing of 4 Idaho students. Parents of the victims spoke out at a vigil on Wednesday night. So let's go ahead and get the very latest on this top news story with our Fox News correspondent, Christina Coleman, who's going to be giving us a bit more.
2.5 weeks after 4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered, there's even more confusion surrounding the attack. On Wednesday, Moscow police walked back their initial claim that one or more of the victims was targeted. They said, quote, "We have spoken with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and identified this was a communication. Detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted, but continue to investigate." Though police tell Fox Digital they are making progress in the investigation and have begun receiving forensic testing results from a crime lab. Wednesday night, more than 1,000 people gathered at the university for a candlelight vigil. Parents of 3 of the slain students spoke about their children. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez talked about the close bond his daughter shared with one of the other victims, Madison Mogan.
They came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together. And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed. It's like some kind of terrible chapter, but there's beauty in it.
Stacy Chapin encouraged everyone to honor her son Ethan's legacy.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
And the vigil held Wednesday night at the university was one of many held statewide to honor the students who lost their lives in that brutal attack. Reporting from Moscow, Idaho, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Another top story we want to bring to you is what was first believed to be a terrible accident now is taking a 10-year-old. They're looking into his intentions behind this incident. Let's go ahead and get out to Fox's Gabrielle Mays with more on this story.
What was originally thought to be an accident is now considered first-degree reckless homicide. When police went inside a home near 87th and Hemlock on November 21st, they found a 44-year-old woman dead. This criminal complaint says the woman was shot in the head and her 10-year-old son did it. Investigators say the boy told them his mother walked in front of him when he tried to shoot the wall to scare her. The complaint goes on to say after shooting his mother, he put the gun in the living room closet, then telling his older sister their mom is dead. The alleged reason why is on page 3 of this complaint and states he admitted that his mother would not allow him to have something from Amazon that he wanted to have. The complaint goes on to state the boy wanted a virtual reality headset, which he bought the day after his mother's death. The complaint says he apologized to his grandma for killing his mom, then asked if his Amazon package arrived. Mayor Cavalier Johnson had this to say about the case.
Anytime there's violence that happens in Milwaukee, whether it's committed by somebody who's 10 years old or much older than that, that gives me pause. I don't want to see anybody hurt or lose their lives in the city. In this particular case, I don't have the details just yet. This is something that is just coming to my attention just this morning.
The criminal complaint shows the boy's sister told detectives he had rage issues all his life and becomes very angry and acts out.
The boy's cash bond has been set at $50,000. He's expected to be back in court next Wednesday. In Milwaukee, Gabrielle Mays, Fox 6 News.
Well, drug enforcement officials are raising concerns, saying the fentanyl crisis in the Phoenix area, well, it's still on the rise and possibly even getting worse. Let's go to Fox's Stephanie Bennett. She spoke with a DEA agent about the crisis and how cartels are using Arizona as a gateway to get drugs to the rest of the country.
They use pills because they're deceptive, because they seem so innocent.
A flood of fentanyl is wreaking havoc in our communities.
6 out of every 10 pills has a lethal dose. That is an incredibly dangerous number.
The pills are largely produced by the Sinaloa cartels in Mexico, who come up through Arizona, use clandestine labs, and then distribute throughout the rest of the country.
The Sinaloa cartel is primarily using Arizona as a gateway to the rest of the United States. We can link cases here in Arizona, seizures that we've made, to every state in the United States. So we are really the head of the snake.
Cartels make the fake pills to look like OxyContin, Percocet, Vicodin, Xanax, Adderall, and sometimes Advil, just to name a few. They come in all shapes and colors. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is highly addictive, 50 times more potent than heroin and 100 times more potent than morphine. The DEA says that creates return customers and a huge demand for supply. These clandestine labs are not regulated, and often these pills get mixed or overloaded with a lethal dosage of fentanyl.
When we talk about one pill can kill, it really is one pill, one time. There is no experimentation. There is no trying it. You don't get a second chance.
In 2021, the DEA seized more than 20.4 million fake prescription pills. Earlier this year, they conducted a nationwide operation to target fentanyl-laced pills, and in just over 3 months, they got 10.2 million fake pills. And getting these pills, unfortunately, is easier than ever.
If you are on any social media app, the cartels can get to you. And they are clever in their marketing. And again, these pills seem so innocent, and they're not.
Well, if you hadn't seen it before, here it is again, a giant red ribbon hanging over the White House on Thursday. It is a solemn reminder of World AIDS Day, a time to remember the hundreds of thousands of Americans who lost their lives to AIDS-related illnesses over the years. Now, President Joe Biden rededicated the day, which has been commemorated since 1988. His administration also reestablished the White House Office of National AIDS Policy and has laid out a plan to try to end the HIV epidemic in the U.S. by 2030. Now, Biden does continue to work to end HIV abroad as well by supporting the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, which has saved an estimated 25 million lives across the globe since it was enacted in 2003. Let's look at just some of these top stories happening all across the country. As we mentioned, we are also still waiting on a press conference from the White House. Inside there, we are going to be hearing from not only President Biden, but also the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. So he is visiting with President Biden. We heard that the press conference was running a bit behind. As soon as we get some pictures coming to us from inside of the White House, of course, we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we'll step away for a brief 2-minute break. And when we come back, we'll continue to bring you to press conferences that have been happening not only on Capitol Hill, but also all across the country. More to come here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the big board. We have only seen red here across the board, down more than 320 points here at this time, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this. And we're also continuing to stand by for a press conference from the White House. Here's just another look from outside of the White House. This one coming to us just outside of the Oval Office. You can see there's not a guard standing by outside the door, which usually indicates President Biden is in the Oval Office. We did see him inside of the Oval Office earlier here today with the French President, Emmanuel Macron. So we had brought that to our viewers a little bit earlier here today. But I want to continue taking us out to some more of these words that have been coming to us from Capitol Hill. So we'll show you some of the arrival ceremony that happened earlier today, a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to take us out to the Senate floor because it was just earlier that we did have our Senate leaders, both Senator Chuck Schumer as well as Senator Mitch McConnell, who were speaking from the Senate floor. I'm going to start with the Democratic Senator Chuck Schumer. He was speaking about not only a number of topics, but also focused on how they are trying to avoid a government shutdown that is looming. So let's go ahead and bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Directly onto the legislative calendar. Senators are working morning, noon, and night to reach an agreement for us to act on this measure ASAP. The Senate cannot leave until we get the job done, and Democrats will keep working with Republicans to find a path forward that everyone can support. One of my top priorities is holding a vote to provide rail workers with the paid sick leave many of them have asked for. I support paid sick leave. My Democratic colleagues support paid sick leave, and we want to see it included in the package. We hope some of our Republican colleagues will join us. Forcing workers to choose between their health and their livelihoods is unacceptable, and for that reason, Democrats, myself included, think it should be included. One thing is certain, Madam President, one thing is certain. Time is of the essence. A rail shutdown is set to begin December 9th. But the truth is we need to resolve this impasse well in advance of that date. Suppliers and businesses across the nation are going to begin shutting down operations soon if they think a strike is imminent. They're not going to wait till December 9th. They're not going to put something on a rail car in Seattle on December 7th that may be stuck in Peoria on December 9th because there's a rail strike, even when it's headed, say, to the East Coast. So they're going to, so the suppliers and businesses, the date, the drop dead date, if you will, before damage occurs is a lot sooner than December 9th. And there'd be painful disruptions to the economy before December 9th if we didn't act soon. The consequences of inaction would be severe. Unsafe drinking water, unusable gasoline, shuttered power plants, and a crippling shutdown of passenger rail across the country. And those are just a few of the myriad of problems, serious problems, that would occur if there's a rail shutdown. In that scenario, nobody wins, everybody loses. So the responsible thing to do here is to move forward and do everything we can to include paid sick leave. Again, we must keep working until the task is complete. Now, on the Omni and the NDAA. As we approach the end of the year, two of the most important priorities the Senate must focus on are passing a year-long omnibus and approving a bipartisan defense appropriations bill. We have a lot of work left to do on both fronts, but so far, I'm encouraged by the goodwill coming from both sides. While Democrats and Republicans disagree on the details of the omnibus, there is little debate that a CR would be terrible news for our troops and for American security. Yesterday, I attended a classified briefing on the latest developments in the war in Ukraine. Without getting into any of the details disclosed there, it was obvious sitting in the room that much of Ukraine's success is thanks to the emergency military and economic aid provided by the United States. 10 months into this war, there is no question, in my judgment, that helping our Ukrainian friends has been the right thing to do. But the fighting in Eastern Europe is sadly far from over. Putin's human rights atrocities continue. He's a vicious and brutal dictator. News reports come in daily of mass graves, civilian casualties, entire cities, men, women, children, civilians being killed and maimed, and entire cities being reduced to rubble. Yet even now, the brave and strong people of Ukraine have endured and fought back. They know what Russian aggression is. They remember it from the days of the 30s when Stalin sought to starve a huge number of Ukrainians to death. The United States must stay the course, helping our friends in need. It's not just, and by the way, this is not just a matter of standing with Ukraine. It's a matter of American security, because deep down, Putin is nothing more than a violent bully who will endanger our own democracy if his influence is allowed to expand, and he will not stop at Ukraine if he succeeds there. The single worst thing we can do right now is give Putin any signal that we are wavering in our commitment to help Ukraine. That's precisely what a CR would signal, and we cannot afford to go down that treacherous road. So I hope both sides will work together. We're making good progress. Paper is now being exchanged back and forth. We're not there yet. We got a ways to go. But we got to keep working till we get an omnibus done for the sake of our national security. Meanwhile, at the same time, both parties must cooperate on passing a bipartisan National Defense Act, as we've done now for more than 6 decades. Just as we need to hold the line against Putin and his belligerents, we also have to stand firm against encroachments and aggression from the Chinese Communist Party. A few months ago, the Senate took a major step in that direction by passing the Chips and Science Act, which will boost domestic chip manufacturing and help sever our dependence on foreign-made semiconductors. But just because we pass Chips and Science doesn't mean the job is done. We need to build our accomplishments by adding even more protections in the NDAA so we can continue reducing U.S. reliance on risky, Chinese-made microchips. So last month, I joined with Senator Cornyn, my colleague from Texas, and to introduce an amendment to the NDAA that would prohibit the U.S. government from doing business with companies that rely on certain Chinese chip makers that the Pentagon has labeled Chinese military contractors. This amendment would address a very big problem. Too many American companies with federal contracts are purchasing chips made by Chinese makers with well-known ties to the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese government. You don't need to be a national security expert to see how this dependence on Chinese chips presents a serious risk to American cybersecurity, to our privacy, to our defense. The previous administration, one of the few areas they went forward on that I agreed with, got rid of Huawei because it gave the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party too much influence. Well, the same thing will happen with these chip makers, these Chinese military contractor chip makers, if they're allowed to infuse their chips, continue to infuse their chips in our own equipment. Now, our amendment would remedy this with a simple proposition. If American businesses want to do business with the federal government, they shouldn't be allowed to turn around and then do business with risky Chinese chip makers. We certainly need and give ample time for American companies to adjust and get American-made chips or non-Chinese-made chips, non-Chinese military contractor-made chips, but it must be done. This is national security once again, as well as economic security, and the idea of keeping America #1, which we took a big step forward on the CHIPS Act, but there's more that has to be done. So, this proposal is one of many sound proposals that I hope to see included in the NDAA. I am, of course, fighting for a whole bunch of other things. On this issue, I thank Senator Cornyn for working with me on the amendment, and very soon the Senate hopefully will take quick action to send a defense appropriations bill, a defense authorization bill, to the President's desk. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
And we're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back and listen to the Republican Senator Mitch McConnell right here for you on Live Now from Fox in just a moment.
Dispense with.
Without objection.
It has been one of the big unfortunate ironies of the past several years. Many of the same individuals and institutions on the political left who spent the years 2017 through 2020 yelling about the importance of norms and institutions have themselves not hesitated to undermine our institutions when they're unhappy with a given outcome. Just as an example, the newly elected incoming leader of House Democrats is a past election denier who basically said the 2016 election was, quote, illegitimate, and suggested that we had a, quote, fake president. He's also mounted reckless attacks on our independent judiciary and said that justices he didn't like have, quote, zero legitimacy. Unfortunately, when it comes to attacking our independent judiciary, the Democrats' new leader isn't an outlier. He's a representative sample. In the last few years, we've seen my counterpart, the Senate Democratic leader, threaten sitting justices by name over on the Supreme Court steps. We've seen President Biden and Attorney General Garland refuse to enforce federal law and put a stop to illegal harassment campaigns at the homes of justices. And we've seen coordinated efforts by Democrats and the media to use smear campaigns to personally punish judges whose legal reasoning they don't like. The latest target has been Justice Alito, whose great offense was overruling a deeply flawed precedent that prominent liberal legal scholars, including even the late Justice Ginsburg herself, long acknowledged was badly written and poorly reasoned. I'm confident that smear campaigns and baseless fishing expeditions will keep groping around. And I'm just as confident that Justices Alito, Thomas, and the entire court will continue to ignore the noise and the smears and practice judicial independence. We also see growing evidence that the attacks on members of the legal profession who dare to upset the activist left are actually not limited to judges and other public officials. Private citizens are not safe. Earlier this week, a longtime female partner at a major law firm explained in an op-ed how she was forced out of the firm after she dared to enter into a, quote, safe space for women and share her own personal views on the Dobbs ruling. As she tells it, simply being a woman who agreed with the 5-justice majority of the Supreme Court was a fireable offense. Some of her colleagues claim that merely hearing her express a dissenting view caused them, quote, to lose their ability to breathe. This past summer, 2 wildly successful appellate litigators, including a former United States Solicitor General, were drummed out of another prominent firm because they won a Supreme Court victory for the Second Amendment. In their telling, they were basically told to either abandon their pro-Second Amendment clients or hand in their badges. Meanwhile, intellectual freedom and the competition of ideas have also been slipping away in the legal academy. Multiple circuit judges are so disturbed by the anti-free speech trends in elite law schools that they're starting to decline to hire clerks from otherwise prestigious schools that are hostile to non-liberal views. Just last night, 2 such judges participated in a Yale Law School panel titled, listen to this, Is Free Speech Dead on Campus? Is free speech dead on campus? And of course, the left's rapidly growing appetite for censorship is not limited to the legal realm. Earlier this week, in a truly bizarre and disturbing moment, the White House press secretary said the Biden administration is, quote, listen to this, keeping an eye on the social media company Twitter, which was recently purchased by an owner who doesn't happen to be a liberal. The antidote to all this toxic nonsense is renewed appreciation for the deeply American principle of free speech and open debate. No one in my lifetime has understood the importance of free speech and the competition of ideas better than the recently departed Judge Lawrence Silberman. Larry was a legal genius and a patriot whose rich and varied career culminated on the D.C. Circuit, where many came to view him as the single most important jurist in American history who never sat on the Supreme Court. The last major address Judge Silberman gave before his death was a powerful and important speech on free speech, which he delivered at Dartmouth in September. He explained how un-American and dangerous it is to enter an era where, quote, some political speech is attacked as if it were blasphemy drawn from the colonial period when witches were burned at the stake. I'll have more to say on this subject soon, but for now, I ask unanimous consent that the published text of Judge Silberman's final speech appear in the record in full at the conclusion of my remarks.
Without objection.
Now, on another matter, we again reach the period every 2 years when the Senate begins our process of honoring and bidding farewell to our distinguished colleagues who are soon leaving our ranks. Seeing friends off is hardly a task to look forward to, but it's made more tolerable when I get to boast about and embarrass our talented colleagues one last time before they head for the exits. I'll begin today with one of only 2 current senators who were around when I arrived as a freshman in 1985. By then, of course, Pat Leahy had already made history. When Pat was first elected in 1974, he was the first non-Republican to represent Vermont in the Senate since 1856. And now, after 8 terms, he'll depart having made history all over again as his state's longest-serving senator by a comfortable margin. Of course, it's the dash in between the dates that matters the most. And to say that Pat Leahy has made the most of his time in Washington would be truly an understatement. Pat first developed his habit for lifelong learning growing up around the printing press of his family's newspaper in Montpelier. But I suspect our friend never hit the books as hard as he did after he found out that the girl for whom he had fallen head over heels, Marcel, spoke not English, but French at home. The way Pat tells it, he wanted to know what Marcel's parents were saying about him, so the studies began. Here in the Senate, the same energy and curiosity led Pat to collect enough policy passions for an entire congressional delegation, from dairy farming to privacy to landmine mitigation. Pat and I got a chance to work closely together during our long tenures, switching off and on as chairman and ranking members of the State Foreign Operations Subcommittee of Appropriations. As often as the majority changed hands during our time, Pat and I made a point of working as partners. He always knew the right time to break up tense negotiations with a stem-winder of an old Irish joke. We rolled up our sleeves and bonded over our shared commitment to extending American influence and promoting our interests using soft power everywhere from East Asia to the former Soviet Union. And like good appropriators, we also bonded over a firm mutual conviction that our true opponent was never each other, it was the House. Our leading subcommittee together saw a major landmine removal effort deservedly come to bear the name of its champion, the Leahy War Victims Fund. And Pat lent equal support to one of my passion projects, our work on behalf of pro-democracy movement in Burma. All of this work was accompanied by great humor. One time, after an election that had turned out well for my side, Pat showed up at our next hearing having found a unique way to show grace in defeat. Here's what happened. He showed up with a yard sign from a campaign of some local candidate where he lived that read, "McConnell for chairman," and remarked that apparently the voters of his neighborhood had gotten their wish. Even just measuring by local votes cast, Pat's colossal Senate legacy put the name Leahy right up there with fellow titans like Kennedy, Stevens, and Inouye. But Pat's legendary service to the people of Vermont has been more than a vote tally. Over 8 terms, he's made a point of becoming not just a familiar name, but a friendly face and a committed servant to his neighbors. And it certainly didn't come easy. The way I've heard the story, Pat's first Senate victory came after he wisely dispatched his darling French-speaking emissary, Marcel, into the Francophone enclaves of Vermont's Northeast Kingdom. Of course, we know Marcel is much more than a natural campaigner. She's an accomplished nurse and a treasured member of the Senate's family in her own right. So I know I speak for so many colleagues, past and present, in saying the Senate will miss our distinguished President pro tem, but we know that Pat and Marcel have more than earned some extra free time to spend in their beautiful home state with their kids, Kevin, Alicia, and Mark, and their 5 grandkids, and with the many neighbors who are grateful, so grateful, for a lifetime of outstanding service.
McConnell wrapping up floor remarks. You can see we're getting closer to the start of this joint press conference, not only with President Joe Biden, but also French President Emmanuel Macron. Let's go ahead, take our final 2-minute break of this hour, and we'll be right here in the East Room when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This tweet happening just the other evening, President Biden welcoming the French president and First Lady there to the United States, taking them out for dinner. Again, this was a tweet from President Biden himself that says welcoming some friends to town. And we've certainly seen a lot of events happening with these pairs, and we're expecting a joint news conference to be happening at any moment. You can see a lot of media members as well as others finding their seats here in the East Room. So this will be something we'll be jumping into in full as soon as it does begin. But let's just go back to a little bit earlier here today. I'm going to play out the news conference that they held just inside of the Oval Office as both President Biden as well as the French President Macron, they were speaking about their relationship. And then you're going to hear them say that they're going to save the questions for this news conference that they had planned for today. So let's go ahead and at least go listen into what they had to say from just earlier this morning.
You ready? Okay. Well, it's great to have my good friend back here. Welcome back to the White House. This is his second visit. And we've always, interesting, as we said today in our short remarks, France and the United States have always stood together. And I can say that President Macron and I have stood together since we've worked together in the G7 meetings, the G20, and France is an incredibly valued ally. And I know it sounds like hyperbole, but from the Revolutionary War to the World Wars to today, we've been locked at the hip in what we've been doing. And our efforts are continuing at NATO, the G7, the G20, and there's a lot going on. As I constantly am probably boring Manuel with, we are a real inflection point. Things are changing rapidly, really rapidly. And it's really important we stay in close communication. It doesn't mean that every single solitary thing we agree on, but it does mean we agree on almost everything. We're working together to strengthen the security and prosperity across the Atlantic and in each of our countries, but also Europe as a whole. Manuel is not just the leader of France, he's one of the leaders of Europe. He's been very outspoken and he has been very commanding in Europe. And this morning we're going to discuss our cooperation on all the issues from high-tech commerce to defense to cyber to space, to a whole range of issues that are on both of our agendas. Mr. President, I look forward to our conversation today. I know you've had some good conversations already with some of our senior administration officials, and I look forward to the day. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, dear Joe. Let me first say that I'm extremely happy and honored to be here for the first state visit of your administration, and this is, for me, the best evidence of this indeed very long-term friendship and partnership. And this is exactly the basis of our relation. We will discuss about a lot of topics, but obviously we are together in challenging times globally, and with the war in Ukraine launched by Russia, and so obviously it will be the first topic of discussion for both of us. And since the very beginning of this war, we worked very hard together in order to help Ukraine to resist and to be resilient, and we will reinforce this action. But what we want to do as well, and I want really to pay tribute to a lot of statements you made, we want to build peace, and sustainable peace means full respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, but at the same time a new architecture to be sure that we have a sustainable peace on the long run. And we are very much committed on this issue. We will discuss about as well energy, economy, space, nuclear, and I spoke about this synchronization, and I think this is extremely important precisely to have close coordination between us on these different issues, because we want to fix the direct and indirect consequences of the war on our economies and our people, but at the same time we want to prepare for future generations. A carbon neutral economy, creating a lot of jobs, which means investing a lot in our economies, and we have to synchronize our action on this issue, and it will be an important topic of discussion. Beyond that, we will discuss climate change and biodiversity and the common actions in this field, health, and a lot of global topics where our alliance is so critical. But let me once again thank you and your wife for the wonderful dinner we had yesterday, for the friendship, and really for the quality of the discussion we have together, and the common action and the common decisions we take in these so difficult times. Because I think when we look at our common history, this friendship always prevailed, with quite good results, by the way.
Yes.
So we will prevail.
Folks, wait. You know we are going to do a press conference. So we'll answer your questions at the press conference, and that's going to be shortly. I don't know how shortly, but shortly. Okay?
Can we ask one quick question?
All right, so there you heard it. President Biden there saying they're going to answer more questions at this joint news conference that we are waiting upon here in the East Room. Macron not only expected to have a number of meetings with President Biden, you heard them talking about just some of those global issues they're going to be speaking about, but also he's expected to visit the U.S. Congress, and then tonight is when President Biden's expected to host that state dinner for the French president and their first lady. So this is a grand tradition at the White House, hosting foreign leaders and monarchs. It's resuming here tonight, and this is their first state dinner in honor of French president and his wife Brigitte. This dinner coming at a time when the White House now is opening back up after the coronavirus pandemic had halted many of these customs that we had expected and cherished. So this state visit is going to be very important, and it's also going to be showing a little bit of Jill Biden's legacy as First Lady as well. So we'll be keeping track of all of these movements around the White House as we continue to wait here for this joint news conference. Let's go ahead and just play out what happened earlier today when they first arrived at the White House. They held a special arrival ceremony on the South Lawn. Again, that was something that happened just this morning. We'll play it out in that double box while we continue to keep an eye on this joint news conference. But as soon as it does happen, we'll take it back in full for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
The temperature may be a little chilly on this December day, but our hearts are warm and to welcome such close friends to the White House. President Macron and Brigitte, members of the French delegation, distinguished guests, it's an honor, a genuine honor to host you for the first state visit of my administration. And to celebrate the enduring strength and vitality of the great friendship between France and the United States of America.
Bonjour. La température peut être fraîche en ce jour lumineux de décembre, mais nos cœurs sont chauds d'accueillir des amis si proches à la Maison-Blanche. Monsieur le Président Macron, Brigitte, membres de la délégation française, distingués invités, c'est un honneur de vous accueillir pour la première visite d'État de mon administration et de célébrer la force et la vitalité durable de la grande amitié entre la France et les États-Unis d'Amérique.
As my friend and I were talking, France is our oldest ally, our unwavering partner in freedom's cause. From the spirit of Marcus de Lafayette, who helped secure the success of our revolution, to the sacrifice of American GIs who stormed the beaches of Normandy, our history has been shaped by the courage of the women and men who crossed the Atlantic, carrying within their hearts the flame of liberty. Today, that flame burns more brightly than ever, and the alliance between our two nations remains essential to our mutual defense.
France est notre plus ancien allié, notre partenaire inébranlable dans la cause de la liberté. De l'esprit du marquis de Lafayette, qui a contribué au succès de notre révolution, au sacrifice des GI américains qui ont pris d'assaut les plages de Normandie, notre histoire a été façonnée par le courage des femmes et des hommes qui ont traversé l'Atlantique, portant dans leur cœur la flamme de la liberté. Aujourd'hui, cette flamme brûle plus brillamment que jamais, et l'alliance entre nos deux nations reste essentielle à sa défense.
As allies in NATO, together with our European Union and the G7 and partners around the world, France and the United States are facing down Vladimir Putin's grasping ambition for conquest and Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, which has once more shattered peace on the continent of Europe.
De l'OTAN, aux côtés de l'Union européenne, du G7 et de partenaires du monde entier, la France et les États-Unis font face à l'ambition de conquête de Vladimir Poutine et à la guerre brutale de la Russie contre l'Ukraine, qui a une nouvelle fois fracassé la paix sur le continent européen.
France and the United States are once again defending the democratic values and universal human rights, which are the heart of both our nations. The wellspring of our strength is a shared commitment to liberty and justice for all. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
La France et les États-Unis défendent les valeurs démocratiques et les droits universels de la personne, qui sont au cœur de nos deux nations. La source de notre force est un engagement commun pour la liberté et la justice pour tous. Liberté, égalité, fraternité.
We are proving to people around the world that democracies deliver from our joint leadership to make sure partners everywhere, and parents everywhere can feed their children, to cooperate and to tackle the climate crisis, and to preserve our planet for generations yet to come. And on this World's AIDS Day, we reaffirm our shared commitment to end the AIDS epidemic by 2030.
Nous prouvons aux gens du monde entier que les démocraties tiennent leurs promesses, de notre leadership commun pour faire en sorte que les parents du monde entier puissent nourrir leurs enfants, à notre coopération pour lutter contre la crise climatique et préserver notre planète pour les générations à venir. En cette journée mondiale de lutte contre le sida, nous réaffirmons notre engagement commun pour mettre fin à l'épidémie de sida d'ici 2030.
President Macron, you heard me speak before about the inflection point we stand at in history, and how the choices we make today and in the years ahead will determine the course of our world for decades to come. And the United States could not ask for a better partner in this work than France. For centuries, we've come together, charted a course toward a world of greater freedom, greater opportunity, greater dignity, and greater peace.
Monsieur le Président Macron, vous m'avez déjà entendu parler du point d'inflexion que nous avons atteint dans l'histoire et sur la façon dont les choix que nous faisons aujourd'hui et dans les années à venir détermineront l'évolution de notre monde pour les décennies à venir. Les États-Unis ne pouvaient pas demander un meilleur partenaire dans ce travail que la France. Depuis des siècles, nous avons ensemble tracé la voie vers un monde de plus grande liberté, de plus grandes opportunités, d'une plus grande dignité individuelle et d'une plus grande paix.
Stalwart friends in times of triumph and of trial, France and the United States will meet the future just as we always have, confident in our shared capacity, sustained by the strength of our shared values, and undaunted by any challenge that lies ahead. And the connections we are building today between our students, our businesses, our trailblazers, will see our alliance continue to prosper and grow stronger for decades to come. So, Mr. President, welcome again, and welcome to the French delegation. I'm honored to have you here and looking forward to a wonderful day together. God bless both our nations, and may God protect our troops. Mr. President.
Amis indéfectibles dans les moments de triomphe et d'épreuve, la France et les États-Unis affronteront l'avenir comme nous l'avons toujours fait, confiants dans nos capacités communes, soutenus par la force de nos valeurs partagées, sans se laisser décourager par les défis qui nous attendent. Et les liens que nous construisons aujourd'hui entre nos étudiants, nos entreprises, nos pionniers permettront à notre alliance de continuer à prospérer et à se renforcer pendant les décennies à venir. Donc, bienvenue à nouveau, Monsieur le Président, et à la délégation française. Je suis honoré de vous avoir ici et je me réjouis de passer une merveilleuse journée ensemble. Que Dieu bénisse nos deux nations et que Dieu protège nos troupes.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, the President of the French Republic.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, cher Joe, Madame, chère Jill, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, dear Joe, Madam, dear Jill, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests.
Nous sommes à la fois honorés et émus d'être en ce jour à vos côtés, à la Maison-Blanche. Honorés et émus, vous l'avez dit, Monsieur le Président, à l'instant, car nos deux nations sont sœurs dans leur combat pour la liberté. La France, dès les origines de l'indépendance américaine et de la construction de votre nation, les États-Unis, par le sang versé des tranchées de la Somme aux plages de Normandie.
We are both honored and moved, Mr. President, to be here with you today at the White House. Honored and moved, like you said, Mr. President, because our two nations are sisters in their fight for freedom. France from the beginnings of American independence, the inception of your country, and the United States in the life sacrifice from the trenches of the Somme to the beaches of Normandy.
Et cette histoire commune nous oblige aussi, face au retour de la guerre sur le sol européen, suite à l'agression russe contre l'Ukraine, et face aux crises multiples qui frappent nos nations et nos sociétés, il nous faut savoir redevenir frères d'armes.
Accordingly, we bear a duty to this shared history. As war returns to the European soil, following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and in light of the multiple crises our nations and our societies face, we need to become brothers in arms once more.
Cet esprit de fraternité doit nous permettre de bâtir un agenda d'ambition et d'espoir, car nos deux pays ont la même foi dans la liberté, dans les valeurs démocratiques, dans l'émancipation par l'éducation et le travail, dans le progrès par les sciences et le savoir.
This spirit of fraternity must enable us to build an agenda of ambition and hope, as our two countries share the same faith in freedom, in democratic values, in empowerment through education and work, and in progress through science and knowledge.
Nos démocraties, d'un côté et l'autre de l'océan, sont bousculées par les mêmes doutes sur notre capacité à être suffisamment forts et efficaces face aux urgences communes, aux défis climatiques, sanitaires, géopolitiques, technologiques. Elles doutent parfois face au relativisme, aux discours de haine, aux fausses informations, comme aux angoisses contemporaines.
Our democracies, on both sides of the ocean, are being shaken by the same doubts as to our ability to be sufficiently strong and effective when it comes to the challenges we share, those of the climate, geopolitics, and technology. They're in doubt in the face of relativism, hate speech, false information, and today's fears.
C'est la même détermination qui nous unit en ce jour et la même force d'âme.
United today by the same determination and the same strength of mind.
Nous devons, ensemble, trouver un chemin pour offrir un avenir possible à nos enfants, fait de prospérité, de justice et d'écologie.
Together, we need to find a path to offer a possible future for our children, one of prosperity, justice and ecology.
Nous devons ensemble œuvrer pour rebâtir l'unité de nos sociétés par le respect et la reconnaissance qui seuls permettent d'éradiquer la haine.
Together, we need to work to rebuild the unity of our societies through respect and recognition, the only means to eradicate hate.
Nous devons ensemble tramer les nouveaux équilibres du monde pour faire advenir la paix, construire un partenariat renouvelé et plus équitable avec le Sud.
Together, we need to frame new world balances to bring peace and build a renewed, more equitable partnership with the Global South.
Nos frontières nouvelles sont là, et pour parvenir à les atteindre, les États-Unis et la France sont les alliés les plus solides, car cette amitié est enracinée à travers les siècles.
Our new frontiers are there, and it is our shared responsibility to respond to this. And to that effect, the United States and France, the strongest allies, are there because our relationship is rooted in centuries.
Notre destin commun est d'y répondre ensemble, fidèles à notre histoire, lucides sur notre monde et déterminés à inventer une espérance. Vive l'amitié entre les États-Unis d'Amérique et la France.
It is our shared destiny to respond to those challenges together, true to our history, clear-sighted about world, and determined to generate hope. Long live the friendship between the United States and France.
All right, so once again, President Biden here on the South Lawn just earlier this morning welcoming the French president with his First Lady. We are still waiting for that joint news conference to take place here as we are giving you these live pictures from the East Room. So what we're going to do is we're going to sneak in a 2-minute break. We'll be back here waiting for this joint news conference when we return here in just a moment. we are back live here inside of the White House in the East Room. You can see we have both the United States and France flags behind two podiums where we are waiting for a joint press conference with both Biden and Macron here. It was supposed to take place nearly an hour and a half ago. We were hearing they were running behind, and we are still waiting in the East Room for the pair to come out. Now, we heard them speaking earlier today inside of the Oval Office. They said that they have a number of topics to discuss. Not only the ongoing war in Ukraine at the hands of Russia, that's been something that they've been partnered and allied together with in supporting Ukraine, but also they said that they're going to be speaking about some of those other top issues that they've met previously at other summits and conferences around the world, global issues, as well as continuing our partnership together. So let's go ahead and continue to wait for this. I want to remind our viewers, while we play out other pieces of content, we're still going to be jumping into this in full as soon as we do see the pair walk out, take the podium there, step up behind those podiums as they're going to be speaking again here very shortly. But let's go ahead and play out some more of these other news conferences that we've had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. I want to take us to a story that happened down in Florida. Police officials were giving us an update on an incident that happened at a gas station where a suspect was killed after stabbing one of their officers in the face. So they were explaining it a little bit with our news teams that caught up with them. Let's go ahead and play out that press conference here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Everybody hear me okay? All right, good morning. Jakari Young, Chief of Police, Daytona Beach Police Department. We responded here in reference to an officer-involved shooting. This originally started as a trespasser on property. This was the second time we responded today in reference to this suspect trespassing here at the Sunoco. The business called, wanted him to be removed from the property, so we responded up here to do just that. There was a sheriff's deputy who was already on scene patronizing the business, so he was able to make contact with the suspect as my officer was also responding to the scene. As they approach the suspect, they attempt to detain him, and the fight is on. You could see the suspect originally he had a lighter in one of his hands as the sheriff's deputy goes to grab the left hand, at which point the struggle ensues and my officer's body camera gets knocked off. But my officer sustained a laceration to the face as a result of being stabbed by this suspect. He fires 2 shots, and the suspect has passed away as a result of those gunshots. So both the officer and the suspect were both transported to Halifax Hospital, and it appears that the officer will make a full recovery, but the suspect is deceased as a result of those gunshot wounds. I'm grateful to the sheriff and his deputy for being on scene and being here to back up my officer, because the suspect was a very large individual. I do not have the suspect's name or his criminal history at this point, but I will update everyone once I have that information. So again, all information is still somewhat preliminary at this time. FDLE is on scene, and they will be taking the lead as far as the overall investigation. So it's not going to be investigated internally by us. FDLE is already on scene, which is procedure for officer-involved shootings, and they will be taking the lead as far as the overall investigation. Yes, he had a knife, and it appears that he pulled the knife from his right pants pocket. And stabbed the officer, yes. This was the second time today that the same suspect was at this location, and the business actually called us to have him removed from the property. Yes, again, I don't have his information at this time. We will release all of that later on today.
But you were, a sheriff's deputy was here. Were you on the first call? Do you know what time you were first called?
No, the sheriff's deputy was on scene for the second call. He was already here patronizing the business, and then they informed, the business informs the deputy that they just called the police in reference to the trespasser. So the sheriff's deputy engages the suspect right as we're coming on scene.
Chief, can you tell us more about the officer, maybe how long he has been with the department, how old he might be and stuff like that?
He's a veteran officer. He's been here a few years. I don't have the exact number right now, but he's not a new guy. He's been around for a little while. Most importantly is he's going to be okay. That's what's most important.
So the suspect brandished the knife after they
During the struggle, yes, during the struggle, the subject brandished the knife and stabs my officer in the face.
And what business was it that he was trespassing?
The Sunoco gas station located behind us.
The actual gas station?
Yes.
So the light's on, our suspect pulls a knife, stabs your officer in the face.
Yes.
Not a life-threatening injury, thankfully, and the suspect was shot once or twice.
Yes.
And passed away.
Correct.
Is the officer who got stopped that shot the suspect, or was it the deputy? You said there were two of them.
It was the officer. It was my officer that fired the shots.
Did the deputy fire shots at all?
Not that we're aware of. Not that we're aware of. But obviously I have the sheriff here because his deputy was also involved, so I will allow him to say a few words if he wishes.
I think the most important thing here is that everybody is lucky. When you watch the
And here we go. We are going to be listening into the joint news conference here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, it's great to see you all today. President Macron and I have had a chance to spend some time together. We went to private dinner last night with our wives, and just came to tell you that we're leaving. But it's wonderful to have him here. We've had great conversations and always appreciate the opportunity to share ideas with you, Mr. President. And I especially enjoyed our time that Jill and I and Brigitte had last night in our visit. First time I've gone to dinner, a private dinner in Washington in a long, long time. But I had the protection of the French government with me. But all kidding aside, France is one of our strongest partners, and historically, but one of our strongest partners and our most capable allies. And Manuel has also become a friend, in addition to being president of that great country. And we share the same values, and we remain the core common agenda that we address all challenges together. And occasionally we have some slight differences, but never in a fundamental way thus far, at least as long as I've been in Washington, and that's been more than a couple years. Today, we reaffirm that France and the United States, together with all our allies, all our NATO allies and European Union, the G7, stand as strong as ever against Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. We talked a lot about that in our bilateral meeting. And we'll continue the strong support to the people of Ukraine as they defend their homes and their families and their sovereignty and territorial integrity against Russian aggression, which has been incredibly brutal. I knew Russia was, but I didn't anticipate them being as brutal as they have been and what they've been doing. Many of the reporters in this room have been there themselves and recovered from there, and they know what it's like. Today, we reaffirm that, as I said, we're going to stand together against this brutality. And we'll continue the strong support for the Ukrainian people as they defend their homes and their families and their nurseries, their hospitals, their sovereignty, their integrity, and against Russian aggression. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for welcoming that the people of France have given to over 100,000 Ukrainian refugees. It's a mark of who you are as a people. And they're fleeing Putin's just barbarism. Putin thinks that he can crush the will of all those who oppose his imperial ambitions. But attacking civilian infrastructures in Ukraine, choking off energy to Europe, and to drive up prices, exacerbating the food crisis, that's hurting very vulnerable people, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. And he's not going to succeed. President Macron and I have resolved that we're going to continue working together to hold Russia accountable for their actions and to mitigate the global impacts of Putin's war on the rest of the world. The United States is helping Europe diversify away from Russian natural gas in the immediate term, and while accelerating our clean energy transitions, and we're going to continue working in close partnership with Europe as we move forward. I welcome the progress we've already made in many of these issues through the US-EU Task Force on Energy Security. And today, we also committed to deepening cooperation between France and the United States on civil nuclear energy through our bilateral clean energy partnership. Around the world, France and the United States are working to strengthen stability and security. We share the vision, the same vision in the Indo-Pacific. We're looking for one Indo-Pacific that's free and open, prosperous and secure. And we're going to continue to strengthen our cooperation to defend core international principles in the Indo-Pacific, including freedom of navigation and freedom of overflight. We're working together to support the Middle East that is more integrated, peaceful, and prosperous. And we want to particularly thank President Macron for his efforts to help bring about the historic maritime boundaries agreement between Israel and Lebanon. We also stand with the people of Iran. And then the French and the United States are working together and hold accountable those responsible for the human rights abuses to counter Iran's support for Russia's war and to ensure that Iran does not ever acquire a nuclear weapon. And as we in the United States are looking forward to hosting the upcoming U.S.-African Leaders Summit, President Macron and I understand Africa's influence and importance, and he has much to add. France has much to add. We're also going to deepen our engagement, listening to and working with our African partners to help strengthen the governance and security and economic opportunities across the continent and to tackle the global challenges of our time. Our partnership also extends to cooperating in outer space, from coordinating defenses and from coordinating defense of our space activities to strengthening scientific efforts to monitor Earth's changing climate. And we had a detailed discussion of the Inflation Reduction Act. I know none of you are curious about that, but we did talk about that a good deal. The United States and Europe share the goal of making bold investments in clean energy to meet the challenges of the climate crisis and to build the industries of the future, including batteries and green hydrogen. We agreed to discuss practical steps to coordinate and align our approaches so that we can strengthen and secure the supply chains, manufacturing, and innovation on both sides of the Atlantic. We ask our teams to follow up on this part as ongoing U.S.-EU consultation continues, because we can work out some of the differences that exist. I'm confident. France and the United States are also leading efforts to strengthen the global health and global health security. President Macron visits falls on the World AIDS Day. And I want to particularly highlight our joint effort to reach our goal of ending the AIDS epidemic by 2030. That is a goal we set, a goal we're going to accomplish, and a goal we're sticking with. And to do it, we have all the tools we need. We just have to make finishing this fight a top priority for not just the two of us, but for other nations as well. And that's why I'm proud to take the baton from you, President Macron, and host the Global Fund's 7th Replenishment Conference this year, building on France's strong record of leadership. We've raised $15.7 billion with the United States and France as the two largest contributors to the Global Fund, and it's going to save millions, literally millions of lives. If I listed all the areas where cooperation between France and the United States we're delivering meaningful progress, we'd be here until dinner time. So let me just close by highlighting our long-term investment to deepen the ties between our people, particularly the U.S.-French Fulbright program, which celebrates its 75th anniversary and has facilitated thousands of exchanges between our students, our educators, over the last decades. It's been critical to our relationship. It's a key part of ensuring that the future of this vital alliance remains strong and vibrant for generations to come. So, Emmanuel, thank you again for all that our nations are doing together in the cooperation. My administration has built our foreign policy around the strength of our alliances, and France is the very heart of that commitment. So merci, my friend, and I look forward to continuing to work with you. And as I used to say in the body I worked on a long time in the United States Senate, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, dear Joe, thank you ever so much for these words that very much reflect the discussions we just had. But most importantly, thank you very much for your warm welcome. And indeed, together with my wife, Brigitte, we were very pleased to share this moment together with you and your spouse last night. And let me tell you how honored and moved we are, both my delegation and myself, to be here, invited by you on the occasion of this first state visit by your administration. And regarding this relationship, we said it this morning, and you just said it again, this heritage is based on life sacrifice, on so much. And I would like to say that over centuries, every time there was something vital at stake, we were there, one for the other, without any doubt, without any hesitation. And this is very much what should structure the rest of it. It is this spirit that is prevailing in the current circumstances since last February. And I did not repeat what President Biden perfectly described. And dear Joe, indeed, you very much describe what we're doing together in Ukraine. We clearly condemn this war immediately. We led all the diplomatic actions to condemn this war, the war crimes committed by Russia on the Ukrainian soil, and we support both the Ukrainian army that is resisting, the Ukrainian population resisting as well. And please allow me here to very much thank the United States of America for all the support provided, because this war is impacting the European soil even more directly, and you've chosen to invest so much to contribute to this joint effort. In this context, our discussion this morning was an opportunity to confirm the initiatives we will be taking once again in the coming weeks and months to keep supporting, to strengthen our support to the Ukrainian troops and to enable them to resist. We also agreed to continue to work together to support the Ukrainian people, to help them resist, because we can very well see today that the Russian war effort is very much targeting the civilian infrastructure, bringing even more violence to try and make the Ukrainian people desperate and make it impossible for them to survive this winter. This is the reason why we decided to organize on the 13th of December a conference to support Ukraine, and very much would like to thank you for the close cooperation in preparing for that event. And we're working in close cooperation with President Zelensky based on his 10-point plan that he proposed, and I also would like to take this opportunity to commend the efforts of President Zelensky to try and find a way, a path to peace while leading this heroic resistance they've been organizing for 10 months. We always agreed, help Ukraine resist, never give up on anything in the UN Charter, prevent any risk of escalation in this conflict, and make sure that when the time comes, on the basis of conditions to be set by Ukrainians themselves, help build peace. And I believe your positions being so clear, it is something important to us, because we're both working for sustainable peace. We also talked about the direct and indirect consequences of this war, including on food security and energy security for the entire planet. And our joint initiatives within the G20, the G7, very much go in that direction. And we also recall this morning all of that, all we're doing to try and help all countries to weather the consequences of the conflict on their economies. This morning, we also had an excellent discussion on the IRA and the recent pieces of legislation. adopted by the American administration. And like President Biden just said, we agreed to resynchronize our approaches, our agendas, in order to invest in critical emerging industries, semiconductors, batteries, hydrogen, everything that is absolutely decisive, because as a matter of fact, we share the same vision and the same willingness. President Biden wishes to create more industrial jobs in the long run for his country and to build a strong industry and secure your supplies. And this is very much our approach as well. And this is the reason why we task our teams to continue this work in close cooperation, coordination, to find solutions on the topics we identified. And of course, we will coordinate with all of the Europeans and with you to have an agenda that will only bring more jobs, industry jobs, in the United States as well as in Europe, and guarantee the strength and the resilience of our supply chains. And to do that with a strong integration. This European work is also the one we want to deliver on all of the issues on our agenda. And President, you just said it. What we would like to do as well is work on a number of topics of the future. And yesterday we had some sessions, working sessions, and our ministers and teams have been working as well, so that we could approve an agenda of hope and for the future. Like I said this morning, in the space industry, research, exploration, but as well the industry of the future. Civil nuclear industry, here again with some common research projects, in particular on the most advanced technique, because I believe I can say on behalf of both of us that the civil nuclear industry is very much part of the energy mix in which we believe in, that will not only bring jobs, but enables us as well to have a secure supply and to meet our climate objectives. We also talked about the quantum issues with a number of stakeholders, innovation, and here as well our delegations are here to illustrate the work that is taking place so that we can deliver on that common agenda. Lastly, we also have all of our commitments on the major international challenges, which are very much, I would say, feeding our relationship as well. And I can only tell you once again how pleased we were with your choices that very much match your history and your campaign commitments. The fact that you're back on major international challenges such as health and climate, it is really a new deal, and we've been resisting for a number of years, and now we're being able to re-engage with you. And on this day of World AIDS Day as well, we are very much continuing to work to deliver by 2030. And I would like to say how much has been achieved by both our countries, which are major contributors to the Global Fund to deal with, of course, eradicate AIDS, but also malaria and a number of other diseases for the benefit of the most fragile populations. And the same goes in our relationship when we're doing everything we can to deal with climate change and biodiversity. Of course, we want more innovation, we want to promote solutions on climate change, but we also very concretely acknowledge a number of initiatives in this respect on the occasion of this state visit. It is about finding a new financing means for the most fragile countries, emerging countries, to support them on both development and climate change. And in this respect, you will be playing a key role in the summit we intend to organize next summer to build a new partnership between the North and the South. And this is very much along the lines of providing more resources to the southern countries and as well reforming our main international financial institutions with the reform of the World Bank and a number of international existing tools. And regarding the biodiversity, we had this lunch yesterday with the relevant caucus. And here again, our willingness is to have an agenda which is extremely ambitious. In particular, we will be working together to prepare for the One Forest Summit in Gabon, in Africa, at the end of the next semester. And this topic, of course, is very much at the heart of the ones you will be covering with the African countries coming to Washington in a few days. So here again, a strong convergence of views between us. And lastly, we will continue to work together to fight terrorism and to act for peace. And of course, my thoughts go to our soldiers who fell in Afghanistan, in the Middle East, in Africa over the past few years, to fight for the security of these regions of the world and of all countries. And here again, please allow me to say once again that we're committed within our international coalition in the Middle East through our military action, and we will continue to do so because this fight is not over yet, and it is important to remind all of our allies and partners that we need to continue to work to fight terrorism in the Middle East and in the Near East. And I would like to thank you for all your very valuable support over the past few years for the fight against terror, including in the Sahel, in Africa. And that enabled us to have some very concrete results, including over the past few weeks. And we will continue to work together. I could carry on during the entire afternoon. We could talk about the Indo-Pacific, the way in particular we're organizing our...
As we continue listening in here to remarks, they're going to be taking some reporters' questions. We're going to send some viewers out to a quick 2-minute break.
You elegantly thank France for the role we played in the historical agreement between Israel and Lebanon. We did our utmost to finalize the accord, but let me be honest, I think most of the work was yours. So I think it was a work of the utmost importance, and Lebanon is so dear to us, and they needed this accord in the context of everything that is still on the agenda for Lebanon in the coming weeks and months. Ladies and gentlemen, I very much meant to thank President Biden, because what he said, I can say it as well. You're not just a leader with whom we share many values, many battles. You're someone with whom we are having some very frank and respectful discussions on any topic. And you also became a friend. And so thank you ever so much for this warm welcome and for the importance of being able to spend some time together now. So important for our joint future. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Manuel. I began to refer to him privately as my closer. That deal with Lebanon and Israel, we did negotiate, but we needed a closer to get the job done, and you did it, and thank you very much. All right, we're going to take, we're each going to call on 2 people, the total of 2 people, total of 4 all total. And the first questioner is going to be from AFP, Miss End.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will have a question for you and one for the French President, if I may. To you first, you now say that you're going to better coordinate, especially your green economic policies. But yesterday, Emmanuel Macron said that the Inflation Reduction Act is in fact super aggressive, I quote, for European companies. Does it mean that you are ready to grant exemptions of derogations to European industries? And now my question to you, Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous allez repartir de Washington avec l'assurance?
Mr. President, will you leave Washington with the assurance that you will be able to deal with these massive subventions? The journalist doesn't have a microphone. So you think there's a risk of generating divisions?
I'll answer the last question since I didn't hear any of it. I didn't understand a word of it, so I'll answer it.
And we'll take care of it.
No, look, the United States makes no apology, and I make no apology since I wrote it for the legislation you're talking about. But there are occasions when you write a massive piece of legislation, and that has almost $368 billion for the largest investment in climate change on all of history. And so there's obviously going to be glitches in it and need to reconcile changes in it. For example, there's a provision in it that says that there is an exception for anyone who has a free trade agreement with us. Well, that was added by a member of the United States Congress who acknowledges that he just meant allies. He didn't mean literally free trade agreement. So there's a lot we can work out. But the essence of it is we're going to make sure that the United States continues, and just as I hope Europe will be able to continue, not to have to rely on anybody else's supply chain. We are our own supply chain, and we share that with Europe and all of our allies, and they will, in fact, have the opportunity to do the same thing. So there's tweaks that we can make that can fundamentally make it easier for European countries to participate and or be on their own. But that is something that is a matter to be worked out. There is no fundamental, it was never intended when I wrote the legislation, never intended to exclude folks who were cooperating with us. That was not the intention. The intention was to make sure we're no longer in a position when there was a pandemic in Asia and China decided they're going to no longer sell us computer chips. We invented the damn things. So it's, anyway, but my point is we're back in business. Europe is back in business, and we're going to continue to create manufacturing jobs in America, but not at the expense of Europe.
What we've been discussing with President Biden and what, as a matter of fact, he just said, and that's what I talked about with the caucus yesterday. That's simple. The United States of America adopted a piece of legislation for their country, for their industry, which, with a common objective goal that we share, creating jobs, creating opportunities for the middle class, and succeeding in implementing the energy transition. The reality is that the consequences, as we've seen in our discussions, it is certainly not the intention of the United States, but as a matter of fact, projects that were growing, being developed in Europe, there's such a difference in subsidies that these projects might come to an end. And a number of senators yesterday said it was certainly not their intention. So France simply did not come to us for an exemption or another for our economy, but simply to discuss the consequences of this legislation. And the news, the circumstances mean that we have no alternative but to work together. So therefore, I believe we need to resynchronize, as I say, find a new policy to clarify our goals and continue together. And the discussion we had this morning was extremely clear. And I could feel the very same intent on behalf of the members of the Congress yesterday. The wish of President Biden is to rebuild a strong industry here and to have somehow to secure some technology solutions for the future. France wishes exactly the same thing for itself. And we've been fighting day in, day out to do the very same thing in our country. And this enabled us to put an end to some 15 years of industry loss in our country and to have new manufacturing jobs. And so we'll be working on that, and we decided to do that together with the other members of the European Union and the European Commission. So we will work on the technical elements to make sure that there is no domino effect on ongoing projects in Europe. We want to succeed together, not one against the other. It's been clear. This is the outcome of our discussions this morning, and this is exactly the philosophy that I share, and it is the one that we need.
Bonjour, messieurs les présidents. William Galibert pour la radio.
President William Galibert on behalf of RTL Radio.
En français, on dit qu'il n'y a
In French, President Biden, we say there is no law, there is only proof of law. Do you feel that your French friend will go home very much reassured? And do you feel you were able to reassure your European friends? And to be more precise, President Macron, do you have some specific deadlines or specific industries in relation to which you're hoping to have some adaptation of the economic policies of the United States? Well, first of all, to be very clear, we have some work to do with the Europeans on semiconductors, hydrogen, batteries, our industry. We will continue to move forward as Europeans. And we're not here simply really to ask for proof of love. We were here. We came to agree on a strategy and to clarify what was necessary to clarify. And we did. Now we're conducting our own work, and we can't ask the United States of America to adopt whatever rules would be necessary to deal with our issues in Europe. But we need to have the same ambition and very much synchronize. And in addition, we clarified things today, and there are already a number of discussions frameworks, and it is in the coming weeks and months that we will deal with that, and fairly quickly, because these projects are ongoing. So for me, there is some very clear strategy. We've had some very frank discussions, and I believe accordingly that in the coming days, the discussions we will be having with the European Commission, the discussions we'll have in close cooperation with our German partners and others will enable us to very much clarify all of this without any difficulty. So I'm going home confident, but as well lucid as to what remains to be done on the European side, which is a good thing.
We're going to continue listening in right here on Live Now from Fox, but let's go ahead and step away for a brief 2-minute break for some viewers with us.
Okay, who's the next question? Got my list here.
On this side.
Is it my turn to call on someone? Right? Okay, how about NPR, Tom or Keith?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a domestic question for you, and then, Mr. Macron, I have a question for you about Ukraine. But first, President Biden, do the freight rail workers deserve more than 1 day of paid sick leave, like millions of Americans have? And if so, why didn't you negotiate for that when you were helping to negotiate that contract that you now want Congress to impose?
I love you guys. I negotiated a contract no one else could negotiate. The only thing that was left out was whether or not it was paid leave. You know, I've been trying to get paid leave, not just for rail workers, for everybody. But that other team, they're called the Republicans, they voted against it. They said we couldn't do it. We're one of the few nations in the world that don't have paid leave for our workers. And so what we're doing is we can't afford to have, and by the way, in the meantime, they got a 45% increase in salary, et cetera. There's a lot of good things that happened in that. And in fact, this shuts down over the question of 1 to 5 paid, or 7 or 9, whatever the numbers are being negotiated of paid leave days. It's going to immediately cost 750,000 jobs and cause a recession. And so what I've made it really clear is that what was negotiated was so much better than anything they ever had, that it's worth, and they all signed on to it, by the way. There are only 4 unions out of the 13 or 14 that didn't agree. So the majority at the time was that I presented it. They asked me to do it. I presented it. They all signed on. But here's the story. It doesn't mean because we are going to pass this, God willing, by Friday, by the time, by the weekend, that I'm going to back off of paid leave. I made it really clear I'm going to continue to fight for paid leave for not only rail workers, but for all American workers. I imagine it may surprise some of our European friends that there's no paid leave in the United States of America. We're one of the few major countries in the world that don't have it. And it's about time. And so that's the context in which this all took place. And labor signed on to it as well, as you recall, initially. There were 4 unions out of the, I think, 13 or 14 that didn't like it. But I think we're going to get it done, but not within this agreement. Not within this agreement. We're going to avoid the rail strike, keep the rails running, keep things moving, and I'm going to go back and we're going to get paid leave, not just for rail workers, but for all workers.
President Macron, here in the U.S., President Biden is asking Congress for $38 billion of additional funding for support for Ukraine. There's been some pushback from Republicans in Congress saying that they cannot continue to write a blank check. So do you have confidence that the United States will be able to continue supporting Ukraine's defense in the way it has over the past year, in the months going forward? And did you talk to President Biden about trying to urge Ukraine to negotiate to end this war, especially with winter bearing down and the effects on energy prices?
Look, I do thank President Biden and his administration for the great commitment they had vis-à-vis Ukraine, Ukrainian people. And let me just say that our two nations are made of values and history. And what is at stake in Ukraine is not just very far from here, in a small country somewhere in Europe, but it's about our values, and it's about our principles, and it's about what we agreed together in the UN Charter, protecting sovereignty, in territorial integrity. And this is why I do believe that having the US strongly supporting the Ukrainians in that time is very important, not just for the Ukrainians. For the Europeans, we are. This is why we do thank you for this solidarity. But for the stability of our world today. Because if we consider that we can abandon the country and abandon the full respect of these principles, it means that there is no possible stability in this world. So I think it's extremely important to have you so much committed. So I'm confident because I think your people and your representative do endorse and understand this objective. We will follow up our own support. We increased our military support. We increased our economic support. We are increasing our humanitarian support. And for the second question you raised, let me tell you that we will never urge the Ukrainians to make a compromise which will not be acceptable for them. Because they are so brave and they defend precisely their lives, their nation, and our principles. And because it will never build a sustainable peace. If we want a sustainable peace, we have to respect the Ukrainians to decide the moment and the conditions in which they will negotiate about their territory and their future.
This will be the last question.
Emmanuel Macron doit s'entretenir dans les prochains jours, les prochaines semaines avec Vladimir Poutine. Le lien est maintenu depuis le début de la guerre. Vous n'avez pas toujours été d'accord avec cela. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui vous approuvez?
We hear that you will be talking to President Putin anytime soon. What is your approach? And as the Ukrainian war seems to be at a turning point, do you feel realistic that President Zelensky is putting a condition to open negotiations, and that is the return of Crimea to Ukraine?
Look, there's one way for this war to end, the rational way. Putin to pull out of Ukraine, number one. But it appears he's not going to do that. He's paying a very heavy price for failing to do it, but he's inflicting incredible carnage on the civilian population of Ukraine, bombing nurseries, hospitals, children's homes. It's sick what he's doing. But the fact of the matter is, I have no immediate plans to contact Mr. Putin. Mr. Putin is, let me choose my words very carefully. I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin if, in fact, there is an interest in him deciding he's looking for a way to end the war. He hasn't done that yet. If that's the case, in consultation with my French and my NATO friends, I'll be happy to sit down with Putin to see what he has in mind. He hasn't done that yet. In the meantime, I think it's absolutely critical what Emmanuel said. We must support the Ukrainian people. The idea that Putin is ever going to defeat Ukraine is beyond comprehension. Imagine them trying to occupy that country for the next 2, 5, 10, 20 years, if they could. If they could. He's miscalculated every single thing he initially calculated. He thought he'd be greeted with open arms by the Russian-speaking portions of the Ukrainian population. Go back and read his speech when he invaded, when I said they were going to invade, and they did when we said they were. Go back and read the speech he made. He talked about him with needing to be another Peter the Great. He talked about the need for the people that Kyiv is the mother lode of Russian identity in the beginning, et cetera, et cetera. He's just miscalculated across the board. And so the question is, what is his decision? How does he get himself out of the circumstance he's in? I'm prepared, if he's willing to talk, to find out what he's willing to do, but I'll only do it in consultation with my NATO allies. I'm not going to do it on my own. Thank you.
Sur la question que
Regarding your question and the preconditions or the conditions set by the Ukrainian president, I believe that what is important for all of us to look at is that as Ukraine is resisting, suffering from war crimes, attacks on their civilian infrastructure, leading counteroffensive, President Zelensky presented a 10-point peace plan. So we, I believe, very much need to continue to engage with him because there is a genuine willingness on behalf of Ukraine to discuss these matters, and we acknowledge it and we commend it. And for a number of years, I was in charge of monitoring the implementation of the Minsk agreements. And the last meeting between President Zelensky and President Putin, the only one, December 2019, at the time I was with Chancellor Merkel. And I can tell you that I saw a president who was sincere in his willingness to talk and to negotiate. And since he was elected until May, President Zelensky was very much willing to talk and negotiate. The one who wanted to go to war, to wage war, was President Putin. And I could say it by myself, including when I visited Russia and Ukraine at the beginning of February. So it's only legitimate that President Zelensky sets some conditions to talk. We need to work on what could be into a peace agreement. But it is for him to tell us when the time comes and what the choices of the Ukrainians are. So once this has been said, indeed, I will continue to talk to President Putin. And as a matter of fact, we talked about it this morning with President Biden, because we constantly as well try to prevent escalation and to get some very concrete results. So I will talk to him about security and safety of nuclear plants in the areas that are being claimed, including Zaporizhzhia in particular. And over the past few months, we did some work on the Chernobyl nuclear plant, and there is some outstanding work ongoing, which is very important by Mr. Grossi and his agency, the IAEA. So we will continue. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please remain in your seats until the official delegations have departed.
Thank you, folks. All right.
Sir, do you have a message to the protesters in China? You spoke about Iran.
All right, so I joined news conference with President Biden and French President Macron. Again, they are going to be still doing a number of events and meetings here tonight when it comes to the pair. The Bidens are going to be hosting them for a state dinner tonight. Their first official state dinner that's going to be hosted ever since the coronavirus pandemic had shut things down at the White House. It's finally opening back up. So we'll continue to follow the very latest with both of those leaders, as well as the first ladies who were earlier today out also doing a number of events in the D.C. area. Let's go ahead and go over some more top stories, though, that we have coming in here to your Live Now from Fox desk. We had our Fox chopper above this area here, and I want to talk about what we're taking a look at here. Now, there has been reports of a man who was out on a hike in Rains County. He discovered an old bicycle and bones that could possibly belonged to a former Dallas firefighter who had went missing 5 years ago. So the hiker's name is Michael Ramsey. He said he was walking into a part of the woods he had previously believed to be inaccessible because of the swamp in the area. He said he noticed an old mountain bike under a fallen rotted tree. He presumed then also that there were skeletal remains found in the area. They are presumed to be that, according to the sheriff's office. So Texas Rangers were called out to investigate, along with the Hunt County Sheriff's Office and the Rains County Sheriff's Office also assisting. You can see a massive response out here. This all happening in an area where the cell phone of a former Dallas firefighter, Michael Chambers, was last tracked on the day he had disappeared. So he was last seen again back in March of 2017. His phone signal was recorded in the middle of a 2-mile bridge over this area. And so now the remains, the identity of those remains, not yet been determined. And of course, they're going to continue to search for more clues in this area. Continuing along with top stories, I want to bring us another one from the Texas area. Our Fox 7 team giving us some more information after there was some dramatic video of an attorney who apparently tried to shoot his ex-girlfriend. Let's go ahead and listen into that story.
Surveillance video capturing the moment an Austin attorney pulled out a gun and tried to shoot his ex-girlfriend at work.
It's an attempt to regain control when a victim is trying to leave.
Police say Gavin Rush's ex-girlfriend, a bartender, had been trying to do just that. Their 3-year relationship ended about a month and a half before the shooting. He wanted to get back together. When she refused, he sent several texts threatening to harm her and her new partner.
Domestic violence, sometimes it's hard to spot when it's starting because it starts off as not physical behaviors. Looking out for really controlling behaviors is the first red flags.
Police say when the woman stopped answering Rush's texts, finally telling him she was at work, he appeared at the North Austin pub. When she said she would not speak with him, he pulled out a pistol, aimed at her chest, and fired. Narrowly missing as 2 patrons who knew the backstory tackled him first, wrestling the firearm away. They say he continued to shoot during the struggle and tried to kill himself.
It's hard to tell your story. In her case, it did work out that she was able to find some trusted people who did end up potentially saving her life.
Rush is already bonded out, prompting criticism from the head of the Austin Police Association, Thomas Villarreal, who wrote in part, this particular case seems to be one where the courts have failed this victim. City Council member Mackenzie Kelly, whose district encompasses the pub, tweeted the video, writing, "This attorney belongs behind bars pending a lengthy jury of his peers."
So when an abuser is released, it's a very scary time for a victim.
Surveillance video.
All right, and continuing on, here is some dramatic video courtesy of the Reno Police Department. This dramatic police video showing the moments after officers in Reno had sprung into action. They were rescuing 2 people after their car had crashed into a ravine. So officials say the officers were responding to a vehicle crash. When they saw the vehicle lose control, it plunged upside down into a ravine. And the waters, well, they were freezing temperatures, but officers did not hesitate to jump in. They were able to pull the driver and passenger to safety, but just a really dramatic video to be showing you here. Again, this courtesy of the Reno Police Department of those terrifying moments, but thanks to those officers, again, the passenger and the driver were pulled to safety. Speaking of dramatic video, we have been getting so many different pieces of video of the eruption that's happening on Hawaii's Big Island, and now scientists say that lava is starting to slow, but there are communities in the vicinity that are not out of the woods just yet. Let's go ahead and get more on this from our Fox News senior national correspondent, William LaJeunesse, who's giving us some more details from Los Angeles.
It's like Mother Nature
showing us her face. So, yeah. It's pretty exciting.
Tourists and locals are flocking to Mauna Loa as the world's largest active volcano erupts for a fourth day. The lava flow has slowed a bit, but thousands of onlookers are jamming highways near Volcano's National Park. And officials are now warning these impromptu viewing points could pose a danger to public safety.
People are bringing their kids up there, and 60 miles an hour and kids and cars on a highway just really is a recipe for disaster.
Meanwhile, the first major impacts are expected within the next 2 days. The lava is just over 3 miles from a major road connecting the east and west sides of the island. And if it keeps moving in that direction, the highway could be out of commission for months. And scientists say the rate of lava coming from a volcano remains high.
Our estimates right now are about 50 to 100 cubic meters per second. So this is like 10 of the biggest dump trucks you can get every second dumping lava out.
Right now, no communities are threatened and no evacuations ordered, but sulfur dioxide and other gases from the volcano could cause respiratory issues for those downwind. The real question is, how long will this eruption last?
Well, we just really hope it doesn't hit inhabited areas and don't want people to have to deal with that with their homes and livestock and families.
Mauna Loa's last eruption about 38 years ago lasted 9 months, and the lava came within 3 miles of the city of Hilo. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
And thank you, William, for giving us some more details on that story. And boy, if you had not already seen some pictures and video of the Prince and Princess of Wales making their first overseas trip since the death of Queen Elizabeth II, you can definitely catch up here with us as we're talking about the royals. They are in Boston on a 3-day visit. It began on Wednesday, all focused on Prince William's initiative to find the environmental entrepreneurs.
The Prince and Princess of Wales taking a seat courtside next to Massachusetts Governor-elect Maura Healey and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu to watch the Boston Celtics take on the Miami Heat, their second big appearance in a whirlwind 3-day schedule of events that began with their Royal Highnesses taking the stage outside Boston City Hall.
Catherine and I are absolutely delighted to be with you today for our first engagement in the great city of Boston.
The Prince and Princess of Wales here for the Earthshot Awards, recognizing Boston's commitment to be the greenest city in America. Prince William says Boston is an obvious choice because of President John F. Kennedy's inspirational moonshot speech 60 years ago. And that's not all.
Boston was also the obvious choice because your universities, research centers, and vibrant startup scene make you a global leader in science, innovation, and boundless ambition.
The crowd gathered early outside City Hall to see the Prince and Princess as dozens quickly turned into hundreds, all eager to get soaked in the pouring rain to be in the presence of royalty.
We're soaked, but it was absolutely worth it. It was so nice to see them just feet away from us. I think this is something that I can tell my grandkids someday.
Many royal watchers we spoke with told us they feel a connection to the Prince and Princess of Wales and wouldn't miss this opportunity for the world.
Will was born the same time my son was born. Harry was born the same time as my second son, so I have a connection.
They were married on my birthday when I was 6 years old. I've always loved them.
The Prince and Princess.
A live look back here at the big board, still in the red all across the board. Live now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to bring you the latest press conferences and top stories across the country when we return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It was just approved by the Minnesota Nurses Association for another strike. It's affecting 16 hospitals across the state, so 15,000 members of the union who were working without a contract since the end of May now for the second time this year are on strike. Let's go ahead and listen into hospital officials from Children's Minnesota.
For infectious diseases. Yinka Ajose, who is the Senior Director of Clinical and Nursing Operations here at Children's Minnesota, and Dr. Sam Gupta, who is Vice President of Medical Affairs and Chief Medical Officer at the M Health Fairview Masonic Children's Hospital. We've called you all here today so that we can make the community aware of exactly how dire the situation is for patients here at Children's Minnesota, Masonic, and at other pediatric hospitals across the state and really across the country. As many of you have previously reported on, we are currently in the midst of a respiratory surge that is really unlike anything we've had before. It's truly unprecedented. I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician. I've been in pediatric medicine since 1987, and I have never seen anything like this. This is a surge of respiratory illness that is straining hospital capacity and hospital resources, again, across the country, and particularly here in Minnesota. And yet, Minnesota Nurses Association holidays, you're most vulnerable.
All right, they were having a little audio issues happening here with this press conference, but they were able to get it back. Let's go ahead and just join in with them live here at Children's Minnesota.
And a longtime St. Paulite who's very, very concerned about our community. I'm a nurse, I'm a parent, I'm a grandparent, and all of us want one thing. We want our children, our family members to be safe. And how do you do that? We can be safe by getting vaccinated. Has everyone in our family had their influenza vaccine? Has everyone eligible had their COVID boosters? Is everyone staying home when they're sick? Is everyone ready to go to work and able to work to meet the demands? So our readiness really started in the fall when we were working on our vaccinations. The other thing about RSV, while there is you'll see in the data that it's dropped down a little bit, these viruses all will do their own thing, and they seem to be adjusting to what COVID did, which was tip the viral world on its axis. We saw RSV early in the summer, and now we're seeing it early in the fall. It seems like it's trying to get back to its usual seasonal emergence, which tends to be more in the winter. But those viruses are emerging, and we have an opportunity here to vaccinate ourselves, our family members, and knowing that RSV is one of the most contagious viruses, much by your hands. So I can't leave that list without saying that hand washing is critical. RSV can live on surfaces for days, smooth surfaces at the gym. You're using that equipment, you touch it, someone had coughed on it with RSV, you touch your eye, you're going to get RSV from that. It can pass in families very, very quickly. It just went through our family, and the 66-year-old in our home, my husband, had it the worst. He coughed for 4 weeks compared to the 18-month-old who was the one who shared it without covering his cough. So we have to think about this across the lifespan. We have to look at bed capacity across all Minnesota hospitals. We have to look at our community, and we have to know that we share the concern for safety. We all share that. That's the common denominator, and that should be the question that we all ask ourselves. What can we do? What do we need to do? And I do have significant concerns if we don't have all the nurses that we need to take care of all the patients that we have. I have significant concerns that we won't be safe and that we won't be ready. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Sam Gupta. I'm a pediatric intensive care physician as well as the Vice President of Medical Affairs for University of Minnesota Medical Center and Masonic Children's Hospital. Thank you to the Children's Minnesota team for allowing me to stand up here with them in this time of what I consider a great need for our community in terms of healthcare for our most vulnerable kids throughout both the Twin Cities as well as throughout the state. I think this is, everything's been mentioned is really important. I agree with everything they've said. The surge that we're seeing now, I've never seen in my 20 plus years of working in pediatrics. It is unprecedented. I know we've used that term many times over the last few years, but yet again, we are sitting in an unprecedented state. And we are currently having to manage that capacity, those capacity issues that we're having within our own children's hospitals and throughout the children's hospitals in Minnesota as well as throughout the entire country. We've all seen the news stories from the East Coast, from Chicago, from everywhere else that everyone's had to do different things to be able to manage that capacity. Thankfully, we've got a very collegial community here in terms of pediatric care across the Twin Cities and the state. And we've been working together very closely to ensure we can manage that capacity, which has really stressed our abilities to provide the care that we want to provide. But thankfully, we have great people who work in our hospitals today who've been able to do that. But I do have concerns that if anything was to tip the other way, increased viral load, another surge of another virus, COVID, flus, as was mentioned, is rising right now, that it will continue to stress our ability to provide the care that we want. And what we don't want to get to is a point where we are now unable to provide the care for the children in our community, and then having to send them potentially farther away than their homes, either within the state or even outside the state. And it's not a place where we want to be. It's not a place that we want to send our children, because I do think that we provide great care to our children here in the state of Minnesota, and we want to continue to be able to provide that care. And so we are hoping to work together with everyone to ensure that we can deliver what our population, our people of Minnesota expect from us, which is that we can take care of their kids, we can do it timely, and we can do it locally as well. All very important pieces to how we provide pediatric care here. And so, as was noted, it takes a full team to provide care for our patients. Our nurses are an extremely, extremely important part of that team. Without them, it's really hard for us to deliver that excellent care to our patients. And so we love our nurses. They're a crucial part to what we do every day, and we want to make sure that we can continue to do what we need to be able to provide the care for our patients. And so again, I thank the Children's Minnesota team for allowing me to stand up here with them. I share their concerns with the current surge that we've had that's happening with RSV flu right now, and that anything that was to disrupt us in a negative way would be really hard on our systems of care that we provide to children. So with that, I will turn it over to Yinka.
Thank you, Dr. Samir. Hello. I'm Yinka Jose, the Senior Director of Clinical Operations here at Children's Minnesota. And I'm sorry?
Could you spell your name for me?
Yes. Yinka, last name Ajose. Okay. I'm here to speak about our contingency staffing challenges. Unlike anywhere else in the nation, Minnesota does not have a nursing compact with other states, which makes it easier to hire temporary nurses in a time like this. Currently, it's taking the Board of Nursing 30 days to process a temporary license, a permit for a travel nurse, and up to 14 weeks to process a permanent license, because we simply cannot bring enough temporary nurses to the state of Minnesota at this rate. In the coming 10 days, a hospital will only be able to staff 33 ICU beds. Currently, we have 62 under our care. This will bring us to over 200% capacity. We are really struggling right now to even keep our EDs moving. And so it's very crucial that we are able to get the help we can. And we know our nurses are our best bet, and we're hoping that that we'll be able to resolve this and have them come to the table with an agreement. I'm going to hand it over to Emily right now.
Thank you, Yinka. I'm Emily Chapman. I'm Senior Vice President of Medical Affairs and the Chief Medical Officer here at Children's Minnesota.
And you've heard the concern here. Safety is and will continue to be our #1 priority. And as Yinka mentioned, our first concern really is our intensive care units, which at this point, with our hospital fully staffed, are overflowing. And these are with young kids who are needing critical care. The reality is that in a setting of a work stoppage, the critically ill children in particular will need to be transferred to other hospitals outside of Minnesota to neighboring states. So we're starting those conversations now, today, with those health systems and making the very difficult decision when to start transferring patients away from their trusted care team, out of their state, and away from their family support. So we have 10 days to prepare for this strike, and unfortunately, we must act quickly to ensure safe care for our Minnesota families in the time of unprecedented pediatric illnesses. While we have many patients in our system, I am most concerned about those who are receiving unique care at Masonic Children's Hospital and Children's Minnesota, who will be unable to continue continuity of that care and the impact that it will have to them. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, everybody, for helping to paint the picture of just what the situation is that we're dealing with here. Again, unprecedented surge of respiratory illness, straining the system. I think we can all agree this is the worst possible time for the union to call for a strike that would pull nurses away from the bedside. If this work stoppage materializes, it's going to put kids in danger, and that's why we're putting out the alarm. As you've heard, we need help. As Yinka said, we don't have a nursing license compact. 39 states do. This is a compact that's been actually opposed by the nurses union, although it would be a tool that would help us recruit nurses to Minnesota, which is what we've been trying to do together for a long time. Presently, it gets in the way of us being able to bring in temporary help because if our own nurses can't be there to care for our patients, we need to hire and get licensed as many temporary nurses as possible so they can care for as many kids as possible. And we're looking to the state and State Board of Nursing to help us with that. As Emily pointed out, we're going to be reaching out to other healthcare systems, some of them probably far away. Pediatric critical care capacity in this country is very, very tight across the nation. And as we look for places for this very specialized care, we're going to do everything we can to make sure the kids get the care they need. And I'll just end by saying my preference would be that we have to do this preparation, that we don't actually have to enact these things, that while we have to do everything to be ready for work stoppage, we want to avoid a work stoppage. We have been bargaining with the union for months. Today, even as we speak, right now, our team is meeting with the team from Children's Minnesota and the Minnesota Nurses Association in what is, I believe, our 32nd bargaining session. We have been asking for months to bring in a mediator. If we're stuck, let's get some help getting to a final agreement. The union has refused mediation at our table, and I would put out a call to them. There's actually a mediator standing by right now. If they would agree to it, that could help us to reach an agreement that is fair to our nurses and provides what's best for our kids. And with that, I'll be happy to take questions.
Dr. Rowan, at what point in the next 10 days is the deal off the table because you have to make financial commitments to replacement nurses? Is there a certain point where you have to proceed with it?
We've already made financial commitments. I mean, the financial impact of this strike across the system began this morning, as soon as we got notice. So we and all the other health systems that are impacted are already starting to spend money on replacement nurses. That said, that's a sunk cost. We wish we didn't have to do it. We'd rather spend that money on health care for kids here in Minnesota as opposed to sending it to out-of-state staffing agencies. But that said, anytime we can come to an agreement, we will do so.
And Dr. Gurley, you're talking about traveling nurses, correct?
That's correct.
And how many have you hired? Is it fair to say that you hired them on a contract somewhere?
I don't have the exact number. Yinka, do you have the number of nurses?
We currently have 323.
You can say that again.
323 nurses that we have been told we will get. Now, some of those may not materialize because of the licensing issues and so on, but that's the contingent that we're hoping to get to help out with the staffing.
Compared to how many that would be out?
For our hospital, how many are going to be out, Yinka? It's 1,000?
Yes.
1,000.
This has been going on for quite a while. What would you say for your hospitals that are the things that you remain a part of, and how far apart you are?
I would say that we've made a lot of progress. We have tentative agreements already on a lot of issues of mutual interest, including working conditions, workplace safety and violence, and a number of others. We continue to negotiate primarily on the issue of wages, where we still have a gap, not as big as we started, and proposals on how we can ensure safe staffing. I think we can all agree safe staffing is necessary. I think we have a lot of tools in place to do that, but we're still negotiating on points of how we ensure that.
This is something that is the collision of trying to run a financially responsible, I guess, business, for lack of a better word, and provide good health care at the same time. How much more increasingly difficult do those two things become to do together?
Certainly, yes, we need to provide health care, and we need to do it in a way that is sustainable for our organization. As costs rise, that becomes more of a challenge, so that is certainly something that's factoring into this. But again, I think we're all aiming for the same thing, which is an agreement that's fair to all parties and provides for the best health for kids, and that's what we are hoping to continue to work toward. We're calling on the union to work in good faith toward doing that and bringing in mediation if that will help us get there.
One more question. I mean, 300 nurses to replace 1,000. You have to already be beyond shutting down from the ICU, that there have to be other accommodations being made. Can you talk about, are you already canceling procedures, surgeries, notifying families?
So we are already starting to look at what procedures will need to be deferred for patients during a strike. We are talking about closing units. We will almost certainly have to close our new mental health unit because of staffing for that unit, as well as critical care units, and other difficult decisions in the days to come. But again, the sooner we can get to an agreement, the less we'll have to do that.
All right. Thank you, everyone, very much.
Thank you for being here.
I'm Susie Jones with WCCO Radio. I've interviewed you before. Nice to see you.
Okay, you just heard from hospital officials at Children's Minnesota. We're now going to take you out to where there was a news conference from the Nurses Association talking about changes that they hope to see regarding labor practices, pay. Let's hear from them now.
Yesterday, Minnesota nurses in the Twin Cities, Twin Ports, and 2 harbors voted overwhelmingly to authorize an unfair labor practice strike. We don't want to be out on that sidewalk. We want to be at the bedside caring for our patients. But the conditions our executives have created in our hospitals are unsustainable for our nurses, but most importantly, for our patients. Patients are waiting for hours and hours for a hospital bed. Nurses are leaving the profession in droves. This is what we've been fighting to fix for nearly 9 months in our contract negotiations. But our hospital CEOs with million-dollar salaries insist there is nothing more they can do. We refuse to accept the new normal in our hospitals. Nurses deserve better. Patients deserve better. That is why we are announcing today our intent to strike at 17 hospitals throughout the state. If an agreement cannot be reached, nurses plan to begin their unfair labor practice strike on December 11th at 7 a.m. Nurses in the Twin Cities and Essentia plan to strike through 7 a.m. on Saturday, December 31st, 2022. While nurses at St. Luke's in Duluth and at Lakeview in 2 harbors have chosen to strike with no end date in sight. Let me say again, we don't want to be out on that sidewalks. That decision now rests with our hospital executives. They can come back to the bargaining table and agree to fair contracts for nurses to solve the crisis of understaffing, care, and retention in our hospitals. We want to reach an agreement at the bargaining table to keep our nurses at the bedside and protect patient care. We are ready to do everything we can to reach an agreement to put patients before profits in our hospitals. I would like to now introduce Tricia Oxner from Children's Minneapolis.
Thanks, Angela. Hi, I'm Tricia Oxner. I'm a registered nurse from Children's Hospital, Minneapolis. I've been employed there for 30 years, which just might qualify me as an expert. The staffing crisis has been dire, as we have been sharing for months. There is no end in sight, and things have only become worse. Like other pediatric hospitals across the country, Children's experienced an early RSV surge, which has resulted in longer than usual wait times in the emergency departments. Sometimes families are waiting for hours and days to be admitted to a room, while they're slumped over chairs, laying on floors, and sleeping in their parents' arms as they line the hallways. The hospital is at capacity and is maxed out. We have reached our limits. This is a hardship for patients and families in our community, and it's an ongoing strain on nurses who have been understaffed for over 2 years. Our platform has not changed over the past 9 months that we have been negotiating for a fair contract. We will continue to stand up and fight for safe staffing. We will continue to stand up and fight for a fair contract. We will continue to stand up and fight to protect our profession that we care passionately about. We have gratitude for the nurses that came before us to blaze this trail, and we will stand strong for the next generations of nurses that come after us. I ask, why do they, leadership, get to remain nameless in an office or working from home or on a golf course while we keep coming back day after day to the same horrific staffing? At the negotiation table, their answers remain unchanged. They do not want nurses involved in the decision-making process, yet their decisions are leading to the decline and failure of a system. A colleague shared her feelings yesterday with me, and she said, as I drove to the hospital on my day off to cast my vote, I felt like it was a chance for me to express my voice, my feelings in this time of horrific staffing. As a nurse, she worries about whether she can provide the care for loved ones and family members that deserve it. We do not want to have to take this step. We want to settle a fair contract at the negotiation table, but the future of the nursing profession matters. We will fight for what we know is right, because that is what a real kid expert does. Thank you. I would like to introduce Jennifer Martinson. She's from North Memorial.
Good morning. My name is Jen Martinson. I'm a nurse at North Memorial, and I've been there for 5 years. I became a nurse, like most of us, to help and care for people. North Memorial prides itself on being an inclusive health family. This could not feel further from reality. I was pregnant for the first time and working at the bedside during the early days of the 2020 pandemic. In 2021, my daughter was often catching viruses at daycare and bringing them home. As her primary caregiver, I often got sick too and would be required to prove that I did not have COVID in order to return to work. I made every attempt to ensure
While we continue to listen in to nurses from the Minnesota Nurses Association, we are going to send some of you out to a quick 2-minute break.
Memorial management made this a priority. Is this how you treat your family? Ask any nurse with young children how much paid sick time they have in their balance, and they'll probably tell you, not enough. In the last month, I have gone without pay due to calling in ill and not having adequate sick time. We have asked North Memorial for increases to our sick time accrual and have not received a response. Nurses with young children are asking themselves if it's even worth working outside of the home. Is this how you treat your family? Over the past few years since the pandemic began, we have felt abandoned at the bedside. We are asking for changes that would help our nurses feel valued and keep them working in the hospitals where they are so badly needed. Where has North Memorial leadership been? Rather than coming to the bargaining table to create solutions to the issues we have raised, our employers are committing unfair labor practices time and time again. After repeated attempts by the union and our nurses to create urgency, North Memorial leadership has forced our hand to call a strike. If we do not do this now, we will lose more nurses, which will threaten patient care in Minnesota. North Memorial nurses have been pushed to their breaking point, and North Memorial leadership will find out what nurses are capable of. Next, I'd like to welcome Modest Okuri from Health East.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name is Modest Okuri. I represent the old Health East, which is St. John's and Bethesda Hospital. For so many months, we've been on the negotiating table, trying to better the lives of nurses and also trying to better our staffing, our grid, in order to be able to take care of patients. But I tell you right here that for the past almost 9 months, nothing has changed, in our negotiation. So management comes up thinking that, they have what it takes to make a deal. And when you look at it, you say, what is this? Mainly we are asking for, good staffing, to have a say in the grid. Even, just to say that when you are 51% of nurses know that things are not going right, you have a lot of false sentinel events, increase in infiltration and everything, that we want to say that the grid is not right. And you don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that something is wrong when patients are falling regularly, which means the nurses don't have eyes on them. You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that. But they say no. We have, over the past years, nurses have covered the lives of our leaders. Just imagine a patient sitting, in poop, putting on her call light or his call light, and you can't get to that patient for over 30 minutes, an hour. What do? We go in there to apologize and lie to them that it's because we are busy with other patients. No, that wasn't the case. The case was that because we are not well staffed. We've been covering the lives of these managers, but I think it's about time the public knows that the reason why your person, your family member, is not getting the appropriate care they're getting is because we don't have the staffing to take care of that. A lot of our members have left the nursing profession. When I say leaving, that doesn't mean that they left and went to another hospital. No, they are tired. We are tired. Security has not improved. So if you go to St. John's emergency department, you see people in the hallway. They are using now hallway as a ward, a room for patients. If somebody wants to have a BM or be impressed, they screen around. Imagine you or a family member. I just want people to think through it. We don't want to go out there in the cold. And again, for them making an excuse that, we just want to use the opportunity of, the influx of all these respiratory, that is absolutely wrong. It's just propaganda. Because this season, every hospital, everybody knows that all these infections comes up. If you don't want that to happen, they could have settled the deal even before the first strike. So when you see or hear the hospital talking about, we are opportunistic because of this particular season. It is a propaganda. And that pains me in particular a lot. So we want them to settle. We don't want to go out to the cold. And again, if you love your staff, you wouldn't want them to go out to the cold, the freezing cold. So they still have the opportunity to get things right. And we'd like to be at the bedside for our patients. We don't want to let them be there taking care of people who don't know them. We feel happy, smile each day we come to work and see the patient expecting us to be there. Just quick info here. When we return from the last strike, and I know what is happening at my hospital happens to the other hospitals, you will see the brightness of the patient face, seeing us coming back. So that's why we are authorizing a strike. We are going for a strike, as we said, moving out on the 11th. And they have what it takes to prevent that from happening. Next, I will introduce Zoe Omri from Methodist Hospital.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Zoe Omri, and I've been working at Methodist Hospital for 15 years. 14 of those 15 years has been on the ICU. And Methodist Hospital carried the slogan, "We make good happen." My question to them, what good are you making to happen right now? And I work as a bedside and a charge nurse and a preceptor. I haven't seen staffing crisis as horrifying and terrifying as it is now. Every time I decide to go to work, I'm afraid, what am I going to meet? What's going to happen today? If my patient's going to stay alive, am I going to be a mother, a babysitter for other nurses who do not really know what's going on? Those are the questions I ask. We are hemorrhaging and bleeding our nurses like a patient bleeding to death without intervention. Every night you have to struggle to make assignments because there aren't enough nurses. We barely have experienced nurses, and our patients are at risk. I have to always be on the lookout for patients and to help newer nurses to do the right thing. I'm just going to take a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King that says that, he says, "We have come to the Capitol to cash our check that the federal government has given us. Today, to the hospital executive, we have come for you to cash that check. You keep saying we have no issues with granting vacations, we have no issues with staffing, we have no issues with skill set to take care of our patients, just to name a few. Nurses are ready to strike if necessary to send a message to the hospital, and that was said clearly last night, that our patients matter, giving efficient and proficient care also matters, and it is a time, again, to cash the check, to make good happen. It feels like for them, patients are just like numbers. For us nurses who see them at the bedside on a daily basis, they are human and individuals who matters. So make good happen, Methodist Hospital. Make good happen for our nurses. Make good happen for our patients. So don't put profit over patient. Thank you.
Questions?
Angela, if I can
Yes.
ask about the timing of this?
Yes.
If you call the strike, if you announce the strike vote results and give it time, that creates some motivation to negotiate. But if you issue the strike notice right away now.
You were just listening in there to thousands of Minnesota nurses, representatives from the Minnesota Nurses Association, rather, that are representing thousands of Minnesota nurses, speaking about how they are set to go on strike again after union members overwhelmingly voted in favor of authorizing a strike over unfair labor practices. About 15,000 members of the union have been working without a contract since the end of May, and now for the second time this year, members of the Minnesota Nurses Association are prepared to walk off the job later this month. So you just heard from some of them there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll have more news after this 2-minute short break. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. You're looking at a news conference from Philadelphia where the district attorney there is joining survivors of homicide victims and members of the LGBTQ plus community to call out some of the discrimination, harassment, and violence that they've been seeing amongst the trans community. Let's take a listen in there now.
And she should still be here today. Violence against trans people, especially our trans siblings of color, continue to be an epidemic in this country, and we must all do our part to end it. My office, District Attorney Krasner, and the District Attorney's Office CARE team, and District Attorney's Office LGBTQ plus Advisory Committee, along with our community partners, are deeply committed to enduring the acts of discrimination, bigotry, and hatred are never tolerated in the city of Philadelphia. Please know that we see you. We grieve with you. We join you in solidarity this time of, We join you in solidarity at this time of great sadness and remain dedicated to achieving justice, equity, and long-lasting change for our LGBTQ plus residents. Black trans women have led the liberation for the LGBTQ community. We all must show up and fight harder than ever before because they deserve so much better. We deserve better. But today, let us take time to care for ourselves and one another as we grieve and heal, because we have far more work to do. We must center the most marginalized identities by placing them at the table and voicing them in conversations that are addressing the issues that affect their lives. Our administration has made it a priority to reduce systemic barriers that have held trans and non-binary people back from experiencing full equality in our society. But we have to make a promise. We have to make a stronger commitment to do better for our trans community, particularly our Black trans women. With too many devastating and heart-wrenching losses, we are reminded again that our work is not over until all of us are safe and treated with respect and honor, not just within the LGBTQ plus community, but throughout society. The Office of LGBT Affairs is grateful to activists, advocates, and organizations like Morris Home, William Way LGBT Community Center, the Addict Youth Center, and others who are supporting these efforts on the ground in our city with purpose and integrity, and who work hard every day to strengthen and empower the LGBTQ plus community. Please join the Mayor's office as we extend our deepest condolences and sympathies to the family and friends of Diamond. Let us honor the life, the fire, and the memory of Diamond together. I'd like to share a statement from Linda Jackson, Diamond's mother. I just want the world to know that Diamond was my rock, my shoulder, my child whom I love with every inch of me and what I have left to give. Whoever you are, you took away my gem, my diamond, someone who was all about her family and friends. You tore many hearts, and we will not rest until we get justice. I will not sleep until you are caught. You may not have to answer to me now, but you will have to answer to God. You reap what you sow. Again, that was a statement from Linda Jackson, Diamond's mother. And now I'd like to turn it over to Tatiana Woodard from the Mazzoni Center and the Arc of Safety.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tatiana Woodard. I am the Community Affairs Manager here at the Mazzoni Center. I met Diamond at a candlelight march I organized for Shantae Tucker, another trans woman who was killed in 2018. Tragically, here we are some years later at a press conference because she has now been murdered. I have no other choice but to wonder whether the community advocates, city officials, and the Philadelphia Police Department has done enough. The answer is we can do more. We all have an obligation to transgender women, to the transgender community as a whole. Diamond makes the 35th violently killing of a transgender or gender nonconforming person in 2022. The epidemic of violence and murder against transgender women, especially transgender women of color, must end. We deserve the right to live without fear, thinking we won't make it to 40. We deserve to bury our parents and our parents not have to bury us. We deserve to live to tell our stories to the next generation and not have them read it in today's newspaper. We deserve to live. So as Diamond names get added to the list of transgender women killed here in Philadelphia, Mia Green, Tamika Washington, Dominique Remy Fells, Stacey Lee, London Chanel, Naja Morrison, and Shantae Tucker, I want everyone to know they deserve to live, and they deserve to live a meaningful life. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from District Attorney Larry Krasner.
Thank you all. I'd like to give you some facts around the case. My office remains in close contact with the Philadelphia Police Department, and we are here for many reasons, but one reason is to encourage witnesses, people who may have information about this case, to come forward. This is a very active and a very serious investigation at this time. I have been asked not only to speak for the DA's office, but also to deliver the message of the Philadelphia Police Department that they are as serious as they can be about trying to solve this case and bring justice in this case. This is what we know and what we can say. We're not going to say everything today because we're going to make sure this investigation is tight and has integrity. But what we know and can say are the following. On Thursday, November the 24th, the very early morning hours of Thanksgiving Day, shortly after midnight, 39th District police officers responded to a radio call report for a person with a gun or a report of a shooting inside of an apartment in the 400 block of Mannheim Street in Germantown. Upon arriving, police officers located an unresponsive black female face down on the kitchen floor. She had multiple gunshot wounds. Emergency responders arrived at the scene. This woman, Shahir Jackson McDonald, known to people who raised her and loved her as Diamond, was pronounced deceased at 12:17 a.m. Diamond was 27 years old. This does not appear to be a break-in. It is possible that the doer was someone known to Diamond. PPD investigators recovered from the scene cell phones, fired cartridge casings, which are the brass end of a bullet that is expelled from a semi-automatic weapon, one or more projectile, which would be what we commonly refer to as a bullet or the front end of a bullet, and some other items that are being tested forensically. It is too soon to say whether or not this crime is a bias crime, but that possibility is actively being investigated. We and the Philadelphia Police Department are urging anyone who has information that could lead to an arrest for Diamond's murder to call 911 or to submit a tip, which you can also do anonymously, to the Philadelphia Police tip line. The tip line is 215-686-TIPS. That's 215-686-8477. Understandably, Diamond's mother and others closest to her were too distraught to speak to the press today. You've already heard a statement that was submitted by Linda Jackson, who was Diamond's mother, and that was read to you. There are a few other things that I would like to say if I'm allowed the opportunity at this time. It is extremely important that we recognize the treatment of marginalized people by the justice system that has gone back in this country to the beginning. We do have to pay special attention that people who are marginalized are not made vulnerable, they're not made dangerous, they're not placed in a position of being victimized by how police and prosecutors respond to their killings or to their being harmed. I have statements here both from Councilmember Brooks and from Councilmember Bass. I'd like to read them on their behalf. Councilmember Kendra Brooks sends her condolences to the family and friends of Diamond Jackson McDonald, her solidarity with the queer and trans community, and she wants everyone to understand her deep sorrow over this horrific act of violence. Councilmember Bass stated, there are too many Philadelphians who should be alive today, and that includes Diamond Jackson McDonald, who was violently taken from this world, like so many others, far too young. Her case calls particular attention to a troubling trend, and that is that people in the transgender community are being murdered at significantly higher rates. Violence and murder anywhere for any reason are absolutely unacceptable. I need anyone who knows anything about whoever committed this horrific crime to immediately contact Philadelphia police and tell them who took Diamond's life. I offer my sincerest condolences to her family and all who knew and loved her. Please let them see justice. That's from Councilmember Bass. But there is a bigger theme here, and it's a theme that you have heard from a number of speakers today, and even from the statements submitted by council, which is that this is not happening in a vacuum. Let me be clear. Let me state what you already know. There is a direct line from hateful propaganda about trans youth, trans athletes, trans and gender nonconforming people, and the massacre that took place at the Club Q nightclub in Colorado Springs last month. 5 people were killed, 18 others were injured by a gunman whose head was filled with lies about our queer family members. That 22-year-old shooter was able to legally purchase an AR-style rifle despite a documented and extremely disturbing history of violent threats, including a videoed arrest for a 2021 bomb threat and a criminal matter related to his 2021 bomb threat. That shooter, whose head was full of lies about LGBTQ plus people, was able to get his hands on a gun despite Colorado having some tough gun safety laws in the country, tougher than in Pennsylvania, including a red flag law that authorizes law enforcement to seize firearms from people who are determined to be a threat to others or themselves. He had a bomb threat, remember, but he still had a gun in his hand. Here in Pennsylvania, we've been begging for a red flag law from our state legislature. We've been begging for a state anti-discrimination law to protect LGBTQ plus people from being fired or from being evicted because of their identity. That would apply to every county in the Commonwealth. Instead, what did we get from this legislature? What have we gotten from this legislature? While Philadelphia is a sanctuary for queer people, the hatred and bigotry that flows unchecked elsewhere doesn't stop at our county border. Same with guns. Pennsylvania, thanks to our legislature, has the weakest gun safety laws of any of our neighboring states. And our legislature, while it was under Republican control this past session, not only worked to make it even easier for violent people to get their hands on guns, they introduced 6 pieces of legislation targeting trans kids. 6. That's what they got time for. Instead of working to strengthen our communities, to protect vulnerable people from bigotry and discrimination, to make us all safer, and to help law enforcement keep guns off of our streets, the MAGA crowd in Harrisburg actively worked to end background checks for gun possession, legislative and rhetorically attack trans children and the public teachers who seek to protect, educate, and support them. Queer people are trans people. Do you get it, Harrisburg? Queer people and trans people are people. This isn't tough. Stop spending your time on stupid. Start spending your time on people. We will all be better off. Queer people and trans people have a right, like all of us, to live freely and joyfully and without fear of harm and without members of their own government, the government to whom they pay taxes, stirring up hate that manifests in ways like what happened in Colorado and perhaps what happened here. We don't know, but we're going to find out. What we are seeing in the halls of our own state capitol and in Congress from officials in this one party is a politics of hatred. It's a deliberate politics of hatred that is funded by billionaires whose agenda has nothing to do with public safety or equality or the protection of everyone. We here in Philadelphia will not stand for these attacks on members of our beloved community. We will continue to fight for what is going to make everyone safe, including people who are members of marginalized community. We are going to do it. And we are also going to do everything we can to solve this crime and everything we can to bring to justice whoever is directly responsible for this. We already know some of the people who are indirectly responsible for this. Sadly, this will not be the first case if we are successful, and we will work every day with the Philadelphia police to try to be successful in solving it, where the DA's office has prosecuted someone for the killing of a black trans woman. Tracy Mia Green, 29, was killed in the year 2020, and her killer, Abdullah El Amin, was convicted of her murder in a jury trial. Sentencing in that case will be occurring on the 5th of January of 2023. Dominique Remy Fells, 27 years of age, was also killed in 2020. The defendant in that matter, Akhenaten Jones, will be going to trial for her murder, and that trial is scheduled to begin on March the 27th. Thank you for allowing me and being patient enough with me to say a few words on behalf of a community that needs to be safe.
I'd just like to acknowledge Melanie Nelson, Director of District Attorney's Office CARES team, and thank you for being here. And now we will hear from Micah Thomas, another person from the District Attorney's Office LGBTQ Plus Advisory Committee.
Thank you to the Office of LGBT Affairs, the Mazzoni Center, and the District Attorney's Office, and thank you to my peers at the the LGBTQ Liaison Committee with the District Attorney's Office. Transgender Awareness Week was last week, where our community reminds, uplifts, and celebrates the resilient that lives in our every breath of existence of this earth. There have been over 34 murders this year. We need everyone to join us in empowering transgender leaders, building safer, stronger communities, and reducing stigma. During Transgender Awareness Week, the nation mourned the lives lost in Colorado. During Transgender Awareness Week, the nation mourned the lives lost in Colorado's nightclub. And here in our home of Philadelphia, we mourned and seek justice for Diamond Jackson McDonald. When one of us is taken in vain, it impacts and affects us all, despite media recognition. It sucks going on social media, finding out someone is gone, and we have to keep moving, keep working, not remembering to take time for ourselves. During these times, we remember that we cannot give up. The intersecting identities we are living will always be our truth. We want to live past our age expectancies and live as the best version of ourselves. We deserve for our life to not be taken from another person. If anyone has any information, please, if it's pertinent information, please give the information out. My prayers are with Diamond's loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. You were just listening in there to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We're hearing from the DA there, Larry Krasner, as well as some other officials there as they speak out on the discrimination and violence in the trans community. Of course, it is relating to an incident that happened in Germantown, Pennsylvania. The Philadelphia Police Department were investigating the death of the woman there. As you heard them talk about this incident that went on, and certainly a very tragic situation as they continue to follow this here. We're going to continue to move on here on Live Now from Fox, and this is a live look inside the U.S. Capitol, the Senate floor, as they're setting to vote to avoid the rail strike we saw yesterday. It passed through the House. This could be passed through the Senate. It could be heading to the House. So we're going to follow that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Thursday afternoon, just past 3 o'clock. And we're getting in just some new information from the Supreme Court, as this is a tweet that just came in as they made a ruling that the SCOTUS will leave the Biden administration loan forgiveness program on hold, and it will set the arguments at that high court for February of 2023. So certainly Biden asked the Supreme Court to possibly hear this case about that student loan forgiveness plan that he had asked for up to $20,000 for some people that have gone to college and gotten out some student loans. So we will possibly soon hear some resolution within the next 3 months or so as they set this oral argument to take place in February of 2023. We'll have a very full coverage of that as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break first. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, of course, following all the big headlines on this Thursday afternoon. Of course, just into our news department here at Live Now is the announcement that the SCOTUS will hear President Joe Biden and the administration's student loan forgiveness plan that is in a legal battle right now. The oral argument scheduled to take place in February of 2023. And right now, the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, they have it remaining on hold. So certainly we've heard a lot in the last few weeks about it, about the application process that might have been slowed down by these legal battles from different courts there in the court system, Fifth Circuit and whatnot. So we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following a potential vote on the to avoid a rail strike. We saw much more about that over the last couple days. But right now, I want to take us out to a State Department lunch as French President of France, Emmanuel Macron, was in the building there. He's met with Joe Biden already today. We see an event there with the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, also Antony Blinken, who's at the podium. So let's listen in here to some of these remarks from those three at this State Department lunch here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. President Macron, Mrs. Macron, it is an honor to welcome you to the State Department. À titre professionnel, mais également à titre
professionally, but also on a personal level. This is an honor for us to have you here.
I'm also delighted to be joined by my co-host for this lunch, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. And also the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. It is only fitting that for the first state visit of the Biden-Harris administration, the United States is welcoming our oldest ally. This very week, in 1776, a bedraggled, exhausted, and very seasick American landed in France after a grueling month at sea. The Continental Congress had dispatched Benjamin Franklin, who looks out over us, our very first diplomat, to find support for the American Revolution. Over the next year, Franklin and his counterpart forged America's very first alliance, and that, of course, proved vital to winning our nation's independence. Now, France, Mr. President, made quite an impression on Ben Franklin. Before he went to France, he would extol the virtues of going to bed early. Then he went to Paris, and as he said, wine is proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. I think it's fair to say that Franklin also left his mark on France, where he became something of a celebrity. His trademark fur cap even inspired a new wig style among French women, the coiffure à la Franklin. Now, it's also fair to say that no American diplomat since, and Henry Kissinger is here today, and I think he can attest to that, none of us have lived up to Franklin's legacy as a style icon. But for more than 2 centuries, the United States and France have built upon the foundation of those early ties. And today, we are unwavering security allies, close economic partners, and most of all, cherished friends. I am one of the countless beneficiaries of those bonds. Living abroad in France taught me to see the world through another's eyes, something that I carry with me to this day. France welcomed me, educated me, inspired me. I doubt that I would be here if I had not gone there. It quickly taught me something that everyone in France knows, but as of yesterday, is now officially recognized by UNESCO. The French baguette is a global cultural treasure. Now, as my mother, who's here today, can attest, I would probably add the pain au chocolat to that, so maybe we can work on that. We can discuss about it. Thank you. Those years also gifted me with a lifelong love of soccer, or football, to use the correct word, and also the Paris Saint-Germain team. So while I couldn't be prouder to cheer on Team USA at the World Cup, I'm also thrilled to see Kylian Mbappe working his magic for Les Bleus. And Mr. President, thank you for keeping him in Paris. Today, as both presidents said when they were together at the White House, we find ourselves in a consequential moment for both of our countries, but also for the world. The post-Cold War era is over, and we face a global competition to define what comes next. This is a challenge that we can best meet as friends, and for the United States, alongside our very first friend. Together, the United States and France are defending the international rules-based order that we helped to build after the Second World War. We're also working together to reform that order so that it better reflects the realities of today. We're supporting the people of Ukraine as they defend their nation and resist President Putin's attempt to redraw the borders of a sovereign, independent nation by force. We're working together to strengthen European security and advance a free and open Indo-Pacific. We're taking urgent steps to save our planet for future generations, which continues to be driven in large part by the agreement that was reached in Paris. We're also making investments in global health to stamp out diseases like malaria and HIV/AIDS, to build greater capacity to prevent and respond to future health emergencies. Mr. President, you've led on the world stage on all of these issues and so many more. But even as we think about the individual issues, it's also the vision that you bring to global leadership that is so exceptional. Your commitment to a stronger, better future for all has been a galvanizing force for all of us, for all of our partners. We could not do without it. We're grateful for it. Thank you. And Mrs. Macron, I want to salute you as well. You've been a beacon for so many families this year, particularly through your work on behalf of Ukrainian children when they so desperately need it. Thank you. The bottom line is this. It's hard to find a challenge that we can't solve if the United States and France work together. For in all that we do, our people and our nations are bound together by our core values of liberty and democracy, respect for human rights and the rule of law, the belief that all people should have a chance to reach their full potential. And that's exactly what Franklin saw when he went to France. He observed that the French saw, and I quote, our cause as the cause of all people, and that we are fighting for their liberty in defending our own. Those are values that continue to unite us today. That's the reason that your causes are ours and ours are yours. So I'd like to ask all of you to join me in a toast to our common history, but also, if we have glasses, they're coming. All right. Great, thank you. But also to our shared future. May the values that have brought us here continue to guide us for generations to come. Vive les États-Unis, vive la France. Vive les États-Unis, vive la France. Mr. President. And now, it is my particular pleasure and honor to introduce the Vice President of the United States. Madam Vice President.
Please have a seat. President Macron, Mrs. Macron, Emmanuel and Bridget, on behalf of the administration, the American people, welcome to Washington. It is good to see you both again. And Doug and I, the first, second gentleman of the United States, thank you also for so warmly welcoming us when we were recently in France. I want to thank Secretary Blinken and Ms. Ryan for hosting us and co-hosting us today, and for all that you do for our nation. And to our distinguished guests, Speaker Pelosi, members of Congress, leaders from the American and French governments, the private sector, and the arts. Thank you all for all that you do for our nation and this very important relationship. In 1778, from Valley Forge, Marquis de Lafayette wrote to his wife on the alliance between France and America, wherein he said, "My heart has always been completely convinced that in serving the cause of humanity and America, I was fighting in the interest of France." Indeed, our long shared history has demonstrated the interests of America, of France, and of humanity are deeply interconnected. There is no greater example of this than when our troops fought and died together on the battlefields of the two world wars. Last year, Doug and I walked the solemn grounds of the Suresnes American Cemetery outside of Paris, the final resting place of thousands of Americans who answered the call to serve our common cause. President Macron, I joined you the very next day, on Armistice Day, to honor the tomb of the unknown soldier at the Arc de Triomphe. And yesterday, you visited our Tomb of the Unknown Soldier in Arlington. We will always honor the shared sacrifice of those who served and the freedoms they fought for, not only for the American and French people, but for millions of people around the world. And of course, our cooperation extends beyond the battlefield. Our connections span the arts and culture, business and technology, and science and medicine. In each of these areas, our work together has benefited humanity. For example, French researchers at the Institut Pasteur first hypothesized in 1918 that influenza was caused by a virus. This discovery helped American scientists develop some of the first flu vaccines. In the 1960s, French researchers collaborated with American scientists at Caltech and Harvard to discover mRNA. This work led to a range of scientific advances, including in the 1980s, when my mother, Dr. Shamala Harris, a breast cancer researcher, traveled to Paris to partner with the legendary French professor Beaulieu. My mother and Professor Beaulieu ultimately published their findings, which identified a specific protein that is present in mammary glands that helps kill cancerous cells. The work that they did then is saving lives today. And of course, the mRNA discovery, more recently, led to life-saving COVID-19 vaccines to the benefit of people around the world. Indeed, it was my great privilege on my recent trip to France to visit Institut Pasteur and meet with Professor Beaulieu, who is well into his 90s. President Macron, President Biden and I are very proud to work with you to build on this very long and important history. You and I have had numerous meetings and phone calls together over the past 2 years. We have discussed and advanced our cooperation on security and prosperity in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, and Africa. We have worked together to support the people of Ukraine and to hold Russia accountable. And we have collaborated on issues including cybersecurity, climate, space, and global and gender inequality. And I have witnessed how your personal leadership has strengthened France's global leadership to the benefit, without any question, of the people of the United States and the people of the world. I thank you. As we move forward, the relationship between the United States and France will be guided by our shared history and our shared vision for the future. A future where international rules and norms are strengthened and upheld. A future where we seize the opportunities of space to meet the challenges here on Earth. A future where we tackle the climate crisis and protect the people of our planet. And a future where we reduce global inequality. I thank you, Mr. President, for being an extraordinary champion of this shared vision. And so, on the occasion of this first state visit of our administration, let us all remember the words of Lafayette: the fates of America and France are intertwined with each other and with all of humanity. So I offer a toast to our relationship and to those who have contributed to our long history of cooperation, and to the billions more who will benefit from our future work together. Cheers. Cheers. And it is now my great honor to introduce President Emmanuel Macron.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First, Ms. Vice President, dear Kamala, Monsieur le Secrétaire d'État, cher Anthony, thank you for hosting us. Cher Doug, Ms. Ryan, First, I do want to apologize because we had a very long meeting with President Biden. We almost fixed everything. So you will see a lot of big changes in your life in the coming hours and days. So this is at least the argument I have to survive vis-à-vis you for the coming minutes and hours. No, thank you very much for your patience and sorry to make you wait. Let me first thank you, Danny, for welcoming us here and organizing such a wonderful lunch, and thank you once again, Ms. Vice President Kamala, for your friendship, and thanks to both of you for your words. I have to say, both of you mentioned Lafayette, Benjamin Franklin. I could add to this list Jefferson and so many others who built these incredible links between our two countries. A lot of people ask President Biden, why did you choose President Macron to come for the first state visit? Obviously, I'm not the one to answer this question. But I can tell you why the US and France, definitely. I think because a lot of people in this world do believe sometimes we are too proud, too self-confident and so on, but it's because both of us do believe that we can, and we are in a certain way in charge of universal values. And you just quoted this word from Lafayette. He had this in-depth feeling that he will fight for his own country and for liberty together. And when your soldiers came during the First and the Second World War in our country, they had exactly the same feeling. And we will never forget that a lot of your families lost children on a soil they never knew before, just because they were fighting for liberty and for universal values. And I think this link in the current environment in our world is unique. And this is why I think we are here today, and I'm so proud to be indeed with you. You're those to have a wonderful delegation. We have our ministers and a lot of civil servants working hard on a daily basis for the bilateral relation. We have business leaders, and we were very proud 2 days ago to have the first Franco-American Business Council, and I want to thank all those who contributed to the 7th. We have a lot of members of our parliament on both sides, and we had a wonderful discussion yesterday with the caucus, and I will meet representatives and senators right after this lunch, and I want to thank our delegation as well for that. You have a lot of tech players, a lot of investors, a lot of people involved in culture, sports, because we are so much linked by all these sectors, so much linked by the strength of creativity on both sides and our common ability to convey our faith in science and knowledge, and our appetite for talents and creativity. And indeed, we have a lot of common work and common challenge together. We are very much engaged together to help the Ukrainians in this war and to resist to the Russian aggression. And I want to thank your country for the unique commitment and investment alongside the Ukrainian people and in great solidarity with the Europeans. And we are as well very much engaged for climate change, more solidarity in this world. We will work hard for this new partnership between North and South in the coming months. We are committed for climate and biodiversity, and yesterday we had a wonderful discussion for some initiatives regarding better conservation and protect our rainforests and our oceans. And what we have in common is precisely to work very hard for these values and to make them concrete for our people. We have huge challenges in our democracies because our middle classes do suffer. And the recent years and decades were so tough. And we see in our countries, almost everywhere, a sort of resurgence of hatred speech, racism, divisions. One way is to accompany this move and to be a demagogue. You decided not to do so, and I want to thank you for that. And we try to resist on our side as well, to precisely deliver more and be efficient, and provide concrete solutions to our fellow citizens when we speak about health, when we speak about climate, when we speak about reindustrializing our country, when we speak about defense and security. And this is how our partnership has to work and deliver. And this is why this morning we had a very useful and fruitful discussion to work on this issue. I was very happy as well to have very concrete discussion yesterday with you on space, and we are so proud of our astronauts and our common journey for today and the future. We had very good discussion on nuclear energy, on science and research, on quantic, and so many different fields. And tomorrow I will go to New Orleans with a wonderful delegation to speak about green energy, climate change, culture, and francophonie, as I can demonstrate it right now. But I want to give you some time more, so I want to avoid translation. But we will clearly as well launch a new program for French language, and you're a perfect example, both of you, of this attachment for the French language. But I come from a country where everybody knows that gastronomy and a good lunch is part of diplomacy. And a lot of people presented that Talleyrand was so successful because he was already with his cooker. And some people claim that, in fact, Talleyrand's cooker is the actual diplomat. So I don't want to be longer. I want you to enjoy this lunch because I think it's part of diplomacy. And I think it's the best way to share a very good moment. But let me tell that in these challenging times, this history and the friendship between the United States of America and France on both sides is part of our soul, our roots, but as well part of our future.
Indeed.
And I will be committed to deliver concrete results for our fellow citizens on both sides of the oceans in this context, thanks to this common history and committed to this common destiny. Thank you. Let me know it goes. Thank you. To Bridget, Miss Ryan.
You were just listening in there to Secretary of State Antony Blinken, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, and also French President Emmanuel Macron at a State Department luncheon this afternoon in Washington, D.C. Certainly a lot of discussion there amongst them, and they are also talking about a lot of different topics. Macron was, as we continue to follow this story here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, he's been busy today meeting with President Joe Biden, talking about a lot of various different topics, including Ukraine and Russia and their continued support of Ukraine in that war that continues to go on overseas. We're also following some big stories here on this and state side, and we're going to follow this here as this is a live look at the Senate. The Senate voting on this bill to avoid a rail strike. It already passed the House a couple times yesterday. It has moved on to the Senate. We're watching here on Live Now from Fox as they're continued to vote just a little bit on that. Of course, we are still waiting any news on any passage, and possibly if it does pass the Senate, it will go to President Joe Biden's desk, because Joe Biden has asked Congress to take up this conflict between the unions and also the rail workers there, as they were talking about this rail strike, this potentially looming rail strike that could cause a lot of havoc on the U.S. economy ahead of this holiday season. So we'll keep you abreast of all those stories here. We're also waiting to see if we have any reaction from anyone outside of the White House on any of this passage. Of course, we'll follow that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're also watching out of Boston because we saw earlier today Emmanuel Macron, the French president, in Washington, D.C. Of course, the Prince and Princess of Wales are in Boston ahead of the Earthshot Awards ceremony. You can see Prince and Princess of Wales there alongside Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, as they approach the Boston shoreline there. It's a pretty sight, talking about climate change and different things like that as they're trying to find people to help out with climate change and different climate entrepreneurs. So they had visiting a program for at-risk youth, a sustainability lab, and a tour of Boston shoreline to see the city's effort to combat climate change. Of course, we're following all those big stories here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Well, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, this is a look right now in Boston, Massachusetts, at the Commonwealth, as the Prince and Princess of Wales are there. Prince William and Catherine Middleton, they're on the scene as they are ahead of the Earthshot Awards ceremony in Boston, as they are making their first trip overseas since the death of Queen Elizabeth II, aiming to showcase the younger face of the monarchy that is tackling important issues like climate change. This 3-day trip to Boston focused on Prince William's splashy initiative to award millions of dollars to a new generation of environmental entrepreneurs who are developing everything from cleaner burning stoves to alternatives to leather. It will include visits to an at-risk youth center, a sustainability lab, and a tour of Boston shoreline to see the city's efforts to combat climate change. They are outside right now on a gusty and slightly chilly day there in Boston. Of course, a busy weekend as they were in town. As you can see, also Boston Mayor Michelle Wu on hand. They went to the NBA Boston Celtics game last night, and they're also hosting those Earthshot Awards in the coming weekend, and President Biden expected to be there as well. So he will meet with them in the coming days on this quick visit to Boston, Massachusetts. Of course, we're following all these stories here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Andy Mack. We're also looking inside the Senate, the U.S. Capitol, as the Senate expecting to vote on a bill to hopefully avoid a rail strike. It has passed the House a couple times with differing amendments within a bill, so we're watching it and we'll keep you up to date if they do pass that, and it will head to President Joe Biden's desk. So we'll keep you up to date on that. But we want to give you the latest on this potential looming rail strike if the Senate cannot pass it. So let's listen with my colleague Josh Breslow as he spoke with an expert on this topic as they look into what this will entail as the Senate votes.
All right, as I mentioned, this is an issue that so many people are talking about because the impacts could be very dramatic across the country. I do want to bring in live, raw, and unfiltered here, Andrew Robert Thomas at University of Akron. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Of course. So tell me about the impacts here, because we're talking about a situation that will impact people if it does happen across the country. This isn't just a localized situation.
Sure. I realize that the consumer, as you just mentioned here in the previous segment about the agricultural products, food, the prices there. Something else that we need to be concerned about would be energy. So much of our energy in the United States, particularly vital energy at this time of year, particularly with coal as well as ethanol, that has to move by rail. So you know, this could have widespread implications for the economy, of course. The other issue that we always need to be careful of is unintended consequences, things we're not seeing. As we know, the supply chain is an incredibly complex entity, and there are so many inputs and so many variables, it's almost impossible to get our arms around all of those. And so when something like this, if it were to happen, the cascading effect, particularly with regards to things we didn't anticipate, could be really substantial. So let's hope that Congress finds some kind of a way to solve this problem in that American tradition of waiting till the last minute, it seems.
Yeah, we're about 9 days away from that possible strike. Should Americans be, I guess, preparing in any sort of way for this?
I would wait to see what happens through the weekend. You know, the old Winston Churchill adage, America will always do the right thing after we've exhausted all of our options. I think that's probably true here as well. It seems like the Senate's going to try to extract some value from the president and their political colleagues with regards to getting more of whatever they want before we get this through. This is not a unique time with regards to this strike. This has been happening. Still, it's something we should be paying attention to. I think as we get closer into the weekend, though, if this thing's not resolved, yeah, I think that's when people should really start to think about what they might want to do next in terms of trying to make sure their tank's full and make sure they got their home heating oil and all those kinds of things necessary for a few days.
And this may be a weird question to ask, but is the economy at risk? Because it seems like it would be.
Well, again, the U.S. economy, it's a $23 trillion economy. It's resilient, as we've seen. We put a lot of pressure on it over the years, and it seems to keep bouncing back. The issue, though, is, again, these unforeseen and unintended and unpredicted results. We like to think that we're in control of everything, and then we realize when things like this happen, we may not be. So it would put particular industries, would put pressure on consumers, and it's just something that's not necessary, frankly, from an economic perspective. I realize the unions have their concerns. This is just something that really we don't need to add to the fuel, particularly with what's going on geopolitically with zero COVID in China, and the fact that the Ukraine war is now reaching its maybe final concluding stage with the massive Russian offensive underway. So there's all kinds of other issues that we're preparing for. Adding this to the mix would make a lot more complexity and complications where it really wouldn't be necessary.
Have we ever seen something like this happen before, going back, I guess, in history? Is this something that does happen from time to time?
Oh, many times, dozens of times, in fact, in American history. And the railway workers, in one sense, they were very much responsible for the birth of the modern labor movement and the rising of the working and middle class of the United States in the 20th century, because they have such power, and we're seeing the power that they possess. At the same time, government realized that very quickly, that if you let these unions do whatever they want, particularly the railway workers, that can hold the economy hostage. So government, whether it's been Congress or executive order at the president, government is always trying to check that power. So this is truly a give and take, and it's playing out before our eyes as something that's happened many times in our nation's history.
And one thing that we talk a lot about as this is going on is the nation's food supply, how that could be impacted. But it sounds like things like energy could be impacted as well.
Yeah, that's to me, it's always critical components that keep things like electrical generation and nuclear plants and spare parts, massive spare parts that move by rail or that can only move by rail. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, energy. We're going into the winter season. Coal is vital for heating our homes and running our factories and our businesses. And if you even stunt that for a few days, or there's even the fear that you're going to stunt that, that can cascade, and that can have some significant implications. And as I mentioned before, we're coming up into next week where the true embargo on Russian energy is supposed to kick in. And Europe hopes they're prepared for that. The United States has been selling lots of energy. Energy is a global commodity, so any pressure that you put into the energy markets at this particular time, which is very delicate, the energy markets right now, it could be substantive in terms of the damage.
How soon would we feel the effects if this does happen?
Well, I think inventories in a lot of places are higher than they have been historically because we've learned that the supply chain can't be counted upon in this just-in-time environment that we had built prior to the pandemic. I'm not sure where we are with inventories and stocks. I don't think anybody is. You'd have to ask particular companies and industries within those. There will be gaps, and there will be, again, and I hate to be repetitive here, there will be these things that we can't see today, and we'd only realize that it's going on after, in fact, it's happened. Those are the things we need to be careful of, particularly in this delicate environment geopolitically and especially with energy.
Don't worry about being repetitive. I am only repetitive. Dr. Andrew Thomas, thank you so much for being here. Is there anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Well, again, I have confidence, and it's a rational optimism. I think that we will get through this with a resolution by next week. Congress has a history of delaying these things up until the very end. That's again the historical notion of it. Politicians, they're looking to extract value any way they can from any crisis. They don't want to waste that opportunity. This might be another one of those circumstances. I do believe, though, like Churchill had said, we will do the right thing eventually, and that hopefully is before this gets unwieldy and out of control.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. All right.
Thank you so much for that continued coverage there. Here's a look at the big board, down 187 points, and a live look at the Senate floor here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. This is a live look at the Senate floor as we are awaiting news that the Senate passes this bill to potentially avoid and prevent a rail strike currently going on right now. They voted on several other different amendments to this bill earlier here, and we were watching that very, very closely. Let's see if we can hear any of this procedural movement here, but we do know that the Senate does have enough votes as they continue to vote on this right now, but it appears they have enough votes to prevent this rail strike, and the bill will likely head to President Joe Biden's desk. Let's just listen in here just a little bit on Live Now from Fox to see if we can hear anything that's happening. So you can just listen in as it's a quiet room there in the U.S. Capitol, but according to our Chad Pergram on the Hill, their White House correspondent, says the Senate, they did fail to get 60 days to provide rail workers with 7 days of paid medical leave. That vote was 52 to 43. Of course, they needed 60 days. That did pass the House within the last day or so. It does not pass the Senate, so it will not go, that version of the bill will not go to President Joe Biden's desk. Instead, this one that will be without that 7 days of paid medical leave will likely go to President Joe Biden's desk, but we're still currently waiting. The votes are enough, and they're still coming in, though, right now. So we're watching it here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover this very major story of this day. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we are seeing a bunch of different headlines from around the country, from around the world, including French President Emmanuel Macron in town as he was meeting with President Joe Biden, talking about Ukraine and Russia and their continued support of Ukraine in this continued conflict overseas as it heads into a very critical portion of these winter months. I want to jump into a Pentagon press briefing with General Patrick Ryder from earlier today, who will likely discuss a lot of different topics, including likely the visit of Emmanuel Macron to the United States, as well as other different topics from around the world. So let's listen in from earlier today from the Pentagon here on Live Now from Fox.
Oriented organizations such as the Defense Innovation Unit by increasing the capital available to critical technology companies to help them reach scaled production. While existing offices rely on grants and contracts to deploy capital, OSC is investigating the use of non-acquisition based finance tools such as loans and loan guarantees. For example, a number of other federal agencies use credit programs to participate in capital markets through loans, loan guarantees, development funds, and other tools. We'll be posting a press release on defense.gov with further details on the OSC, and we'll have additional information to announce regarding this initiative on Saturday during the Reagan National Defense Forum. Tomorrow, as previously mentioned, Secretary Austin will depart for Palmdale, California to participate in the unveiling of the U.S. Air Force's newest strategic deterrent, the B-21 Raider. And then on Saturday, he'll deliver the keynote address at the Reagan National Defense Forum at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley. And finally, I want to acknowledge the Senate confirmation yesterday of Robert Storch as the Department of Defense Inspector General. This is excellent news for the department and a critically important mission, and we appreciate the Senate's efforts. And with that, I'll take your questions. We'll start with AP, Lita Baldor.
Thanks, Pat. Can you bring us up to date on any the results of any conversations that Secretary has had or other DoD leaders have had with their Turkish counterparts? Have there been any assurances provided to DoD that there will be no longer any strikes in the vicinity of U.S. service members? Can you just bring us up to date on where that stands? Thank you.
Thanks, Lita. I don't have anything to provide beyond the readout that we issued last night. I'm not going to speak for the Turkish government. As the readout mentioned, Secretary Austin relayed the department's strong opposition to any potential ground invasion in northern Syria. And again, the focus here is on enabling and ensuring that the Defeat ISIS mission can continue unimpeded and to prevent potential instability in that region. Yep, go ahead, Wafa.
So when Turkey started its airstrikes and then threatened the safety of U.S. personnel in Syria, it looks like the deconfliction line wasn't where it should be. So is this what led to the phone call with between Secretary Austin and his counterpart? And does Secretary Austin feel confident that this line, the confliction line, is being reinstated after this phone call?
Yeah, so first of all, as a NATO ally and a close partner with the United States, we always have regular communication with Turkey. And so in the case of the phone call, the Secretary wanted to call to relay his condolences for the deaths that we saw in Turkey, but then also to address what we've seen in open press reporting in terms of a potential ground invasion into northern Syria. And so the focus here is, from a United States standpoint, on ensuring that terrorist organizations like ISIS cannot reconstitute. We've obviously made a lot of progress toward that end since they first originated, en masse back in 2014, and we don't want to see that progress be wasted. Still have a lot more work to do on that front. So that was the origination of the phone call. Thank you. Okay, Janie.
Thank you. I have two questions. You might know that several Chinese and Russian military aircraft recently invaded Cadiz, Korea's air defense identification zone, and South Korea. And ROK Air Force took sortie in response. So what do you think are the intentions of China and Russia, which frequently invade?
Yeah, thanks, Janie. So I don't want to speak for China and Russia. Certainly, we are aware of the joint Russian-Chinese flight. In terms of the Republic of Korea's response, I'd refer you to them to answer, for themselves. But beyond that, I don't have any additional information to provide.
Second question, it has been reported that China is conducting chemical warfare training in preparation for crisis on the Korean Peninsula. So, do you know, how can you see the Chinese suspicious movement?
Yeah, I don't have any information on that. Thank you. I refer you to China. I'm assuming that China conducts a wide variety of military training, but in terms of chemical warfare training, I'm not aware of anything in that regard, but I don't have anything further.
Not concerned about the chemical warfare research.
I don't have any
China and North Korea getting together.
Thanks, Janie. Let me go to David in the back.
Does the Secretary have any reaction to this threat by some of the Republican members of the Senate to hold up the NDAA if the vaccine mandate isn't rescinded?
Yeah, thanks, David. So what I would tell you is, as a warfighting organization, the health and readiness of our force is paramount, and vaccination for COVID is still a requirement. But in terms of discussing proposed or pending legislation, I'm not going to be able to provide a comment on that, and won't have anything further to provide. Thank you.
Health is paramount. So
you're just listening into this Pentagon press briefing right here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're going to stick with that, but we want to take us right back out to the Senate as we're learning new news from the Senate as they move to approve legislation to prevent a nationwide freight rail strike. Let's listen in to this vote and this counting of the votes here on Live Now from Fox.
On this vote, the yeas are 80, the nays are 15. One senator responded present. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the passage of this joint resolution, the joint resolution is passed.
You're just listening in there quickly to the Senate floor as the Senate now has passed it as well with 80 yay votes, surpassing by about 20 the mark there as they passed this joint resolution to prevent this national rail strike. So we will head to President Joe Biden's desk for his signature. Of course, the strike was set to begin late next Tuesday night into Wednesday. So certainly good news there that they do pass that legislation to avoid a rail strike right there. So we're going to continue on Live Now from Fox and jump right back into that press conference with Patrick Ryder here out of the Pentagon. So let's listen in on Live Now from Fox.
The Washington Post. There's been some reports lately about expanded U.S. training programs for Ukrainians, particularly in Germany. I was wondering if you could give any more details on what that entails or is expected to entail.
Yeah, thanks, Karen. I saw the press report on that. I would tell you that I don't have any announcements to make at this time in terms of any new training programs or efforts. But when and if we do, we'll certainly be sure to let you know. I would say that we have been training the Ukrainians already for some time, as you know, going back to 2014, and we're going to continue to work with our international allies and partners to look at ways that we can best support Ukraine in their fight against Russia. So that's where we're at the moment. Thank you. Ma'am.
This is Rio from Asahi newspaper. Reportedly, Japan is considering buying up to 500 Tomahawk cruise missiles from the U.S. Could you give us comment on such Japan's effort to buy?
So I don't have anything to provide on that. I'd refer you to Japan for any discussions about what they may or may not be looking to buy. Thank you.
Yep. To follow up, Japan also plans to declare the acquisition of counter-strike capability. And how will the U.S. coordinate and help Japan's effort to strengthen its defense capability?
I apologize. Which type of capability?
Counter-strike capability.
Certainly aware of what Japan has said publicly in that regard. Again, I don't have a specific comment to provide other than to say that Japan continues to be one of our closest allies and will continue to work with them in terms of ensuring a free and open Indo-Pacific, and just leave it at that. Oren?
Back to Turkey for a second. What deconfliction efforts did you try to pursue with Turkey before their strike that endangered U.S. personnel? And just a few days ago, you told us there was a reduced number of patrols because of essentially what's happening there. Have there been any other changes to the operations or activities of the ISIS coalition?
Yeah, so no updates to provide beyond what I provided on Tuesday, which is that we are operating at a reduced number of partnered patrols with the SDF. In terms of deconfliction and coordination, again, what I would say is that we do have frequent and open lines of communication with our Turkish allies at a variety of levels. I don't have any specifics to provide as it relates to that particular strike, but again, we did issue a statement highlighting the fact that a strike did come close to U.S. personnel, and we clearly have communicated that.
Are you confident that U.S. personnel there are safe and are not currently at risk from Turkish operations?
I know that right now U.S. personnel are safe, and we hope they continue to remain in that status. But again, this demonstrates why it's very important that while this important Defeat ISIS mission continues, that we are able to work together and communicate to ensure that there's continued stability in the region and that important mission does not enable a very, very dangerous terrorist organization known as ISIS from being able to reconstitute. Thanks. Liz?
Just to follow up on Oren's question, he kind of stole it from me. After Secretary Austin's call yesterday with his Turkish counterpart, are U.S. forces safer in Syria after that call?
So, look, we always are going to make sure that our forces, wherever they're operating from, safety is going to be a top priority. And so as they're focused on their mission, they're going to do what they need to do to ensure that they're safe. I think, again, we're eager to work and communicate closely with our Turkish allies to ensure the stability and the security of that region and the continuance of the Defeat ISIS mission. Thanks. Courtney.
When you say that there's a reduced number of partner patrols with the SDF, I mean, haven't the partner patrols stopped over the last several days?
No.
So there have been partner patrols since?
My understanding is, again, I'd refer you to CENTCOM or CJTF OIR for further details, but my understanding is that we do continue to conduct partnered patrols with the SDF at a reduced number based on their request to go to a reduced number.
How about U.S. unilateral efforts? Are those at all continuing right now or ongoing? I mean, I know they're not that common, but...
Well, I mean, to kind of step back and to put it into context, we maintain counterterrorism capability in the region. So I think what you're referring to is if there are counterterrorism operations that require a unilateral approach, we've long said that we reserve the right to conduct those types of operations if they pose an imminent threat against U.S. personnel or our homeland, and we certainly retain that right. But in terms of any specifics or missions to provide, I don't have any details.
I just understand because General Masloum said on the record that that the counter-ISIS missions with the U.S. and the coalition are halted. Right.
Again, I'd refer you to CENTCOM, but as I understand it, as of today, there's a reduced number. The mission continues. I can't speak for General Muslim.
Because just one more, the mission continues in Iraq. There's no question about that. So the overall mission continues. But as far as actually things in Syria, that's what General Muslim.
My understanding is that the mission continues in Syria.
And then one on vaccines. I'm just curious, just given the fact that there are members on the Hill who have a very real ability to stop the NDAA from moving forward. I mean, they have the capability of doing that. I'm wondering if there is if the Secretary is considering at all even reviewing the vaccine mandate. Not that he's made a decision or anything like that, but is there even a consideration to review the mandate given the fact that COVID illnesses and deaths are down, people aren't wearing masks? I mean, there have been changes in COVID protocols. So
yeah, no, I appreciate the question, Courtney. What I would say again is, the department is operating off of current policy, which is that COVID vaccinations are required, and I'm just not going to get into hypotheticals about proposed or pending legislation or speculate on potential outcomes.
They're not hypothetical. I'm asking currently.
And this is the last question because I got to move on.
Is the Secretary currently even reviewing the policy?
Again, I'm not going to get into talking about what we may or may not be doing as a result of legislation that may or may not be coming. So again, currently the policy is that COVID vaccinations are mandated, and that is the requirement. Thank you, sir. Mike.
Yes, sir. The Reagan Foundation came out with a survey saying that fewer than half of Americans have a great deal of trust and confidence in the military, blaming these perceptions of overt politicization among Pentagon leadership. Some pretty troubling numbers. I wonder if the Pentagon has any thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So I've certainly seen the press reports. I have not read the survey myself, so I'm not going to comment on it. But polls and surveys aside, I will tell you what I do know, and that is that the U.S. military is the best fighting organization in the world, the best fighting organization the world has ever seen. When you consider the breadth and the scope of the missions and the effectiveness of the fighting men and women who serve around the world, many of them in harm's way, it's pretty incredible. And so 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, our soldiers, our sailors, airmen, Marines, Guardians, Coast Guardmen, they are on point, defending the nation like no one else can. They're doing important work that matters. They're doing work that makes a difference. And whether it's working with allies and partners in Europe to deter aggression, patrolling the Indo-Pacific to ensure regional stability and security, manning our nuclear missile silos, training the next generation of warriors to fill our ranks, operating the satellites which enable our modern way of life, the list goes on and on and on. I would tell you that Americans can be very, very proud of their military. Thank you. Sir.
Thank you, sir. Two questions, please. One, Pakistan and China. Pakistan has now a new army chief, and General Bajwa just retired. And any change as far as military to military, Pakistan and U.S. relations under the new army chief, or if Secretary have had any conversations or discussions with him?
No conversations at this point, and no change in our valued relationship with Pakistan.
And second, on China, so many reports are going on, officially and non-officially, and press reports and experts and all that. How much do you think China is now danger to the U.S. as far as military to military or U.S. national security interests are concerned?
Well, I would, appreciate the question. I would refer you to the National Defense Strategy, which lays out very comprehensively how the department views China as our pacing challenge. Thank you. Let me go to the phones here real quick. Tony from Bloomberg. Tony, are you there? All right, we'll come back. Nick from PBS.
Hey, Pat. Sorry. Thank you very much. I want to go back to Turkey, but ask it a little differently. General Mazloum, to me and to others, have asked for a more robust condemnation of Turkish attacks and a more robust defense of the SDF. So do you think that you have delivered a strong enough message to Turkey? Do you acknowledge SDF concerns today? And do you believe that the Turks have heard your message? Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. So again, what I would say is our focus is on the Defeat ISIS mission, and we certainly value our very strong, enduring, and long alliance with Turkey. And we also value the partnership that we've shared with the SDF since the beginning of the counter-ISIS campaign, now known as the Defeat ISIS mission. When you look at what the SDF did and continues to do in terms of preventing the reconstitution of, again, a very dangerous terrorist group, ISIS, it is something that that we should all be very thankful for, and we look forward to continuing to work with them in that regard. As I've said in the statement that we put out last week, we certainly do recognize Turkey's valid security concerns when it comes to protecting their people inside their borders, and we will continue to communicate with Turkey, and we'll continue to communicate and work with the SDF. But again, the focus here is on preventing a destabilizing situation, which would put ISIS in an ability to reconstitute, and no one wants to go back to what we saw in 2014 with terrorist group running amok and taking large swaths of land with thousands and thousands of people killed. Thank you. All right, Wafa.
Sorry, another follow-up on Turkey. So you're talking about a situation, this stabilization situation. Do you have concerns that Iran and its proxies may take advantage of this situation on the ground in Syria and Iraq? Do you have indication that it might do something?
Well, I mean, without speculating about potential moves by Iran, we certainly have seen the destabilizing activities by Iranian-sponsored groups in places like Syria, and you know, if you've been following this story long enough, you know that Syria continues to be a very dynamic environment, which is why it's incredibly important to keep the pressure on ISIS to prevent them from reconstituting. Thank you, sir.
Just a question about about Congress. Secretary Austin said that DOD's top line could be reduced below the president's request if Congress goes forward with operating under a continuing resolution. If that happens, what programs would be most affected, and is the Pentagon taking any steps in case that does happen with a continuing resolution?
Yeah, thanks very much. Just checking to see if I had any specific programs here that I could highlight for you. So as you highlighted, you know, the biggest issue here would be the impact that a CR would have on starting new initiatives, including increased investment in important capabilities toward our national defense strategy, such as investments in cyber, nuclear modernization, missile defense. In terms of potential impacts, what we would be looking at would be 62 new programs and projects that could not be started, including 36 military construction projects, production rates for 17 programs, including weapons, equipment, and munitions that could not be increased. Funding would not be aligned to the proper accounts and programs, and transfer authorities are limited. We can get you a broader list, but just for example, things like multiple rapid prototyping programs, including the Joint International Experimentation for the Indo-Pacific region and the E3 replacement program, long-range hypersonic weapon, F-16 secure mission data systems. It's a fairly lengthy list. So certainly as I briefed earlier this week, we are hopeful that Congress can pass the NDAA before the end of the year. Thank you. Got time for just a couple more, Qasim, and then
General, follow-up on Turkey questions. So Turkey has launched almost 5 operations inside Syria, and currently Turkish military has secured like 3 large swaths of territory. And it's what makes you think that a Turkish operation inside Syria would destabilize the conditions down there? Because that appears that that's your implication.
Yeah, thanks, Qasim. So again, you know very well the situation on the ground there and the history of the friction between Turkey and the SDF. And so again, we want to call on both of our partners in this case to de-escalate so that we can continue to stay focused on the Defeat ISIS mission.
A terrorist crossed into Turkish border from Syria and then conduct an attack. And then the Turkish military takes on, retaliate. And we see that Pentagon comes up saying that, well, we don't want to see destabilization, we don't want to see the tensions to go ahead. And then we see that your partners, YPG, said, okay, we are out from the fight if you will allow the Turks to attack us. What makes this policy rational still? Whenever somebody crosses from Syria into Turkish territories, Turkey is going to attack. And then it doesn't matter if there is a U.S. force, U.S. troop around the area or not. We have seen before, the U.S. forces were there. And now, again, U.S. forces were there, Turks launched an operation. So what makes the U.S. strategy in Syria still to be viable and usable?
Yeah, thanks. Well, again, nobody's arguing about Turkey's legitimate concerns and Turkey's legitimate authority to go after terrorists that target its people. What we're talking about here is ensuring that we can continue to keep the Defeat ISIS mission going without destabilizing the region, which we believe that a ground invasion would result in. So again, we'll continue to communicate closely with our Turkish allies, but I'll leave it at that. Let me go to Louis, and then one last question.
Thank you. One quick one. There was a near-miss collision was nearly averted, or was averted on Tuesday in San Diego Bay involving 2 U.S. Navy ships. Do you have anything on that? And I understand the Navy's investigating it, but are you taking a broader look at it to see safety issues?
Yeah, thanks, Louis. So what I can tell you is that the USS Mommsen and USS Harper's Ferry were transiting opposite directions in San Diego Bay yesterday, or November 29th, rather. They were in close vicinity. Both ships maintained communication and maneuvered to ensure that they were safe in the channel. There were no injuries or damage to the ships as a result of those maneuvers, but as you highlight, I believe the Navy is investigating this, so I'd refer you to them for any further information.
And the other topic I was going to ask you about is the OSC that you just announced today. What triggered the creation of this, particularly for Secretary Austin, or is this something that had been happening before, or was this something that he felt was unnecessary to get beyond this valley of death, as you call it?
Sure. So first of all, it's the capability that the OSC will provide is not something that's unique per se within the U.S. government. You have other agencies that have employed this capability. And so given the fact that the department relies on advanced technology for a lot of the capabilities we need to stay competitive, this gives us another capability to work with investors and to work with industry to ensure that programs that otherwise may not be funded or may not be attractive to investors can be funded in a way that gets them across, again, the so-called valley of death. So it gives us another tool in the toolkit to be able to ensure that we can stay competitive against our strategic competitors like China and Russia.
So there wasn't one specific incident or anything like that that triggered the interest in this?
No, this is really about looking at how can we move faster and ensure that the department and the U.S. government, more broadly, has the advanced technology and capabilities that we need to remain competitive going into the 21st century. All right, thanks very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
You're just watching the Pentagon briefing there in Washington, D.C. Of course, we've just heard some breaking news that the Senate has now just passed that as they moved quickly on Thursday to avert a rail strike that the Biden administration and business leaders warned would have devastating consequences for the nation's economy. The Senate passed a bill to bind rail companies and workers to a proposed settlement that was reached between the rail companies and union leaders back in September. That settlement has been rejected by some of the 12 unions involved, creating the possibility of this strike beginning December 9th, which was next week. The Senate, though, voted 80-15. It came one day after the House voted to impose the agreement. The measure now goes to President Joe Biden's desk for his signature. Of course, we're following that very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following this live picture. As you can see, we're waiting for some remarks for some of the congressional leaders there on this rail strike, likely as they will make remarks there. We heard from Chuck Schumer. He said he told reporters, quote, "I'm very glad that the two sides got together to avoid a shutdown, which would have been devastating for the American people, to the American economy, and so many workers across the country." Of course, this is a live look inside the halls of the U.S. Capitol. We will take it to you in full as soon as they happen on Live Now from Fox. But first, we're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. This is a live look inside the Senate floor as they just passed that bill, 80-15, to avoid a national rail strike. It will now head to President Joe Biden's desk. Of course, we're waiting on some comments from leaders of Congress as they will likely make some remarks after it just passed, as the Biden administration wanted to get this thing done before the weekend. Thank you so much for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. I am Andy Mack. We're going to continue to follow some of the top headlines around the country, including out there in Idaho. Of course, we're following this story very, very closely as after a major reversal by police, there are more questions about the killings of 4 Idaho students. Parents of the victims spoke at a vigil Wednesday night. Fox correspondent Christine Coleman has more.
2.5 weeks after 4 University of Idaho students were brutally murdered, there's even more confusion surrounding the attack. On Wednesday, Moscow police walked back their initial claim that one or more of the victims was targeted. They said, quote, "We have spoken with the Latah County Prosecutor's Office and identified this was a communication. Detectives do not currently know if the residents or any occupants were specifically targeted, but continue to investigate." Though police tell Fox Digital they are making progress in the investigation and have begun receiving forensic testing results from a crime lab. Wednesday night, more than 1,000 people gathered at the university for a candlelight vigil. Parents of 3 of the slain students spoke about their children. The father of Kaylee Gonzalez talked about the close bond his daughter shared with one of the other victims, Madison Mogan.
They came here together. They eventually get into the same apartment together. And in the end, they died together in the same room, in the same bed. It's like some kind of terrible chapter, but there's beauty in it.
Stacy Chapin encouraged everyone to honor her son Ethan's legacy.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's something you can't get back.
And the vigil held Wednesday night at the university was one of many held statewide to honor the students who lost their lives in that brutal attack. Reporting from Moscow, Idaho, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest development. Certainly a story we're continuing to follow. Well, drug enforcement officials are raising concerns, saying the fentanyl crisis in the Phoenix area is still on the rise and is possibly getting worse. Fox 10's Stephanie Bennett spoke with a DEA agent about the crisis and how cartels are using Arizona as a gateway to get drugs to the rest of the country.
They use pills because they're deceptive, because they seem so innocent.
A flood of fentanyl is wreaking havoc in our communities.
6 out of every 10 pills has a lethal dose. That is an incredibly dangerous number.
The pills are largely produced by the Sinaloa cartels in Mexico, who come up through Arizona, use clandestine labs, and then distribute throughout the rest of the country.
The Sinaloa cartel is primarily using Arizona as a gateway to the rest of the United States. We can link cases here in Arizona, seizures that we've made, to every state in the United States. So we are really the head of the snake.
Cartels make the fake pills to look like OxyContin, Percocet, Vicodin, Xanax, Adderall, and sometimes Advil, just to name a few. They come in all shapes and colors. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is highly addictive, 50 times more potent than heroin and 100 times more potent than morphine. The DEA says that creates return customers and a huge demand for supply. These clandestine labs are not regulated, and often these pills get mixed or overloaded with a lethal dosage of fentanyl.
When we talk about one pill can kill, it really is one pill, one time. There is no experimentation. There is no trying it. You don't get a second chance.
In 2021, the DEA seized more than 20.4 million fake prescription pills. Earlier this year, they conducted a nationwide operation to target fentanyl-laced pills, and in just over 3 months, they got 10.2 million fake pills. And getting these pills, unfortunately, is easier than ever.
If you are on any social media app, the cartels can get to you. And they are clever in their marketing. And again, these pills seem so innocent, and they're not.
That is a story. Of course, we're following a very scary crisis for so many parents around the world. Well, scientists say the latest eruption from Mauna Loa is starting to slow down on Hawaii's Big Island, but communities near the volcano aren't out of the woods just yet. Fox News senior correspondent William Longinus has more from Los Angeles.
It's like Mother Nature showing us her face. So, yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Tourists and locals are flocking to Mauna Loa as the world's largest active volcano erupts for a 4th day. The lava flow has slowed a bit, but thousands of onlookers are jamming highways near Volcano's National Park. And officials are now warning these impromptu viewing points could pose a danger to public safety.
People are bringing their kids up there, and 60 miles an hour and kids and cars on a highway just really is a recipe for disaster.
Meanwhile, the first major impacts are expected within the next 2 days. The lava is just over 3 miles from a major road connecting the east and west sides of the island. And if it keeps moving in that direction, the highway could be out of commission for months. And scientists say the rate of lava coming from a volcano remains high.
Our estimates right now are about 50 to 100 cubic meters per second. So this is like 10 of the biggest dump trucks you can get every second dumping lava out.
Right now, no communities are threatened and no evacuations ordered, but sulfur dioxide and other gases from the volcano could cause respiratory issues for those downwind. The real question is, how long will this eruption last?
Well, we just really hope it doesn't hit inhabited areas and don't want people to have to deal with that with their homes and livestock. families.
Mauna Loa's last eruption about 38 years ago lasted 9 months, and the lava came within 3 miles of the city of Hilo. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest report. Certainly a story we're keeping our eye on, as Volcano's always very exciting. Well, we're also heading into the holiday season, and if you're worried about your holiday cards and gifts, they won't be delivered yet this year. Well, the U.S. Postal Service says with more employees and new machines, it's confident it will see more on-time deliveries, and that's where we'll find in Tampa our own Fox's Rebecca Castor, as they're at a mail distribution facility there. What can you tell us about what officials are doing to make sure everything is on time this holiday season? Rebecca?
Well, Andy Mack, it's almost like Santa's workshop in here with the holiday rush in full swing. Now, postal carriers struggled the last 2 years to keep up with the demand from online shopping during the pandemic. But this year, the Postal Service says it's the most ready it's ever been.
It's really our Super Bowl is what we refer to it as. And it's really our time of year to shine.
Megan Conley, the Tampa plant manager, says Cyber Monday kicked off this holiday season as one of their busiest days so far.
We're definitely seeing the surge with the online purchases and orders. I think that this year is trending up to be one of our largest yet.
But the Postal Service planned all year to keep up with this demand. It hired 100,000 workers and installed 137 package sorting machines at facilities across the country.
It is a parcel sorting machine, has the capability of doing over 3,000 parcels per hour.
Nationwide, the Postal Service can now process up to 60 million packages per day compared to 53 million last holiday season.
It's crazy amount of packages.
Floor worker Nair Brown finds joy in the rush.
Kind of feel like a taller elf. In so many words, just being a helper, being, joyous, bringing, that joy to my peers, and also to, the people that I work for.
These improvements to the Postal Service are all part of the Delivering for America plan, a 10-year project under the Biden administration to get mail deliveries to 95% on-time performance.
We are holiday ready. Give us your packages and letters. We're ready to go.
You'll want to keep in mind the mailing deadlines for your packages to arrive by Christmas. For regular ground service, you'll want to ship by December 17th. For Priority Express, you can wait until December 23rd. Andy Mack.
Thank you so much. And I remember on Black Friday, I think we talked to Austin Westfall and just talking about the noise inside some of these facilities. He was at Amazon. You were obviously at USPS. Give us a little breakdown of what you see and what you hear there.
So it's a little bit quieter at this facility right now because your post offices are still open, across the country right now. This is where the mail comes once your post office closes for the day, and it gets distributed here across the Tampa area. So we're going to hear it get a lot louder after about 5 o'clock Eastern time when all that mail starts getting dropped off here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rebecca Castor there from Tampa. I know a lot of people sending out holiday cards this time of year, and they want to make sure they get there on time, which the USPS is doing their very best. So thank you again for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to move on here, that was some good information there around the country. Of course, following that very, very closely right here on Live Now from Fox. That was a wrap-up of some of the big headlines from around the country, including just there in the holiday season. We saw reports from Idaho, from Arizona, and also from Hawaii on the latest of the volcano. We're also looking at Capitol Hill as the Senate just passed that vote to avert a rail strike. It will now head to President Joe Biden's desk. We just also heard, while we're in some of those stories, Nancy Pelosi and also French President Emmanuel Macron stepped to the podium. They possibly will likely be talking about this rail strike and much, much more. So let's just listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Everyone, it is really a joy to once again welcome President Macron to the capital of the United States. As many of you may recall, in 2018, Mr. President honored us with his presence, demonstrated great wisdom about our global responsibilities as he addressed a joint session of Congress. It is my honor once again to welcome him to the Capitol. We I've talked at lunch about the long and great friendship between the United States, one of our oldest and best friends in the world. We talked about Thomas Jefferson, you did, about Benjamin Franklin, founders of our country. You might know that in the as I mentioned when we were together in 2018, Mr. President, in the chamber of the House of Representatives, the People's House, we have two massive paintings, just two. One is of our patriarch, George Washington. The other is of the Marquis de Lafayette. All these years, a manifestation of the respect and gratitude that we have to the people of France. And it is a daily reminder to all the members of that important relationship. So I thank you for your great leadership. We talked about our history, but you're about the future. Thank you for your great leadership, the resounding call to action that you gave at COP27 in Egypt, for your holding the line and giving great guidance when it comes to Putin's disgraceful invasion of Ukraine. So we look forward to continuing to work together for greater prosperity for all countries, for global security, for protecting democracy, again, and saving the planet. We have great work to do. We have great respect for the leadership of President Macron, and it's a great honor to once again welcome him to the capital of the United States. Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this word, Nancy, and I'm extremely happy and honored to be here with you today, more than 4 years after my first visit, and this privilege to address a speech to Congress. And I will have the opportunity now to discuss with Bipartisan Caucus to precisely address a lot of issues. I want first to thank you for your words and tell you how much we consider that the relationship between the United States of America and France is absolutely important, first for peace. Together we work very hard in order to help Ukraine after the aggression from Russia. We work very hard in order to address the direct and indirect consequences of this war regarding food security or energy. And together we work very hard when health or climate are at stake. And this partnership and friendship is for us absolutely essential. And let me say a few more personal words. As you decided to open a new page of your life, I wanted to pay tribute to your wonderful leadership and your role here as a Speaker of the House. I think during these years, you were not just a Speaker of the House in this democracy, but you were a great defender of our democratic values. I mean, advocating the respect of elections, defending these values in real time with real words and concrete actions. And I have to say a special thought for your husband, was a direct victim of the craziness of our times. And I want to tell both of you that what you did during this year, the fight you had, the courage you have, is essential to all of us. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. As the President indicated, we'll now have a bipartisan, bicameral House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans leadership meeting that everyone is looking forward to having, exchange ideas, learn from, and again, salute the leadership of President Macron. Thank you so much.
You were just listening in there to Nancy Pelosi and French President Emmanuel Macron as he is having a very, very busy day here on Capitol Hill. He met with the various different leaders, the Secretary of State, the President Joe Biden. Of course, the scene from earlier today here on Live Now from Fox as they were meeting in the White House President Joe Biden, Emmanuel Macron, as well, here on Live Now from Fox. This was just earlier today, a very busy day as they are welcoming one of their oldest allies in the United States there to the White House. And like you said, it was the second trip in about 4 years. He's coming back to the United States. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox and get into other headlines coming up next. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We're monitoring various different feeds here on Live Now on this Thursday afternoon. Of course, following all the rail strike news as it passed the House yesterday and now the Senate today. We want to shift gears a little bit right now as we're following a story out of New Orleans, as barely 1 month after 3 Americans died when staying at an Airbnb in Mexico City, their families are in New Orleans Thursday morning to announce legal action against the International Homestay Service. Of course, they passed away due to carbon monoxide. The 3 of them, the high school friends, were on a trip to the Airbnb in Mexico City. Let's listen into these remarks from their attorneys as well as some family members here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm attorney L. Chris Stewart, managing partner of Stewart Miller Simmons Trial Attorneys, along with Mike Roth from my office and Mike Haggard of the Haggard Law Firm. We're here today for a devastating tragedy. The loss of 3 lives that were the future. 3 young people, 2 of whom were teachers here in New Orleans, 12th grade and 7th grade. Another young, beautiful entrepreneur out of Virginia. All good friends, thinking that they could just do like all of us do right now, go on vacation. Trust Airbnb, because that's what we do. We trust Airbnb. We trust companies to do their job. We trust corporate oversight. And sadly, that didn't happen. 3 young people died due to the odorless killer, carbon monoxide. A death that could have been prevented simply with one of these. With this simple piece of equipment, these lives would have been saved. It's inexcusable. Airbnb had prior knowledge that guests were dying from carbon monoxide poisoning. There's been previous lawsuits. What we don't want to hear is the excuse that's being made right now that we give out or we suggest carbon monoxide detectors to people who list their property. That ends now. We are demanding that Airbnb mandate carbon monoxide detectors in every listing that they have. This isn't about money. This isn't about excuses. from Airbnb mandated. You can't tell the world that you don't have the ability to do so, because they've already mandated no one can have parties in Airbnbs anymore, nationally or internationally. They've mandated a number of other things, but they won't do it for something that will save lives. We're here today because these families have lost their loved ones, and we're trying to protect everybody else, because anybody could die in this situation. Any of us. This should send a shockwave through this country. Elected officials should be stepping up and questioning, why isn't this mandated? Nobody travels around with a smoke detector in one hand, a carbon monoxide detector in the other. We just trust companies to do the right thing. And it didn't happen. So we're asking to sit down with Airbnb leadership to see if we can work out a way that this can be mandated to avoid having to do this legal battle and save lives, locally and internationally. A large percentage of Airbnb's business comes from international listings. Protect the people that patron you. And now we're here from, there you go, Ms. Marshall's comments regarding everybody.
It is unfortunate that we stand before you today as completely shattered parents. It is unfortunate that Candace is not continuing to expand her business and inspiring other young entrepreneurs. It's unfortunate that Cortez and Jordan are not in their classrooms today educating and prepping their students to be future leaders. It is unfortunate that we have to celebrate our holidays with such pain, as our children will no longer be with us. It is unfortunate, and it also infuriates us that we will never have the opportunity to talk to laugh with, or comfort our children, and that their lives could have been saved by a $30 carbon monoxide detector. It is unfortunate that Airbnb's CEO pledges to provide carbon monoxide detectors to hosts who may need them, as opposed to implementing mandates to ensure that properly functioning detectors are required in all of their vacation rentals, irregardless of the country. We could stand here and go on and on about many unfortunate realities that we must face in our sad new normal of grief and loss. We don't want any other family to have to endure such a harsh series of unfortunate events, which is our goal moving forward. We want to bring awareness to the lack of regulations regarding carbon monoxide detectors, and to encourage everyone who is considering Airbnb or other short-term vacation rental companies to demand they put you and your family's safety above their profit margin. If Airbnb can implement regulations to ban parties, then certainly they can mandate protocols to prioritize the safety of their patrons. We know Cortez. Jordan and Candace, they're here with us in spirit, and we know that they are proud of the work we are doing to bring awareness to this important issue. Our children, we love you, and we will not rest until we have justice for Cortez, for Jordan, and for Candace.
Good morning. Again, my name is Michael Haggard from the Haggard Law Firm in Miami, Florida. And Chris Stewart and I have partnered on other significant cases across the country before, and this lawsuit will be filed against Airbnb in the coming weeks. And as Chris said, the goal of these incredible families is to change the policies of this behemoth in the hospitality industry. That's what they are. Airbnb has 7 million listings across the world, 7 million. And not only do they have control over all these listings, but they really sit there in the catbird seat, where they say it's somebody else's ownership, it's somebody else's home, we just take a cut. We book the listing, we take a cut, and we move on. And we all know they have control. What did they do immediately after this terrible tragedy? They suspended the listing, which is something had they done beforehand and they had inspected the actual unit, this never happens. And these three beautiful souls are continuing with their bright lights, and that is not the case, because Airbnb sits there and says, well, we don't inspect, we don't require, but we'll give out, if you want them, 200,000 carbon monoxide detectors. Well, there's 7 million units. This case is about change, not only in the United States, but Airbnb's knowledge of this is incredible. 1 year before this, in Mexico, in Guadalajara, a young woman from California who had graduated from UCLA was killed by carbon monoxide poisoning, where there was no carbon monoxide detector in her Airbnb listing. A year before, these parents have to hear that they knew about the exact problem. 2 years before that, the same exact thing had happened in Colombia. 2.5 years before that, in Taipei, China, a case that they settled, carbon monoxide poisoning. Having all this knowledge, but not telling the families, not controlling their listings, which is something that they totally have the ability to do, and they have to do. Obviously, we all know that the United States, certain states and certain municipalities have strict regulations with regard to carbon monoxide detectors. We know other countries don't. That's not an excuse. If you want to list in those countries and you want to be the destination place for young Americans, old Americans, families going on vacation, you know what the industry standard is, and that's to have the $30 unit that does one thing. It saves lives. One last message from the families, as what they don't want is someone 3 months from now, 6 months from now, standing here experiencing the same preventable incident like they are. It is unthinkable to lose a child. But to lose a child and hear that someone else lost their child in the same way multiple times before by the same company's negligence is unthinkable. They want this to change. And we are sitting here at the precipice of holiday season. Families are at their kitchen tables right now saying, where do you want to go? Why don't we not stay in a hotel and get an Airbnb? And they have no idea what silent danger awaits. So the families are imploring all of you, talking to the families, not only in New Orleans, Louisiana, but the United States, be very careful if you're going to choose Airbnb. We know that if you stay in a Marriott, a Hilton, wherever it is, they're going to have carbon monoxide detectors. That's a foregone conclusion, no matter what country they're in. Airbnb has entered the hospitality industry, and they have decided to become a major player, and they need to act with the standards and the care that the other players, like hotels, do in this industry. Thank you.
Briefly, we want to make it very clear, because there's been questions or discussion about, for a fact, all three individuals died from carbon monoxide poisoning. We received that information from the government. It's been confirmed. We've actually reviewed the police report from Mexico City. It was carbon monoxide poisoning, not drugs. There were no drugs in their system, not alcohol. They were down there to celebrate. And it wasn't anything to do with the trip. It wasn't any outside source. It was listed as only carbon monoxide poisoning, which is devastating and scary, because more people are going to die if this is not fixed right now. Right now. Quick question and answer.
Airbnb where the three stayed. If you could just kind of tell me about anything you heard from them, because I know the lawsuit is against Airbnb, but then also against this particular Airbnb, right? If you could talk to us more about that.
We have not heard anything directly, because there is an ongoing investigation, both civil and criminal. So there's an investigation going on right now in Mexico. So we haven't heard anything.
Sorry, and what was the name of the high-rise apartment where they were staying at?
We can get it to you because it's a long name.
I just want to confirm who's
Yeah, can everybody introduce themselves?
you name each.
You can come up here.
My name is Ciola Hall. I'm Cortez Hall's mother.
How old?
Cortez was 33 years old. We are Kelvin and Frida Florence, parents of Candace Florence, and she was 28 years old, just a week shy of her 29th birthday.
November 10th would have been her birthday.
She went away every year for her birthday.
Hi, Larry and Jennifer Marshall. Our son, Jordan Marshall, he was 28 years old.
The three knew each other lifelong friends. How did the three know?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about them.
So Jordan and Candace were schoolmates from middle school on. And although Jordan moved here to Louisiana, he still traveled with Candace. They traveled pretty much all over the world together, so they've been the best of friends. Jordan met Cortez when he moved to Louisiana, and Cortez is also an educator. Jordan was a teacher, and they formed a good friendship as well. So.
Where did Jordan attend? Like, where did he teach? Because I know he also taught here in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, collegiate academies. He was a 12th grade English teacher.
And I just want to hear more about y'all's children. Ciola, I just want to hear more. Cortez is a native of New Orleans, Louisiana. He was born and raised here. He's a wonderful child. He loved people. He loved his mom. He loved his family. Loved friends. We'll give you the shirt off his back. He just was a wonderful child. He has several jobs he has worked. He worked at Target for a long time out of high school and landed a great job in Atlanta. When he moved back here, where he decided he wanted to come home and be closer to his family. I just can't say enough about him. He just was a great child, and anybody that met him, they would love him, for what he was. And he loved to sing. He loved church. He just loved people, and I can't say enough more about him.
The last time we talked, you had a warning for parents, and I know we just talked about
Yes.
the warning.
Yes. I don't know, when this came out, when I found out about Cortez, the only thing I would just relieve me is to have just to do something in memory of him, is warn the other families out there about your children, where they're going, get the information from them, Airbnb, where they're staying, what airport they left out, where their car is at. Make sure that you have all the information that you need, because once they're over there, then you don't have anything here, to go by. We had to look a lot for his car, where it was, and didn't know anything. Didn't have his, just had to keep looking for the car. The car wasn't parked at the airport. So you want to get much detail from your children as you can when they are leaving, because you don't never know. That might be your last time seeing them. I don't want any other parents to go through what we went through. So therefore, I wanted to speak out. Candace was the youngest of 4 children. She had 3 older brothers. So she was special. She was the baby girl who could think for herself and do for herself. And I'm so grateful for Candace. God put on her heart. She said during the trials of COVID, I'm not going to live rent free. I can't pay you. I'm going home. I got a house. And so she went home. And once she got home, she said, Mom, I'm going to start my own business. And I watched her. I'm a teacher. I had the room over the garage teaching ridiculously 4-year-olds how to learn on Zoom. She was downstairs in the kitchen preparing candles, handmade candles, soy candles. And she put her spin on it, because, you know, there are plenty of candle companies out there. She said, okay, affirmations. I'm going to give people something, some kind of hope in this time. And so she did it. And tragically, my baby is not here to share her affirmations anymore. But I know she left a legacy. She had a prophecy. I'm going to change the world. I'm going to show people how to keep going in spite of controversy. I am going to not go through it. I'm going to glow through it. And so her candles had a special light. And as you read the affirmation on the candles, for example, one of her most recent ones, our salute, her and Jordan had gone to Portugal and Spain. And, you know, you get your phrases from the people around you. And so S-A-L-U-T, salute, meaning, even though I'm going through these challenges right now, it's okay. And so I leave you with this message. Hold tight to your children. Love them, because you blink your eye and they're gone. Just hold tight to those babies. This is a holiday season. We're all together. We're all thinking the same things. Christmas, lights, it was her favorite holiday. And so we are going to do something special for Christmas. We're going to light our candles throughout the world. Thank you.
We're okay. We're okay. And just briefly to clear up, the lawsuit has not been filed as of yet. I would say within the next 2 to 3 weeks. Any last question before we're done? All right. Thank y'all.
Madam, we just get a video of y'all staying up there and just so we can get some pictures.
You're just listening in this very emotional press conference. Of course, just barely 1 month ago, 3 Americans died while staying at an Airbnb in Mexico City. Their families at New Orleans on Thursday announcing this legal action against the International Homestay Service. A pair of them were teachers, as you just heard, as some of their families were speaking. They were found dead in their high-rise Airbnb apartment while visiting Mexico for Day of the Dead. It was later revealed that the 3 died of carbon monoxide poisoning. The victims' parents were in New Orleans Monday with nationally recognized attorneys Michael Haggard and Chris Stewart, who represented families of George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery. Along with accepting full responsibility for their children's deaths, the families demanded the Airbnb mandate the installation of a carbon monoxide detector in every unit the company rents out. Of course, they were talking about those 3 that lost their lives tragically in Mexico City, asking just a $30 carbon monoxide device there be placed in every single Airbnb. And it was something very emotional for these families here that we watched on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us as we continue on this Thursday evening. We're watching some big events from around the country. Here is a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. Of course, French President Emmanuel Macron was in town visiting with Joe Biden, visiting with the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, also the Vice President, Kamala Harris. He was seen just giving remarks there with Speaker Nancy Pelosi just a little bit ago. So a busy day for Emmanuel Macron in the United States. We're also looking at a live look in Georgia, just a week out of this special runoff election between Reverend Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker coming down to the wire here. We've seen early voting underway in Georgia for the last few days as they're voting ahead of this very important Senate runoff election there. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and then get into other top stories coming up next. Hello again, Gloria. This is Andy Mack. You must be enjoying this every single day. The same story, kind of. I got you. Well, we appreciate it. I see I got your package. We're in a break, and then we'll come out to you in about a minute. Does that work? Perfect. I will talk to you in just a little bit. Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Of course, this is a story we've been following earlier this week here on Live Now from Fox out of Florida, as State Attorney Andrew Warren has filed a lawsuit against Governor of Florida Ron DeSantis after being suspended earlier. And obviously, there's a lot of twists and turns in this case. So we're going out to Gloria Gomez, who's on the scene there in Florida. Gloria, thank you so much for joining us once again. What did we learn today?
Let me just tell you, it was a strong day for the governor's legal team. They actually called Andrew Warren's chief of staff to the stand, and he actually bolstered the defense's theory that, in fact, Andrew Warren had a blanket policy when it came to abortion cases.
Gary Wiseman was there the day his boss, Andrew Warren, was escorted out of his office by 2 sheriff's deputies after the governor had suspended him for pledging not to prosecute abortion and gender-affirming cases. Wiseman, who is the chief of staff for the Hillsborough State Attorney's Office, testified the governor's executive order for removing Warren seemed, quote, fairly shocking. Wiseman was called as a defense witness. He said he advised Warren not to sign the abortion pledge, but he did anyway. Wiseman testified in his view, quote, we were not prosecuting abortion cases. He considered the pledge an office policy, but Warren's team challenged Wiseman on that, even suggesting Wiseman had been coached by the governor's team to refer to the pledge as policy. Later, Judge Robert Hinkle had his own questions, asking Wiseman if he was aware Warren had given a TV interview with Fox 13, where Warren had stated the pledge was not a blanket policy, that each case would be evaluated on the facts and merits before deciding whether or not to file charges.
It depends, again, on the facts and circumstances of every case.
Wiseman told the judge his belief was, even if it was a case-by-case situation, it would, quote, not result in prosecuting. Wiseman also testified there was a high level of frustration from members of law enforcement with Warren's non-prosecution policies, that it made their jobs harder. But when pressed for specific names by Judge Hinkle, Wiseman couldn't provide any.
And I can tell you the defense only called 2 witnesses to the stand today, and then they rested their case. So right now, both sides are doing closing arguments. And then when that wraps up, the judge will make his ruling. Unclear, though, when that ruling will happen. We, of course, will let you know. Back to you.
Thank you so much. And we've been following this case all week, and certainly some big names underneath Andrew Warren and Ron DeSantis. Are we surprised that we didn't hear from either of them on the stand, or is that kind of common practice?
Well, we did hear from Andrew Warren, but the governor fought a subpoena, and then at the last minute, actually, Warren's team decided not to call the governor to the stand. They felt they had enough evidence to prove to the judge that it was an unlawful violation of his amendment rights. And so at this point, the governor never testified.
All right, that is good information. Thank you so much, Gloria Gomez, for your continued coverage of this case, of this trial there in Florida.
Sure.
Thank you again. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we appreciate her coverage all this week here on Live Now from Fox. Some great coverage of that case in Florida from Andrew Warren, the Hillsborough County State Attorney there, suspended, but now filing that lawsuit against Ron DeSantis, the governor there in Florida. Earlier today, we heard from Ron DeSantis as he was making some announcements on investments, obviously a very different topic, investments into water supply and water quality. So let's listen into some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
But it is what it is. We're joined here by our DEP Secretary, Sean Hamilton. We have the Vice Chairman for South Florida Water Management District, Scott Wagner. Cheryl Meads is also on our South Florida Water Management District Governing Board. Eric Eichenberg, Everglades Foundation CEO. Kelly Ralston from the Conservation and Public Policy for Bonefish and Tarpon Trust. Noah Wallenstein, former DEP Secretary, now Chairman of the Biscayne Bay Commission. Adam Blaylock, DEP Deputy Secretary for Ecosystem Restoration and member, Biscayne Bay Commission. Of course, Senator Ileana Garcia. Senator, I guess Anna Maria is not here, but we do have our new Senator, Senator Alexis Calatayud. So thank you. Congratulations. We've also got Representative Alex Rizzo. Is this was your second term now or third? Second, okay. And Basabi, the Republican Miami Beach, is now the representative right here. Not a lot of people were predicting that, although I knew he was going to win on Election Day because we follow these things and we kind of know what we're doing. But we've been really excited to see some great new people coming into the legislature now after this most recent election, and particularly down here in South Florida. I mean, you had some really great election victories, and so I know they're going to be able to do a lot and be able to produce a lot. And, if you do good work, the people respond. Ileana, what was your, you won by how many votes your first time? And then how many points percentage you just win by?
Over 20.
20. So, you go. That was the same with us. We went for, we did 33,000 in 18, did 1.5 million margin this time. I mean, it's just, you do it how you do it. So we're glad to be here at Biscayne Bay. This is a very important resource for the state of Florida. It's the largest estuary in our state. Of course, it has a direct connection to Florida's coral reef. And as many of you know here down in South Florida, it's an important economic driver for the region. We have the largest passenger port in the world. Of course, it's an international sailing destination. It's also been boats. As we got all this migration, people come down by boats they didn't necessarily know how to do. So you see a little bit of that. But bottom line is people want to be here. They understand how nice it is. But we've also seen.
You were just listening in there quickly to Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, as he was talking about investments into water there in Florida. Certainly a lot of news on this Thursday afternoon that we're getting to here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following all the biggest stories from around the country right here on Live Now from Fox, including one out in New York. And of course, the investigation into Trump Organization, the 3-year case, this is the one that is going on as they follow it. And we're into closing arguments, and we're going to be joined right now live from New York by Morgan Mackay. What do we know about these closing arguments, and what can we learn over the next few days as we will hopefully have a decision sometime soon? Morgan?
Andy, the Trump Organization's lawyers today told the jury this isn't the most particularly exciting trial. It's going through a lot of intricate tax documents, but at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to what jurors think of just 3 words: in behalf of. Did the Trump Organization's longtime chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, act in behalf of the Trump Organization when he committed tax fraud? This is what the jury is going to be deciding. Now, the Trump Organization, which manages President Donald Trump's real estate holdings and other ventures, is being accused of helping some top executives avoid paying income taxes on company-paid perks, like apartments and luxury cars. Weisselberg has admitted that he came up with this scheme on his own and claims that neither Trump nor Trump's family knew what he was doing. But Weisselberg has been long regarded as almost a family member to the Trumps. And the prosecution argues that Weisselberg acted on behalf of the Trump Organization in order to benefit them. If convicted, the Trump Organization could be fined more than $1 million. It could also face some difficulty making future deals. Attorney John Wisniewski explains more.
If you follow the Trump Organization's business model, frankly, they don't build a lot. They license the Trump name and the Trump brand. And so if you're a builder and you've got a reputation that you want to protect, are you going to really want to embrace the Trump brand after it having been found guilty of fraud? Maybe not. And so I think this is going to severely change that business model, and it's going to really eat into the cash flow of the Trump Organization.
Now, the prosecution started their closing arguments at around 3:30. As I was sitting in the back of the courtroom, I noticed that Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg entered the courtroom at around 3 o'clock. Now, this is the only trial to result from the Manhattan District Attorney's 3-year investigation into Trump and his business practices. Andy?
Thank you so much. This is a very interesting case, and like you said, in behalf of, that would be a big case. When do we expect this to wrap up and possibly kind of a jury reaching a verdict?
Well, it's unclear if the prosecution will finish their closing arguments today. If they don't, that will continue into tomorrow, and then next week the jury will be deliberating.
All right, thank you so much. I know a lot of people keeping their eyes on this one as well. Thank you, Morgan McKay there from New York City. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andy.
All right, thank you. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, that was a great report from New York as we're watching this unfold there in New York as this case continues on, as the defense was scolded for using some sticky language there at the end as the closing arguments at the Trump Organization's criminal tax fraud trial got off to a rocky start on Thursday. Lawyer for the company was caught showing jurors portions of witness testimony that had previously been stricken from the original record. Of course, hoping to possibly finish up those closing arguments today and then as the jury deliberations begin. We're going to keep with some of the big headlines coming up here on this Thursday, coming up in about 2 minutes' time. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is a live look in Qatar as the FIFA World Cup still ongoing. Of course, Team USA, the U.S. men's national team, will take on the Netherlands on Saturday morning in the round of 16 as group stage, as the pool play wrapping up over the next couple days here. And you watch that, of course, on Fox. Another big sports headline we're following is out of Cleveland as Deshaun Watson has now fully served that 11-game suspension stemming from the accusations that he sexually assaulted some masseuses this in 2021, over 2019 to 2021. I spoke with a member of TMZ, their sports executive producer, earlier today, and I want to take us out to some of those comments as we discussed this in their big game against Houston, where he was drafted and played before getting traded to Cleveland. So let's listen in to our conversation from earlier today. So much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack, and we're going to turn to a major sports headline, and we're going to be joined by TMZ sports executive producer Michael Babcock, and we're obviously talking about Deshaun Watson making his return to the field after that 11-game suspension, after those being accused of sexual assault by some 20-some-odd women there. There are 10 of them. Those accusers are expected to be in the stadium in Houston, his former home. What do we know about this, Michael?
Hey, Andy, thank you for having me. Yeah, this is, look, it's a big story because Deshaun Watson in the offseason was the biggest thing, much to the NFL's chagrin, that people were talking about. And now he has served his 11-game suspension. He's back practicing with the Browns, and he is going to start at quarterback for them this week. It's been ratcheted up. The intensity has a little bit more solely because he's not making his debut, his season debut in Cleveland or anywhere else. It happens to have been the case that the Browns were playing the Texans this week, and that obviously is the team that he not only played for a few years, was a star there, but they also drafted him. So there is going to be a lot of intensity in that building. You put all the allegations aside, you have a lot of fans, 75,000 fans who are upset at this guy for leaving them in their mind, and they're hurt about that. And I expect that the boos are going to be incredibly loud on Sunday. There will be, like you said, though, there will be some of his accusers, some of the women who have sued Deshaun Watson, about 10, according to their attorney, Tony Busby. They will be in a suite for the game. Now, a lot of people have said, why do they do that? Why do they want to go and watch him play football? And the reason is they don't want Deshaun Watson, as much as he wants to move on from this, put it behind him. They don't want him to be able to do that. They want to remind him, hey, Deshaun, we are still here. And at the end of the day, that's the reason that they're attending the football game on Sunday.
It's going to be very interesting come Sunday afternoon when he takes the field in a place where he, like you said, got drafted, sat out last year, 2021 season due to all of these accusations, and a lot of accusations came out. Of course, no criminal charges against Deshaun Watson, but overall reception, 11-game suspension. It's kind of ironic that this is the return in Houston. What kind of reception are we expecting?
I cannot imagine that he gets anything resembling even a warm reception, a round of applause. I can't picture it. Now, it's interesting, Andy, because Deshaun Watson, he met with the media today for the first time. It's been a month since he's done any media sessions. And while they asked, the reporters obviously asked him about returning in the scandal, he said he would not talk about that. So refused to address the offseason issues. But he did say that he did expect that he had love for Houston, and he did expect to have to be welcomed home fondly. I just don't see it happening after everything that's happened. I can't imagine him being cheered. In fact, I would expect loud boos on Sunday afternoon.
I would probably expect that as well, obviously, getting in Houston. But he's now a member of the Cleveland Browns, and he hasn't played a football game in over a year's time. So it could be some rust on the field, and that may be getting some people in Houston a little bit excited if he doesn't play up to what a lot of people are expecting. But they are on the road as well in Cincinnati, and then they return home to Cleveland. And like you said, at that media session on Wednesday, he mentioned the fact that he liked seeing some of the Cleveland Browns fans out when he went to dinner and just thanked all of his trainers in Cleveland. Does the reception change when it's a home game for Deshaun Watson?
I think it will, but look, the Browns fans are, they've had some lean years. This guy, say what you want about him. We know when, at least on the football field, he's a terrific player. He's a great athlete. He's an exceptional quarterback. So I think that you have fans that are torn. I have a Browns fan sitting 5 feet, behind me here, Andy, and I think that he, like many others, you're excited for what he can do on the field, but a piece of you feels a little bit icky that you're actually going to root for this guy, knowing what the allegations are. So I do think it's going to be tempered down somewhat from what it would have been if this stuff didn't happen and you just traded for this Pro Bowl quarterback. I think I do think that you're going to have some people who are just can't cheer for this guy, no matter how much he can help them on the football field. And I think that's just the reality.
And I was going to ask you about Deshaun Watson, because coming out of Clemson, he was a star, a national champion, and then going to Houston, he became a star in the NFL. But after all these accusations come out, it feels not a ton of remorse coming out of Deshaun Watson. Do you think that has changed a lot of people's perception just of Deshaun?
I do. And it's interesting because when he came out of college, out of Clemson, and even his first few years in the league, the reputation that he had, and this is not the same with every player, but he had the reputation of being a good guy, a good person, a caring person. And that's obviously been obliterated. I do think that, it's tough. He's given a few apologies, but they're half apologies. And I don't even know if apology is the right word, because he says, I'm sorry for hurting people or for anybody I disappointed. But he also in the same breath said, hey, I didn't do anything wrong. And these allegations are false. So it's hard to accept what he said as being a full and complete apology when he doesn't admit to doing anything wrong. And I do think if he would have come out and said, hey, I am sorry, I acted in a way I shouldn't have acted, I think probably we're having a different conversation here. But you have 25 plus women who filed lawsuits. You have the New York Times saying there's 60 plus women who have had similar experiences with him. And it's just hard for people to believe that you have 66 women who are making up the story, and that Deshaun Watson's actually the guy who's telling the truth.
Definitely. And in the NFL, scandal isn't a new thing. And also in this 11-game suspension, with that behavior between 2019 and 2021, there can be no investigations, no more discipline. So after this 11-game suspension, which we are now complete with, that kind of saga is a little bit over in terms of the NFL's eyes. How long does this linger? Because we've seen scandals and they kind of pass by the wayside in the NFL. How long may this linger?
Right. It's interesting you say that. The Browns win a few games and Deshaun makes a couple nice plays, and the conversation starts to become a lot more about the plays on the field. I don't know that this is ever going to go away. Sure, it'll fade away, but I think that this is now part of his legacy, no matter what he does for the rest of his career. And as for the NFL's view, they wanted him gone for as long as possible, and they fought for that. I do think, and having spoken to people who are in the league, that this is a tough situation for them, and they certainly don't like that we're having this conversation right now and talking about Deshaun Watson being back, while we remember very much what the allegations are. They're still very much fresh in our head. So I think that this is an issue for the NFL, but their hands are tied. There's nothing they can do. They've suspended the guy. He served the suspension, and now he's back, and they're just going to have to unfortunately deal with it.
Yeah, and it might be a good for the NFL that the Browns are doing so poorly this year that they aren't necessarily in the spotlight. Not a ton of Sunday night football games, not a ton of Monday night football games. So that might help them.
I think so too.
What are your parting thoughts, Michael? Just kind of to wrap this thing up. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
I mean, it's look, this was the biggest, like we said, this is the biggest story of the entire offseason. This guy at one time was one of the NFL's it was like the Renaissance man, right? There was nothing that this guy couldn't do. And now that has all changed. In many people's mind, he's public enemy number one. And I'm very curious to see, one, how he plays, and two, what the reception is like. It's going to be fascinating to watch a guy who was once beloved and no longer is.
All right. Well, Michael Babcock, TMZ sports executive producer, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now for Fox. I know a lot of people will be watching on Sunday with Deshaun Watson making his debut there for the Cleveland Browns in Houston, a place he used to call home. So thank you again.
Thanks so much, Andy. Anytime.
All right, take care. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.